What the fuck was that? Uh... Okie doke.
The apartment.
In your
Hey,
apartment?
no, stop.
How do you feel?
I don't know. I feel all right. Definitely gonna smoke some more after this.
Okay.
Yeah, well, this took a turn
Let me send Emily. Fuck yeah, Virgil, let's go.
for you because
Oh, I need to fix my subscriber icon. Someone. Virgil, I have a channel. It's called Fix It Streamer. If you have anything that you think that I need to fix my emotes. Not fix, but like update. And then my sub icon. I cut my bangs, but they're finally long enough that I really fucked it up the first time. They were long enough that I could cut them to at least be like somewhere resembling even, but I still gotta clean them up at some point. But yeah, if you think of anything that I need to also fix, I need to fix this thing where it like just fades out, but I can't do that without activating Microsoft. So I'm working on that. The fade out when hovering an icon in the toolbar. Your Destiny boy? I don't feel like they're diametrically opposed from each other. It's 2 a.m. Streaming time? Well, I don't really have a choice on that one, my dude. I got like a normal job. You know, like H3? What the fuck? They're giving advice. I just want to finish watching this.
you just wanted to say,
And then
how
we're
do I
getting
ask
into
him to do porn?
everything
But
else.
actually, the issues are way deeper than that.
Yeah, you were right when you said there was gonna be some interpersonal issues with this one.
Mhm.
Well, I think there is memes already that exists like that. Cheetah, the person you wish would DM. I don't know. I think that kind of just seems mean. I don't really know what you mean by make a meme like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, unless you guys have more questions, that's about all I gotta say.
Is he home right
And-
now?
No, he's at work.
He's at work.
What is where is at work for him? If he's a landlord.
He does
You don't have to say. You don't have to
yeah.
say.
she does-
he has
sorry.
a day. He
Sorry, I
has
didn't
a
hear that.
day job and he's a.
Oh, okay,
landlord.
sorry. I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Is there anything else that you want to say before we go, Emily?
No, just love the show. Keep up the good work, Ethan. Please don't get canceled again.
I can't promise that. Do you want to promote your page?
Oh, I don't know if I want to because I gave you my government name.
Oh, right.
So yeah.
So let's not do it then.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Alrighty, girl, you're gonna be fine. You're 20. I know everything feels like it's
Sorry, I have no
it's probably
context for
everything
this,
feels so
but
serious and
I
bad.
just wanted to finish this.
And it is, right? It's serious.
Well, no, she like is a professional OnlyFans model, so she talked about it at the beginning. Like that's what she does as a job. So he was just kind of trying to be nice.
But
Yeah.
you're 20. You're young.
And, you
you're
know,
making
hopeful.
money. You got it all. Forget about it, huh?
Yeah.
And
I want to do the advice stream so badly. I talked to Dunkel about it. Because I think people are too afraid to talk to me. Generally. And like that's like embarrassing, right? Like if I have like the title advice stream and then like nobody comes in and like wants to talk to me for advice. It's just kind of like it's a little yikers. He DDoS the guy who was supposed to be Amaranth's boyfriend. No, he didn't do that. What the fuck? That was already a thing that was online going around. You just talked about it. And then they talked about they weren't sure if that was him. No, he didn't. Stop, Virgil. Do you think I don't watch every single one of these episodes? Like, how are you gonna like me and like not like H3, dude? He did not. He didn't start that. It was already a thing going around. I won't accept. What do you mean? Do you not remember that situation? I was on top of that shit. I'm on top of the news all the time. And he didn't DDoS him by saying a name. Like, that's not DDoSing him. Like, I don't know. I don't know if you don't know what DDoSing means. That means that you literally are having a program that is just flooding their internet so that they can't go online. Are you talking about doxing? That's not DDoSing. If you're just putting his name, like, whatever. Like, it was like a public... It was already out there. Like, literally, if you look up Amaranth's boyfriend, I think that just comes up, but it's not because of Ethan. But she doesn't DM very often. At the same time, there is a guy I don't like, and whenever I get a notification, it's almost always from him, and I'm disappointed. Well, that's always how it is, right, Cheeto? Oh, you meant doxing. Okay. It was like, what? That was very confusing. Don't tell anybody, but this did actually fall off today, but I'm leaving it there until it falls off naturally, because I bumped it. I mean, that's what makes it exciting, where, like, you want to be surprised. Anyways.
You're very lovable. I
Aw,
promise.
thank you.
Yeah, that girl was 20, and she was dating a 32-year-old guy. And she does professional, like, OF stuff, and, like, it seems like he kind of just doesn't respect her. And, it was an interesting conversation that I completely am bringing you into at the end of it, but...
Yeah, Olivia says you're lovable.
We love Olivia.
We love you.
Aw.
Yeah, and if it's any consolation, I'm sure there's at least a few guys out there who will gladly be for you to pay them to suck their dicks.
Thank
More
you,
than
Ethan.
a couple. More than a couple, I'd say.
Yeah, she was saying that she wanted to do, like, the OF stuff with her boyfriend. Thank you, Addie Time. My bangs are somewhat coming back to normal. I don't know if you can tell this part. That's really short. I fucked up, dude. I did the best thing you can always do is cut your hair while you're drunk, and I just flew too close to the sun a little bit there, so I had to wait because it was like standing up like that. So I had to wait till it grew out long enough to be able to have my hair down. That's why I've had it up a lot. I'm still not super happy with it, but I gotta wait for it to grow in more. Are dead to me ever since they crossed Abba and Preach. Okay. I'm gonna make sure this is who I'm thinking of. Abba and Preach. I'm gonna fucking tell you something you might not want to hear. Yeah, okay. Abba and Preach are pretty fucking sexist. I don't know if you've seen, like, their content in terms of, like, just from, like, a far out, zoom, because I liked their content, too. I think they're funny. But if you look at all of their content, like, after, like, binging their videos, I get this sense... What the fuck? Why is it still up here? Go away. Besides the Tate stuff, it's all centered on, like, a more subtle sexist approach. Or not approach, but let me rephrase. Well, they definitely have some internal sexism that is that pervades their content, whether or not they personally necessarily are like that. If you see all of their content is surrounding like chicks and shit. And it's not like it's, I do appreciate they do have like a lot of good opinions on like, you know, sex workers and stuff like that. But I do get a little bothered because I was binging their content, right? Like when I first found them, because I really enjoyed it. And for example, this one is probably going to be because they don't like Hassan. Oh my god, Jesus. How was H3 not permabanned for this? What the fuck? For what? 2 months ago? What the fuck are they talking about? Lab? Yeah, I know it's Lab. Lab fucking sucks. You wanna watch it? Well, I mean, you know the story, right? Like, Lab just fucking lied about Hassan. Like, I've been on shows with Lab before. I called her a pick-me. Because she is a pick-me. But I think that they're just, like... all of their content is surrounding women. Like, generally, and it's not in, like, a positive light. Like, it's been a while since I looked at it, but I literally had to, like, unsubscribe because it was, like, I don't know, like, I'm making it seem like it's so complicated. But because, it was just, like, I was noticing a trend that I, like, really didn't like. They trashed the dude. Well, I mean, I'm just saying, look at all of their, like, if you look at thumbnail. Also, they hate Hassan for, like, no reason. They hate Ethan for, like, no reason. Like, Ethan, like, was really positive about, and they tried to do, like, a diss on, like, Hassan, and it was so fucking weak. Don't know what I'm talking about. Wait, wait, you think that diss was, like, a fucking good dunk? Where's it at? Oh, that was a while ago. Fuck. What the fuck is this even? Yeah, this. I don't think
So
it's
if you aren't
actually
aware,
this.
Gideon went to some town in
But this is a terrible take. No, I have seen his old video. I just don't remember when it was because I stopped watching them. I mean, I'm not keeping track of them all the time. Sometimes my politics make you uncomfortable. Good, they should. Because then if you have a strong feeling about him, then you should talk to me in the debate me space. There's no mirror here. I was gonna like use this as a mirror and there's no actual mirror part of it. I'm so dumb sometimes. I'm not sure this is the right video, but we can watch it.
Arkansas, which is considered the most
Why can't I just be nice and smile? I am
in,
nice
in
and
the
smile.
USA. And basically,
Why can't
he
you be
interviewed
nice
a
and
bunch of
smile?
people. Hassan played the video without 2 seconds in, basically said a bunch of stuff. And so,
I think this is the
Gideon,
video.
hearing what he said, felt some type of way. And here are his comments.
That's basically Hassan and
Okay,
Navi,
also
right?
I hate
The
idpol.
reason
I
why I wanna
fucking hate idpol politics. Like, I mean, I guess redundant when saying idpol. That's what it is. But I will be honest. I did not watch this particular video because I'm gonna get mixed up with another one. I just don't know when that was. So as you can see, oh, this one. This one made me like so mad. I was like, oh god, it's so cringe. Just be unicorns and rainbows. That's what I'm saying.
True. Hassan and I be called as transphobes. Hear why? And then the answer is, you know, because we're transphobes.
So I watched the original video to this one, and I assume I watched all of it. Sometimes it just like gets caught because I'm going between. I can share an account with Razer, so sometimes it just gets like messed up.
Transphobic.
Okay, out of context, he's just saying like that. This edit means that all he said is he said the words transphobic in a live stream talking about them and relating it, because I did watch this stream where, or I didn't watch it live, but I watched this and he was more talking to the audience about how like certain qualities come off as transphobic and are not necessarily that they are. I think he actually explicitly says that he doesn't think they're transphobic. It's like biases. Like everyone has like some anti-trans biases because it's like not what the normal is. That's always going to be the case, and that's what he's talking about a lot in this. And this is why, again, I don't like that they're like being so editing about it. You know, Hassan is legit an idiot, and you're silly. Should play in women's sports. I think if you've been on estrogen for like HRT, like hormone therapy, replacement therapy, for like there's been studies about like amount of time that you would need to be on it, but I love when Razor closes the door to the bathroom because he wants now 2 doors to be closed instead of just the door to his office. Hey, thank you for the raid. Cock. I'm just gonna call you Cock. Cock, what's up, dude? My friend. We are having an argument over Abi and Preach and the whole Hassan debacle that was only like 9 months ago. Very up-to-date news. New cut fixie, thank you. Thank you, Embryo. Are you just raiding random channels, or... Bros, everyone is transphobic. See, this is also their jokes are bad.
Transphobic,
I like
transphobic,
conflicts.
transphobic.
Okay, so again, he's just fucking saying. This edited is just. They're just saying that he's just. He said the word transphobic. Not all of these are in reference to
Transphobic.
Like, this is what sucks. Like for like I'm sure like live streamers who stream like insane hours. Like there's so many things you can like clip chimp them.
Transphobic.
That's right. It.
No, there's another like 35.
I think Russia was wait, what? Oh, Hassan was right and never invaded Ukraine. Okay, we had one bad take. Okay, he's admitted that.
Transphobes in there, but I'm gonna save them for later. For those of you watching a
This is
little bit
what
confused, you guys don't know who Hassanabi is. Hassan Piker is the nephew of Shank Uger, who owns TYT, the Young Turks Network. And Hassanabi himself, he's a political streamer who's
Stop
always on
politics in
Twitch.
tag,
He
which is
also
always
happens to
conflicts. That
be
is
a
true. I do
millionaire
love to
socialist.
be in conflict.
Yes.
I'm trying to get people to debate me, but they like never want to. I'm always in the Zerka card Discord trying to get people to talk to me when they disagree because everyone just likes to try and dunk, but they don't actually want to defend their positions. Regarding trans, I'm very pro-trans. I want everyone to be trans. I want you to be trans. I mean, I'm just generally pro-trans. I don't like. I have a very progressive perspective. I'm transparent. Good. Keep it that way. You better not turn back to being opaque.
What?
That don't make sense.
The millionaire socialist?
I mean, that don't make sense.
What?
That don't make.
See, that's fucking stupid. There.
Be a millionaire socialist. Yes.
That's objectively like fine to be a millionaire. Like, this is what I'm saying, like a complete misunderstanding that again is like frustrating of like the idea of like, oh, you can't be a millionaire socialist. It's like, oh my god, fucking stop. What do you mean no it's not? Socialism just means that you own the means of production, my dude. Like, being wealthy doesn't mean that you like can't advocate for those things. We live in a capitalist world.
What do you have? What?
That don't make sense.
The millionaire socialist?
I mean, that don't make sense.
What?
That don't make sense.
And they underpay. How do you know how much he pays is one editor? Are you that one editor? Are they underpaying you? I don't know how much like he pays his editor. He says he pays him well. I mean, I don't know how you would think that he didn't do that. Like, you can't own the means of production when it comes to like in like that form, because we're talking about entertainment. You like Abba and Preach. I liked Abba and Preach, but then like I noticed a dangerous trend where it's a lot of like they have, I don't know if they just like don't want to recognize it, but they do have like a lot of like or they're appealing to their audience or something, but they have a lot of like you're just going in circles or what? Razor just keeps going in circles. Can you give me another White Claw? While you're in there. Thank you. Or Stork or whatever they're called. You know nothing of his history. Whose history? Hassan? You think I know? I saw that you posted it, but it wasn't live, so I didn't look at it yet.
He did it with the. I mean, the theme is kind of a piece of shit, scammer, but he did it with Asmon, and then he did it with.
Did we just assume gender? I'm a gender abolitionist, so I don't really give a fuck. That really pisses people off when you say it. If you want to talk about conflict.
I'm out.
Yeah, he's out. What is PC anymore? Need PC principles? Well, I think that it's just not really that difficult about, like, I personally don't think the word retard is offensive, but I know there's been discourse about it with Keffels for some reason. I don't know why. As a person who was allowed to assume other people's genders. Okay. Well, go for it then, I guess. You could just be mean for the sake of being mean.
Because when he says socialist, it means he's into like the redistribution of chlamydia, not actual money.
Oh, okay.
Got him.
He puts the moron in oxy, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god, this is the best they have. These people are comedians. They're funny a lot of other times. My roommate's writing a diss track for Hassan. He asked me for help with it because I know like the actual on the memes.
I got you.
Puts the chlamydia in women. You get me?
Just to be mean, they're called
Keep
assholes.
up.
True.
It's a different kind of socialism, but I think it's still socialism. Yeah, just a little bit more of a
My
bio.
favorite part is when they
Hassan
make fun of
Piker
fresh
isn't religious,
food.
but he does believe that dressing like a thrift shop manager.
How is that a diss? This is what I'm saying, Virgil. This is your guy. Like when it comes to this, is this why you hate Hassan? I don't understand what your issues with Hassan is. Everyone just like wants to hate Hassan. Like I like his content. I don't know. I feel like everyone that hates who? Hassan? I think he's Turkish. Hassan?
Helps him look like a socialist. That and spreading Russian propaganda.
I hate him as well. Why? Wait. You just don't like, is it because he's tall, or are you anti-tall or you're anti-small head? I give you like 4 issues. Okay, well, Razor came into the room when he was talking. You said underpaid his editor. There's no proof of that. I don't know what you're talking about. And then you said you know nothing about history. You did not give me 4 things. What do you mean? Or did I miss a paragraph? I don't think they are comedians. No, they literally do shows. They literally do stand-up shows. They are comedians. Okay, well, you didn't say that. Link me something. Austinox? Austinox is like... You know, Austinox's whole thing is that he, like, memes that he's trying to cancel him all the time. Like, all of Austinox's shit is, like shitting on him. We must nut on his face of our enemies. What? We must nut on the face of our enemies. Oh, comma, women. I mean, with consent, go for it.
Hassan's the kind of lefty to get depression because he finds out his dick leans right.
I would say I
Really? That's a good joke? Come on.
solidified my success when I was able to get AOC on my show to play Among Us.
Imagine being a political streamer and your proudest moment is playing
Yeah, that seems pretty cool.
video games with a vegan-friendly politician.
See, again, what the fuck does that mean, vegan-friendly politician? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, if you're going to talk about, like, people, like, not knowing anything about anyone's past, these people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about when they say these weird things. Vegan-friendly, like, what is, how is that an insult? Is it just, like, because you're saying the word vegan? And, like, how are you going to fucking diss AOC, okay? She's a little bit left, or a lib-brained, but generally she's the most progressive we got in office, and she works her fucking ass off, okay? I'm not, like, a super fan by any means, but at least she's not fucking Nancy Pelosi, you know what I mean? Or maybe they are. You will also become a political streamer. Go for it. I'm proud of you. I support you in your endeavors.
And this guy's not proud of maybe talking politics with her, you know, going through all
When they call him transphobic, well, let me see. Are they going to show the clip of him calling him transphobic? I think they do have a little. I mean, had internal transphobia, like when I was younger, like, or it's probably still to some extent. But isn't it's so weird that these White Claws don't have like the top of them aren't coded like this one is. Maybe they ran out of like red ink or something. I mean, it was a long. You're gonna want to watch. You want to watch the video of him talking about it because we can do that. Because I watched it. I don't feel like you did. I think you're projecting that you're the fan. You're just their fans, and you didn't watch the whole video of him talking about it. And you were not wanting to give any charity to him. I was a fan of them, like, and then like I was kind of noticing a trend, and then like this video, and then like I kept like watching them for a while, and then I was like kind of like, oh, I liked them, but I wish they weren't so like sexist.
The strategies or talking the future of voting, playing fucking Among Us.
So basically, he's a political fuckboy.
I don't want to watch that.
Yeah,
because it's like 2 hours, right?
He's a political fuckboy.
A political fuckboy? That's fine.
Have a more positive approach to dealing with issues.
Transphobic.
Okay. I gave you 0 reasons. I was showing you the fucking thumbnails of their channel, bro. And I was binge watching it. I mean, like, if you want me to go through and watch all of their videos, then sure, I can point out the trend. But I didn't come here, like, with that all set up and, like, a video editor ready to be talking about it. I'm telling you what I have observed. You're the one coming hot with, like, shitting on, Hassan for, like, no reason. As I said, I like their content generally. I just noticed a trend that I really didn't like. Because they have a little bit of a sexism mixed in with their, like, it's like an underlying issue that, like, I don't think that they are necessarily doing intentionally. Is the biggest hypocrite on Twitch. I feel like you're just saying that. You're not even spelling his name right.
Transphobic.
With how often this man yells the word transphobic.
Ranting as usual. We're on stream. What do you think we're doing here?
I just assumed he either had Tourette's or really wanted to fuck Sweet Anita. But it turns out
Hassan's relationship.
What? I don't get that. Is Sweet Anita a trans woman? Like that was the only person that they could think of? Looking extra lib today. Thank you. Verify. Who doesn't want to fuck Sweden though?
With the trans community is interesting.
Yeah, is that a transphobic? I don't. Who's Sweet Anita? I feel like I've heard that name before. Can somebody wait? Yeah, IKEA. He wants to fuck all of IKEA. He just want to rub his dick in between all of those cheeks of those couches. What do you mean? What did I do to my hair? It's always been like this. It's finally grown out to like fix my complete fucked up bangs. You see how short it is right here? I heard it. Wait, who is she? I'm afraid to look it up if she's like a sex worker. We're not afraid to look it up, but on stream, maybe. Can you guys just tell me? Completely fucked up. Oh, 100% I fucked up my bangs. But they're getting better. They're just gotta grow out a little bit more, and then I'll clean it up. And then you put it together, then you fuck it. I'm just imagining people like trying to make a shelf. Like a shelf of just like wood panels and just like sandwiching your dick in that. She isn't. What does she do? Why can't you guys tell me what she does? I'm asking you a very easy question and nobody's telling me. Why are you being so obtuse about it? You put a hole in it. Well, that would feel like that would chafe so fucking bad. Are you serious? You would need more your things. Tortoise? I'm triggered by the fact that you guys won't tell me who Sweet Anita is. On Twitch? Oh, like, so what does stuff have to do with... Why was it a trans joke? Is she a trans... You said no, she's not a trans woman, though. What? I'm trying to understand their jokes. I'm trying to break down the comedy here.
Yells the word transphobic. I just assumed he either had Tourette's or really wanted to fuck Sweet Anita.
He either had Tourette's. He was saying the word transphobic because he wanted to... Because he has Tourette's or he wants to... Is she transphobic? What is the relation between those two jokes? Or between those two, that is the joke. It's located in, oh my god, stop it, Kakashi. I'm trying to have you explain that. What do you mean skip? What do you mean? Why are you guys yelling at me? I'm just trying to figure out what the joke is. She is what? She is a trans woman. Oh, so that's the joke. Okay, so
what?
Kind of a transphobic joke, but not any more than it would be if it was a, you know, a sexist, like in terms of like if it was just like a woman. She isn't. Oh my god, you're making me so confused, Virgil. She's not. Okay, then I don't get the joke. What is the point? I don't get it. Is it oh my god. I'm so confused. Alright, fuck you guys. I'm looking it up. Sweet Anita, and I'm just gonna type in like trans or something, because I don't understand, like, argues against banning voice chat amid what? A trans rights activist who helped pave the oh, she's just a trans rights activist. Why is that a bad thing? Like what, she's like the only trans rights activist? Okay. I mean, go off, Queen. We love for you. I'm also transgender. Oh, trans rights. Jesus Christ, I can't fucking read. Pogs. Is a special ability. What's her ult? What's her moveset? Use chat GPT. Don't you have to pay for that? Yes. Translucent. It's some boys lingo here. Identify as invisible. The N-word ult? Oh, that's a yikesy. That's a yikesy on that one. Oh, why did I think it... Oh, am I thinking of the AI art bot that you have to pay for? I thought it... This is probably because it's stealing your data. I've never had a pee-pee in my butt, but if I bring one home by mistake, I would give it a shot. That's really, open-minded of you. Fuck my data. I'm stealing your data right now, actually. Alright.
It turns out
Hassan's relationship with the trans
Who
community
is this person?
is interesting. He once lost a trans-related debate, and people in his
He once lost a trans-related debate. Are they going to show that? I'm doubting they will.
community were rightfully upset with him because they felt like he made them look bad.
My issue as a trans person is the fact that you, a guy that isn't
Wait, a debate as in somebody in his chat said something?
super well versed on trans shit, brought on a known transphobe.
Guy that isn't super well on trans shit brought on. Okay, so that's okay. So this is already a dumb fucking argument to have. Like, that's really fucking stupid. Oh, like you don't have to be like completely like up to date on all of your trans lore to like be able to shit on somebody who's transphobic, because it's not fucking hard. Assuming that's where this is going.
Knowing he might bring up transphobic shit, you aren't exactly a Vosh at trans debates.
Fair.
Oh, Virgil, do I dare ask your opinion of Vosh? Or the rest of the chat's opinion on Vosh? I feel like we're gonna have an aneurysm here. Do I watch this on? Yeah, of course. It was a trans TikToker. Who gives a shit? What trans people can be dumb as shit if he was criticizing them? I don't know. What? What is your point? I do watch Hassan every once in a while. I watch him on YouTube, so I watch like his like clip channels, and I'm like subbed, so I like watch sometimes, but I don't like watch a lot of Twitch. Andrew Scholes is. That sounds familiar. So maybe you can look it up. Who's up? Oh, is that who that guy is? Is an American stand-up comedian, actor, television producer, and podcaster. Oh, okay, so he's just like a media guy. Gotcha. I do not know any of his work that I would be familiar with. You like him? What do you like about him? Is it his like stand-up? Like, what does he do the most? Like, that was a lot of different things. He's mostly a YouTuber. Okay, gotcha. With a trans TikToker live, and he was getting owned, so his trans community was like, you shouldn't do debates if you're not prepared. And he got mad and started banning them. There's chat. Okay.
Fair point. Let's see how humble his response is.
I hope.
Wait, so why is he talking? This is the chatter that, well, because is he mid debate? Because I don't know why he's like getting triggered at chat like mid debate. Seems like you probably should focus a little bit. And if I'm talking about debates, I don't think Hassan's necessarily very good at them. Like, if we're gonna have our debate, bro, I would definitely think that Vosh is way better at it. Yeah, he is an angry fuck. I'm an angry fuck too. Like, what do you mean? He's just a fucking live streamer. Oh my god, stop yelling at me, Virgil.
That the rest of your life is as horrible as
see
it
if it
is
triggers
every
me.
single day.
Mm.
Okay? There you go.
I think it's impossible to trigger me at this point. That's sort of like the jokes of that.
Suck my dick.
And I want
Got
to
him!
have a better, more positive approach to dealing with issues.
I despise you. I despise you more than anything else on the planet. You
You
are
don't think this is funny to see him get mad, though? That's the
fucking
fun
cancer.
part.
That's my ultimate goal, and I feel like I achieved that.
You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick. For the past 15 months, you've been able to fucking hide in these ranks.
You're
You
just gonna
catboy
leave me
fuck.
in.
You are just a trans person.
What is this? Okay. Cheetah, can you check that? Not that I don't trust you. I just don't. I wanna know what to expect. here.
Sorry, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's funny how it's always the
Oh my god, what do you mean? Type it in caps. You don't read it. That's not true. I read all of your messages. I know I understand it's a YouTube link, but I mean, how long am I supposed to watch? We're trying to get through this video. I can't even do this. 27. Yeah, right. That's true. It's like an hour-long stand-up comedian. Oh, okay. So it's actually like a real thing. All right, fine. 20. Why didn't you timestamp it at the right time? You gave me 2 minutes and 58. You timestamped it at a time, but not the right one. What? 23:30. Wait, does he say? Wait, no. If it was on YouTube, it can't get me in trouble, right? 23:30.
This is good that you said that.
You hit share.
I'm really glad
and
you
then
brought up Ted
do
Bundy
the
because I asked
timestamp.
my girl to play serial killer thing, and we watched 2 together. The first one we watched, I
I do love true crime.
turned off because it was the female serial killer, Eileen Wuornos. You know her?
Mhm.
Killed 3 people, which is like some
Mm-hmm.
affirmative action bullshit.
What?
3 people. You're not a serial killer. That's a DUI, sweetheart. Give it a rest. Okay?
I liked the idea of that joke, but I think the execution could have been a little bit better.
It's a recall on broccoli. 3 people.
A recall on broccoli? Like, what is that comparison? That's a really funny idea. I like
Mother
that
Teresa
idea.
killed more than 3 people, okay?
He's pretty mid, am I right?
Sit down. Next one she put on was Ted Bundy. And
Women do like true crime. It's true. It is a side effect of estrogen. I don't know.
he's the GOAT.
I do have thoughts on that though. Why though? Do you actually want to know why I think that is the case? I think because a lot of it is just a world that you have no expertise in, and you're taught your entire fucking life as like a woman that you're constantly like gonna get murdered, like every single time that you go out. And so it's kind of something that you're taught to be aware of, like be really hyper aware of, like seeing like red flags and stuff like that. So it is in some levels a like defensive thing. Like it's like kind of like how to, I mean, it doesn't really make sense to like in a one-to-one of what I'm saying, but if you can read into what I am saying, I think that is why. Because I mean, obviously I don't know, like it's not like I'm a psychologist or whatever, but I think that's where a lot of it comes from, where you are socially conditioned to constantly looking out for warning signs, to protect yourself and be hyper vigilant around things like that. So I think that's kind of where that starts at, and I think it individually like changes. Like it's a world that you're never gonna be in. Like I love like prison shows, for example. Like I love like the prison documentaries where they just film people in prison because it's a world I'm never gonna be in, that I assume. And a lot of these people I think are also like suburb like wine mom people who are just like assuming their husband's gonna kill them. And it's like drama. Trial. What I love more about true crime is not necessarily like the crime itself. It's the interviewing, like the tactics that the police use to get confessions and stuff like that, and also the court case. Like the court cases are like the most dramatic things ever. Live in a world where profiling and assumptions are wrong. Well, no, assumptions are not wrong inherently. But yeah.
He's the GOAT. He's the greatest serial killer of all time. It's undeniable. And I'll tell you why. It's not because he killed 50 women. That's easy. Anybody could do that. I could kill 50 women with a pair of Lululemon pants. That's light work.
What is the joke he's making? I don't know if this is like the autism acting up or what, but like, what the fuck is the joke? How is Lululemon yoga pants killing people? I don't understand this. Like, what is the joke? Is he just like naming things? Like, it kind of seems lazy. Like, he's just like naming things that are like vaguely related to like girly shit. Like, this is like guy appeal. Like, Lululemon is just like it's just like yoga pants. Like, what is the joke? Libs don't get. Well, I don't think you get it either. Explain it. What is funny about that? I mean, the idea he's talking about is funny, but I don't understand what this has to do with anything.
Hey, they're giving out free Lulus in the alley. Yeah. Just fucking.
So he's just saying to lure people in? Like, okay. Cause women like yoga pants. Okay, cool.
I play Whack-A-Megan for 30 minutes. I got 50 bodies. That's light. That's light. Come on.
It's just lazy. I get that. The Whack-A-Megan idea is like kind of funny, but like I don't know. It's not hitting.
Come on.
Yeah, men like women in yoga pants. True. I personally like yoga pants. I mean, making a joke about like maybe you're relating a joke about yoga pants and not being able to run away from you would be funnier.
The reason he's so prolific is because he killed 50 women driving a tan Volkswagen Beetle. I'm gonna say that again.
Why is that funny? That he's writing that he had a tan Volkswagen Beetle? Like, they're just laughing at nothing. Like, what's the joke?
Because that is impressive.
I'm actually very fun at parties.
He killed 50 women driving a tan...
You know heels were designed for men, right?
Volkswagen Beetle, okay? Some of y'all drive Teslas, can't get no pussy, dorks.
That is true. Teslas are for dorks. Elon simps.
The doors open by themselves, never a woman's legs, huh, you losers? Michael.
That's not even true. What the fuck?
Car's electric, so's your fleshlight, virgin. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, got him. The fucking virgin jokes. We're getting real up there. Is that Hassan?
I'm watching this documentary. I'm like, yo, thank God this motherfucker didn't drive a Porsche, bro.
I think, okay, so this is a hot take. This is a really, really hot take. Are you guys ready for it? Get your gloves for this. Get your oven mitts. I think that stand-up is just completely antiquated, like, kind of boomery content. I think it's a lot... We've kind of, like, culturally shifted to not necessarily... like, I mean, this might be a little bit of a personal thing. I don't know. But, like, I think the stand-up specials, like, especially with, like, the whole controversies that, you know, have arisen or whatever, I think, like, comedy, like, in a stand-up format is becoming less valuable of a person that would be considered a comedian. Like, I think it's way harder to do, like, a podcast, like a comedy podcast, than it is to, or not harder, but, like, it is more popular if you have a comedy podcast than if you just do, like, stand-up stuff. Like, maybe it's, like, a culture I don't really understand, but, I mean, this is a very hot take, and you can 100% disagree with it. That's why I'm bringing it up. But I do think that like, I was even watching a Bill Burr thing, and I think Bill Burr's a very funny person, and I think he's, like, really funny, especially in podcast format. But, like, his stand-up was just kind of, like, it just felt, like, antiquated. It felt antiquated, old, like, I don't know. Maybe this is just a me thing. He's a guy, brown guy with long hair, and here's this. No, because it was the same type of hair. Stop it, come on. with glasses. You seen Tim Towers stand-up special? It's on YouTube. I have not. I don't watch stand-up. So again, maybe it's like my like. This is my hot take. Yeah, I like Bill Burr. Yeah, he makes fun of stand-up. Yeah. Oh, I know. I think I've heard of the one you're talking about, Grey Walk, where he like knocks over like the thing, and then he just like acts like he's mad for a while. F is for family. I did not. Yeah, I heard about that one. Stand up, jump the shark. Yeah. Okay. This guy is racist and sexist.
We might not have any women left in America if he was driving a Porsche. A Porsche? Are you kidding me? Only reason I finished the documentary is because I need to know the pickup line he was using to get these women into.
I could tell you that it was actually easy to figure that out because it was the first thing. They would say that he needed help. He would fake having like an injury. So.
Tan Volkswagen Beetle.
So he's making fun of his car. That's like the joke. Like, come on. Like, you guys really think that's like the high level comedy here?
Valuable line. I might have a son one day, and I'm gonna give him that shit instead of a car.
Wait, what?
I get to the point in the documentary where they share the line. I will tell you guys the line tonight if you want me to tell you. Okay, on one condition, ladies, please control your pussies when I say this shit, please. I know how powerful this line is. Do a key.
I'm ready. I am completely cross-legged. It is. My legs are crossed. I'm ready.
Eagle, just lock your shit up, okay? So I don't want y'all soaking up and sliding off your fucking seats.
That's a funny joke. I am
Okay,
the
this is a
arbiter
problem,
of comedy.
all right? He would walk out of the worst car ever made.
Say that to the Pinto, am I right?
Walk up to a woman he's never met in his life.
Jokes.
And he goes,
He's not even gonna make a joke about Hitler designed it? Come on.
"Excuse me, miss. My car broke down."
I'm trying to like think of a joke that would be better about like relating serial killers to the fact that Hitler designed, because I made the same fucking joke, or I made that. I kind of did. I had kind of had the exact same experience, but I was watching it with Razor, and I was making a joke about. I made a joke about something related to that, where it was like Hitler made like the Volkswagen Bug or whatever, because that's what he had, and I can't remember what it was at this point, but I feel like that's a better way to get into that.
Do you think you could help me fix it?
Well, no, he would act like he was crippled. What do you mean? Is the joke that women just don't women know car? Women know nothing about car? That's what I'm saying with lazy jokes. It's just like when the sexism's the point, it's kind of like, I love a good sexist joke, don't get me wrong.
What I said to my girl was, "This is disgusting. The way he's taking advantage of their kindness and goodwill." What I felt burning inside of me was, these chicks deserve to die, okay? They had it coming. Can you fix my car?
That's not what he said, though. This guy clearly wasn't paying attention. That's what's more annoying about it. That's not what he fucking would say. He would ask for help moving shit into, like, literally Silence of the Lambs, like, use that as the reason why.
Ladies, you can't fix a car. You can't park a car. How the fuck are you gonna fix the...
Oh my god, boomer. Okay, are you guys fucking serious about this shit? This is boomer shit. This is a boomer joke, bro.
God.
Like, if he related it to, like, the fact that it was, like, the 60s, be like, I don't know, maybe that could be funny, but, like, that is a fucking boomer. Women be in the kitchen, women can't drive. Like, it's just, like, such a boomer joke. Like, if he was making, like, an irony, thing on this, like, I feel like that could be funny, but it just seems like lazy. Like, what is that other guy that, really like this? Oh yeah, I guess I don't know why I'm even still watching this, but I want to see what the rest of this segment is.
1970, I don't even think you were working yet. You definitely weren't mechanics.
This fucking retard doesn't understand that, like, women were working in, like, literally the mechanic industry in like World War II, my dude. That was like literally Rosie the River. Like, come on. You don't have to be like stupid at like have like low level like or just like lie, I guess, to make like jokes. Yeah.
Craziest part of that whole documentary they barely even touch on, and that
I
is
just want
of
to finish
all
this
the
true
women
crime
that Bundy
section.
fucked and killed,
So at
there
least
was
the title's accurate.
actually one woman that he fucked, didn't kill, kept fucking. And this chick gotta be walking around now like, damn. This pussy amazing, yo. This shit, wow. He killed you bitches? That's crazy. That's so different.
Am I like doing a war crime right now with the cringe at this point? Should we ban Kakashi for this? Kakashi, you did this to us.
That's so different. He made me breakfast. He made you dead, bitch? You better check your pH, sweetheart. Your shit was woofing. You had that woof, baby. I got that wop. Get it together. All right, hold on.
I love comedy backgrounds. They're always so fucking weird. Like stand-up backgrounds, like they just have like too much of like the budget or something. They're just like put on like random walls. It's always so strange to me. Like what is the decision process for like? Do you think they pick it?
Come on, guys. I got to speak to the people at home real quick.
Well, I am triggered by the fact that it's not funny. That's what I am triggered by. So you are not incorrect by saying that I am triggered by this.
Listen, I know a few things are different here, okay? The hair, I'm even married now.
Fucking loser. To a woman? Disgusting. What a cuck. Am I right? Alright, what did you think, Virgil? 12 minutes. Bill Burr,
No means no, that's another one. No means no. It's like, no, it doesn't. All right?
I like how he's constantly yelling. Alright!
Look!
Wait. Don't watch this at what did you link that? Wait, what did you link me this? What do you mean? Well, he's just Boston. I mean, it's like Razor's from New York, so his normal voice is just yelling. Oh, don't watch all of it. Okay, gotcha.
Look, no means no. No, that means no. All right, but no, stop it. What are you doing?
Why did that dog sound like... Oh, because I have the window open.
Oh my God. You're being so bad. Stop it. No. Yeah, that's not a fucking no. That means I want to do it, but I'm afraid you're going to judge me, so I'm just going to make it look like it was your idea so you don't figure out that I've already performed this act with 40 other fucking people. Right? But then you go to court and you get a bad read and there's some guy reading it.
I've had bangs the whole time. They've just been up.
Your Honor, she said no.
Trying to look more Asian.
What are you doing? You're being so bad. Yeah, and you're just sitting there like, she didn't fucking say it like that. She didn't say it like that.
Okay, Bill Burr's got like a weird like aesthetic where I feel like he's like a fat, like jacked dude, but he just like has like a very slim, normal body. But I mean, it seems like he's got big arms, I guess. Like he looks like he's like really fit, I guess. But it just I don't know why in my head he's got like fat guy energy. I don't know.
So, I'm sick of Obama's wife.
Who isn't?
Yeah. This
Did
isn't
he used
some
to be fat?
Republican
That makes sense.
rant either. It's just kind of first ladies in general. You know, I don't know what
fuck
it
those bitches.
is. All throughout my life, with each presidency, like these first ladies, they've just gotten more and more like chatty. You know, more and more chiming in, like leaning into the frame, spitting out their ideas. It's just like, well, why are you talking? Right? You weren't elected. Shut up.
Got it true, to be honest. I think the pressure that the first ladies have to do like random bullshit is really stupid. I agree with this take, to be honest. Like, why do you gotta be part, like, why is your spouse part of your job? I feel like that's actually kind of fucked. Like, in like a really, like, I don't understand the importance of that. It seems like they have like power for no reason. What's a major?
Your husband's not running a lemonade stand here. He's running the country. You don't just chime in. Let me guess. Is this considered
I mean, bedazzling your vagina is probably really bad for your pH balance, but you know, I'm sure somebody's done it.
sexist? It is? Why?
Yeah, I don't know if Mark was
Okay,
married
you just
either.
nodded there, lady. Let me ask you this, all right? Let's say you had a leak in your house, okay? You call a plumber up. He shows up, and he goes, yeah, I think the leak's coming from the upstairs
See, this is what I like about Bill Burr. At least most of his comedy is like coming from a place of like it makes sense. It's not just like this, like the joke just be like, oh, women bad. You know, that makes sense. Like he's playing with the idea that like he's like aware that some people will get mad at the idea. Like it's like a bait and switch where it's like, oh, are we gonna do a sexist joke? But then he's like saying things that are completely reasonable.
bathroom, we
What
need to
the
shut it
fuck?
up.
That
Blah, blah.
cheated, whatever
Then
the
all
fuck
of
he
a sudden his
posted,
wife
like,
walks in.
destroyed
Who isn't
my-
a plumber? And then goes, hey, you know, I'm actually thinking.
No, it's impossible.
Wouldn't you be like, with all due respect, shut the up? I need a plumber in this moment. I'll extend an olive branch here. All right, at some point, there's going to be the first female
Wait,
president.
do I need to stop watching this at some point? Like you said to not watch all of it. Like is it gonna get? Is it like does he say something bad that could get me like banned or some shit? Wait, you just want me to stop? Wait, then you just do it. If you're gonna give me a kick W, I don't know what you want. I was enjoying it. It's oh my god. What do we do? Watch that. Virgil, you're so adamant about like, no, stop. All right, we'll finish this set.
President, right? Exactly.
Oh, what's up, Johnny?
Which means at that moment,
Did you just come in?
you're going to
I'm
have
sorry, I
the
didn't say you
first
were there.
male first lady,
Stop it.
right? And when that happens, that dude needs to shut his trap. I don't want to hear a word out of him.
True.
I want to hear from the president. You,
Bro.
sir, go do some first lady stuff, all right?
That's the edgy leftist that I am.
Go get yourself some gloves that go up to your elbows. Smile and nod during speeches. Go put your own flair.
Make sure that you're in charge of decorating the fucking White House during Christmas for some reason. That's why I do. The only thing I really respect Melania Trump for is who the fuck gives a was like the thing that she said. Who the fuck gives a cares about Christmas or something like that.
Decorating the White House.
I love that for
Right.
her.
Which
She's like, bitch, I was a model that just married a rich dude for the fucking clout, bro. I don't want to have to fucking deal with this shit.
to Michelle Obama, right? Now she's sitting there holding up those hashtags. Remember that hashtag, bring back our girls? Remember that?
No. No? What the fuck was that hashtag? Bring back our girls? Timeline. I don't know why. What we know about the missing what the fuck? Maybe he explains it, but I feel like I've never heard of this. Oh, it's about abductions? I see. So it's probably something that's actually serious. He's gonna make a joke about it. Got it.
Blew my mind. It's like, why are you showing me that?
Who gives a fuck about Christmas stuff? Yeah, exactly.
I'm a stand-up comedian. Like, what am I gonna do
50 plus.
to get those girls back? Why don't you look across the dinner table? It's like, you see that guy? That is the leader of the free world. Tell him to pick up a phone, call some Navy SEALs and solve it. What am I gonna do? Show up with a sharpened mic stand? Hey, Michelle said to bring him back. So let's talk white women here, shall we? Let's talk white women. White women, you're amazing.
I do love shitting on white women. It's my favorite thing. That's where I lean into the thing where I'm not white. I am half Japanese, so I'm just white coated. That's why I'm like really leaning into the Asian hair puffs.
Accomplishments over the last few years. I got to tell you, the way white women.
How does he always sound the same no matter what microphone he's using? He makes the microphone have like a really crazy like bass.
How hijack
Yeah,
the woke movement?
yeah, basically.
Generals around the world should be analyzing this. Just to refresh your memory, the woke movement was supposed to be about people of color not getting opportunities, the at-bats that they
Oh no, this is gonna be about it. It is on SNL, it seems, so.
deserved, finally making that happen. And it was about that for about 8 seconds. And then somehow, white women swung their Gucci-booted feet over the fence of oppression and stuck themselves at the front of the line. I don't know how they did it. I've never heard so much complaining in my life from white women.
That is true. White women do love complaining.
With
You're an
my
evening
SUV
walk.
and my
Be
heated
safe.
seats. You have no idea what it's like to
I mean, this is not. It's not really it, to be honest.
be me. Trash and white guys. The nerve. Where's the camera? The nerve of you white women. Listen, I don't want to speak ill of my bitches here, okay? I don't. But let's go back in history here.
That's funny.
Okay? You guys stood by us toxic white males through centuries of our crimes against humanity. You rolled around in the blood money, and occasionally when you wanted to sneak off and hook up with a black dude, if you got caught, you said it wasn't consensual. Yeah, that's what you did. That's what you did. So why don't you shut up, sit down next to me, and take your talking to?
This could have been better. It's just kind of like a little bit of a. That's mid. But let's be real. Why are you going to use your best material for SNL? Come on.
Compatible with them.
Oh my god, this is young him?
You know what I mean?
We have to just watch this
Doesn't it
just for the
feel that-
intros.
Like women have like too much energy for me. You know what I mean? Like you can't have
Okay, this might be some boomer shit. I'm thinking this might be some boomer shit.
a day off when you have
Well,
a
he was
girlfriend.
thin when
You
he
know
was
what I'm
still
saying?
like older.
It's almost like they see that open day. They're like, oh my god, let's go fill it up with shit.
Okay, so
No, then they just come at you with one horrible idea after another. Horrible ideas. Like, you want to make some sandwiches and go to the park? You want to go...
Literally. Okay. I've been in many a relationship over my extensive life. I know I look like I'm like 12, but but that's the Japanese talking, or displaying, I guess. But in my experience, this show makes sense because guys have done this to me. Literally that exact thing. And I'm not the one doing it.
Go to the container store, get some containers for your...
Literally, Razor asked me to do this. Not the container store, but like to go like shopping for like furniture. And I'm like, I don't want to do that.
T-shirts? This is the worst one. Ever get this one? You want to go to brunch? You want to go to brunch on Sunday?
Dude, I wish someone would invite me to brunch. What do you mean? How am I throwing one of the butts? He literally says it. Like, what is I trying to make him look bad? I'm just saying, like, my point of this is that it's not mutually exclusive to being a feminine or masculine thing. It's just sometimes people want, like the shit that they like. They like the fucking container store or whatever. I just saying I don't like it, so I'm just saying, like, that's, like, my counterpoint to this, is that it's just, like, it happens, dude. I think it's more of there's one personality, like, in a lot of relationships, there's, like, one of the people in the relationship that is more, that is maybe a little bit more, I don't know, not necessarily active, but, like, more... I actually don't even know what the fuck word I was trying to say. But I don't like leaving the house and like doing shit unless we have like plans to like do some like something fun. But like going shopping is not fun for me. Getting really drunk and going shopping is really fun, but that's like a once in a while thing. But in general, like I have like the same like trauma that I think a lot of people have, where they're like at the store with their mom. And, like, they have absolutely no interest in being there. And they're like, God damn it, I just want to fucking home and play video games or, like, do literally anything else. But you're stuck sitting there waiting for your mom and you're just wanting to, like, just slowly, like, find enough clothes to bury yourself in a tomb where you don't have to deal with it anymore. This isn't really... Well, it wasn't supposed to be this, but the chat fucking... Okay, I did what you guys
Inside,
do.
you're like, fucking no!
And now I'm on this. Okay, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We gotta...
Keep them happy.
Razor said that he was gonna stay up late tonight, so we got a lot of time together, so we'll get to the true crime. Don't go anywhere.
So what do? You agree?
Shopping
like,
is
yeah,
fun.
Let's go to brunch.
gross.
What a great idea.
Why? I mean, it's not
Why
fun if
would
you're
you
not
wanna
invested.
sleep in on a Sunday when you can go pay $18 for eggs? Now you're thinking. Now you're thinking. Then we can sit around and listen to your friends have moronic conversations about the eggs, like, is that pesto? Is that pesto in your omelet?
In Davos.
Oh, it's just.
I mean, the Davos summit is it's like kind of like a nothing. Like, what do you mean? What happened? Which event at Davos are you referring to? It's just a dumbass summit where dumbass assholes like Krista Cinema showed how much she's a simp for corporations, dude. It's just like capitalism central. Like, I don't feel like there's like an actual event. Razer ETX, dude, bruh. The earthquake in New York or the earthquake in Turkey. It was gonna. I have a thing on that, but I feel like it was gonna be Hassan reacting to it, so I feel like I might trigger you guys too much. Lizzie can Hassan pill you guys. Her name is Kristen Cinema. Yeah, she is a Democrat that is just complete corporate piece of shit. And her and Joe Manchin are like, they're just the worst. They're the worst Democrats. If you can believe that, am I right? You don't dislike Hassan, but I also quit watching him. That's fine.
Asparagus! It's asparagus! I thought it was pesto!
Oh, is your family good? Yeah, I was actually thinking about that earlier when I saw it, Virgil. Because I know that it was like a huge deal. We can look into that after we finish this. Cinnabon? No, Cinema. I think it's with an S. I think it's cinema with an S, but it's spelled like the kind of the same way that you had it there.
Oh, you just want to
We're
flip
good?
the whole
That's good.
fucking table over?
Oh my god, affected the most, yeah. Yeah, that's always how it is, right?
Horrendous!
Oh my god, stop.
I'm trying to learn to pick my...
What do you mean, how the fuck did Building 7 fall? I'm so sick of this dumb bullshit. Can you, think for more than 5 seconds how, oh, maybe if, a building falls right next to it, that, and the rubble is going... Where's it gonna go? Where's the rubble gonna go if a building falls? It implodes inward, generally, and then where does it go after that? Oh, directly out? Oh, so maybe another building might have structural issues and also the vibrations on the fucking ground that comes from a building falling. Keep coping. Keep fucking lying to yourself, bro. The facts are on my side, idiot.
Battles when I date girls. I usually argue with
For
women all the
retards,
time.
no
man. Stupid
offense.
like that.
True, but it's important. The retards control the country when it comes to politics, so it is something to be important to pay attention to.
Like, I dated this girl one time. She was really into women's issues.
What's up, Retro?
So we used to always have these
God.
dumbass arguments. Like one time she came up to me, she goes, "Okay, explain this to me, Bill. Why does
I honestly think he looks better bald, and obviously this is a bias for me just knowing that he's bald, but I feel like the hair just it's kind of unnecessary. It's like an unnecessary accessory. Yeah, I think he looks good. Of all the balds in the world, he's definitely one that I think he's got a good head shape, and I think he's got a big enough head where the hair just looks a little bit too much.
a guy make more an hour to do the exact...
Sorry. It's just a daytime soap opera. Okay, but it changes your life. A daytime soap opera doesn't fucking actually impact your life, my dude. That is, if you're talking about cope responses, that's a cope response. If you guys don't want to be involved in literally everything is political, dude. I don't know why people just bury their heads in the sand when it comes to politics. If you don't understand it, that's fine. There's ways to be informed better about it. And I know it's really complicated, but you can get an understanding of it to at least, participate. And I find it fun, personally. Because then you get to argue with people who are wrong. If you're a leftist, bro, oh my god, you don't even have to be that fucking smart, dude. You're just correct because the facts are on your side. So you get to fucking dunk on righties all the time. Why do you think I love hanging on the Zerka Discord? I love the conflict. It's fun for me because a lot of the people that are on the right don't give a shit about what they're talking about. especially like the online, right? They don't actually give a shit, or they're misinformed, or it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not really trying to change their minds. It's just kind of fun to argue with them, I think.
Same job, huh? I go, I'll tell you why. Because in the unlikely event that we're both on a Titanic and it starts to sink, for some fucked up reason, you get to leave with the kids and I have to stay.
I thought the same thing. Again, another hot take I have. If as long as we have the draft, women should have to be part of it. We shouldn't have the draft to begin with, but fuck it. I don't see why not.
Yeah, that's why I get the $1 more an hour. No, think about it. If there's a house fire, it's always women and children first. I got to stand there with like the back of my shirt on fire going, let's go, people, let's go, let's go. So that's how I look at it. No, it's a $1 an hour surcharge.
Well, I mean, I think the reason why a lot of people tend to avoid, I'm not saying that you're doing this, but like tend to avoid talking about politics is that your political views tend to be, like, it is a little bit team sportsy in some ways, especially it depends where, you know, what social situation you're in. But like I think like sometimes people will just like dunk on you, like how I get so much shit for being a lib, which I am not. I am a progressive social democrat, but you know, it is what it is, and that's fine. But like I think a lot of people just like don't want to stand out because then you have to defend your points. Like having a stand, like actually caring about something is kind of caring's kind of cringe, but you know, somebody's gonna do it, you know. If I identify as right, you can't tell me I'm wrong or that's mental abuse. Okay, well you can be fucking retarded if you want to be, but that's not my problem. You identify as right, then you are a right. Are you trying to make like an anti-trans joke with that? Because that's fucking weak as shit, bro. Come back with something better. If you identify as right, you're just right, like right leaning, obviously. Like I assume that's what you mean by it when you say right, but not like correct. The fuck? Retards isn't people that are like, what do you mean? Like I'm not like, I don't think anyone is ever in like, okay, let me rephrase that. Nobody fucking thinks of mentally handicapped people when you say retard, and you fucking know that. What they do think is like the same thing as the word stupid. If I said the word stupid or said the word retard, that is obviously the same meaning. So if you're gonna get mad at one and not the other, that's kind of fucking retarded, if I'm being honest. With the attack yeah, come back with the attack helicopter joke. We are going back to 2007 with our 9/11 conspiracy, so you're a liberal. Shut the fuck up. I don't think you even know what that is, or or you don't know my policies. I don't know. Whatever.
That if something fucked up happens, either I can't leave or I gotta like get in the
7-Eleven
way
was a
of it to
part-time.
give you a head start. Like rabbit dog, run, honey. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. You hear a bump in the night, I gotta go check it out. Like, yes, he does have a knife. Anytime there's a hostage situation, who do they negotiate for first? Well, at least let the women and children go. Well, what about me?
See, this is still okay. So, like, I don't know if you guys know this, but Bill Burr is incredibly political. Like, a lot of his like stand-up is very like leftist focused because this is a critique of the, or not leftist like intentionally leftist, but it is a political critique of like the sexism of, what do they call it, like the racism of low expectations. It's kind of like the same thing. Where you kind of like assume that like you infantilize like women as a concept, like being like, well, but they're fucking grown ass adults, so the fuck do they get like basic privileges, or like, or not basic privileges. Jesus Christ, the fuck did I just say? Like, okay, Hey, Jesus, you want to go out? What the fuck? Unplug my headphones. Just privileges in general, not basic privileges. Central leftist, yeah. I don't think he's particularly. Did you see that? Like piece of dog hair. Like particularly involved, but it definitely comes from a leftist perspective, or a progressive one at least. If those aren't, the same in your head or whatever. Most politicians are on the same side. Well, yeah, like it established. Democrats are pieces of shit. Like I fucking hate Nancy Pelosi. Why do I vote for you audit the federal I'm not doing that. You guys gonna start saying I work for the CIA or something? Well, our friend Kakashi is in we're recruiting him next, so. That was the name, right? I'm scrolling back up. Yeah, Kakashi. He's also part of the CIA. He's a coworker. Hogwarts Legacy, I haven't played it, but Razor's playing it, so. Anyways, let's say. Oh my god, stop calling the ADHD shit.
Bullets hurt me too. Why the fuck do I gotta stay in the vault?
That's what I'm saying. I think it's kind of stupid that you don't gotta like teamwork it. Like if somebody broke into the house, like I keep a bow next to my bed just because I just shoot it for like fun, and it's like it is a weapon. I could kill somebody with it, so I'd have like we'd tag team. You get like the Razor would get the flashlight, I'd get the bow. If somebody like broke in, or I'd give them an arrow because they are sharp. I can show you. If you stab somebody with this, you could 100% kill them. With enough strength. I've gotten pretty good with it at short range, because, whatever. In GTA, oh yeah, of course, in GTA 5, no pixel roleplay specifically. They send the women here and lock the dudes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what made me think about like the draft. Like I think that you shouldn't that's so stupid to just have half of your country doing that. Like okay, so this is my like 5-head take, right? If you are wanting people to draft dodge, but you want to get the numbers up in terms of your population, just say that you can get away. You want to draft women, right, too, as well. And you can get out of it by being pregnant. So you get those numbers up. It's my 5-head Russia take. Or, like, if I was, afraid of getting murdered by Putin and I worked in, like, the Russian government, that would be my suggestion. Was originally an economic movement. Okay, everything was originally another thing when we're talking about just like words. A social permissive movement. Yeah, generally. So China said, I don't think they've. When I think of China, I don't think of the military for some reason. Tim Dillon's new podcast. I'm not gonna watch a fucking full podcast, bro. We're 8 minutes into this video and it's been like an hour and a half. Treat them like shit. Ellen? Huh? What were we talking about? Ellen? Co-opted and incorporated into the status quo propaganda like Tea Party. What, progressivism? I don't think that progressivism is inherently, like, by definition, not a status quo thing, if you mean by the modern interpretation of it. You suck, Major. Got him.
No, that's my point, man. Where are all the feminists in those situations? You know what I mean? You can't find them.
See, yeah, this is some dated humor, but the idea is funny.
There are no feminists in a house fire. That's a guarantee. You could take the most hardcore feminist, some chick right in your face, like, he's chauvinistic son of a bitch. Little short.
I think, Amy, not Amy, Jesus Christ, what's her name? her stand-up set was called like Tiger Baby, and it's like bitching about feminism, like as like a woman because she's just because of like the not feminism, but like stay-at-home women because of the perks of like having your own bathroom at home and like being able to have like massive disgusting shits and not. I mean, it's like it's one of those debate jokes where it's like oh god, is it gonna be like the lazy, the lazy woman joke, but it's like more in depth and it is actually very funny. Like, because when you're making a joke about something, you have to understand it first. And that's what I think is the problem with the one that we watched before. That guy clearly did not understand the humor that he was trying to make fun of. Like, this is even a thing when it comes to trans issues. Like, when you make fun of trans people, you have to understand the trans culture and the trans people, like, to even, like, be able to make a funny joke. Like, if it's, oh, trans weird, or gay weird, or, like, women weird, like, if you don't understand the dynamic in like a sociological like perspective, like I mean you don't have to like be like super complicated into it, but like then it's just gonna be like the glue just like tried to glue my eye closed. You see that? Then it's just gonna be just kind of like a lazy joke, like literally.
Little haircut, the whole 9 yards, right?
I don't think DeSantis will be.
Second those flames
I
break
can't
out,
imagine
she's
that'll
gonna
happen.
twist those little hairs into pigtails. No, I'm just a girl. I want to go play jump rope.
The pixie
And
cat
leave you
having
standing in a burning house like you're not flammable.
No, I think DeSantis is way more harmful than Trump because Trump cannot be controlled by the GOP. DeSantis can. And Trump is dangerous in his own right, but it's like a third party faction. Like instead of like having a house like together or a party together, like there's a lot of infighting that's happening in the Republican Party right now, and I am here for it. I am so fucking here for it. Finally. Finally, the right has to have that moment because the left is constantly infighting. That is like our favorite thing.
But I'm not a dick though. I'm not saying I think a woman should make $1 less an hour to do the same job. All I'm saying is if you're gonna make what I make when the boat sinks, you better be standing right there next to me, listen to that guy.
I'm with you. I stand for that too. I'm there with you. I should not get any special privileges. I don't want them. Fuck it.
Play the cello, then you get the corner office. You get all the benefits or whatever.
Won't let Trump get far. I don't know. I'm here for it though.
I was going back and forth with somebody this morning, an East Coast friend of mine.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't make sense for DeSantis to run if like all he has to do is like wait another year. Like Trump's an old bitch. Like DeSantis is really young. He's like in his 40s. Like DeSantis has plenty of time, but there is also like a critique of right now because everyone's so anti-Trump. Like this is kind of like everyone's like for some reason hyping it. Like have you ever heard DeSantis talk? He's fucking boring as fuck. Like he has like absolutely no charisma. He's fucking ridiculous with like his rhetoric. He's just boring. He's an incredibly boring guy. Like I barely even like remember what he looks like. Like if I had to draw a picture of DeSantis here, let's see if I can do it. This is how I feel like I would. What the fuck? I imagine like a blue suit. So we have the suit. I'm doing this with my mouse, so don't critique me too much. It's got like the average like suit thing going on. Oh wait, hold on. Let's more like this. Yeah, he's got his fucking big ass titties out. This fucking whore, right? And then he just I probably should have wait here. We'll just move it. We'll move it down. He's got his blue suit, right? What the fuck is it? Is this different? Okay. Then you just got like basic ass face. He's got like the like annoying or the like the basic ass oh no, I'm not using the brush. Brown hair, right? Maybe a little bit darker than that. Fuck it. He's got black hair. Whatever. And then just, I don't know, 2 eyes, just normal ass circles. What the fuck? Oh, I'm on the eraser still. And then he's got his, like, I don't know, his, like, red tie or some shit. I guess that'd be too Trumpy. And his tie. This is what I think of when I think of Ron DeSantis. I think of this. I just think of, like, this boring ass, like, super lame guy who's just got his, like, blue suit with this tie and has no personality. But if we're drawing Trump, you know, you got, like, the yellow hair kind of thing going on here. And then you get, like, the orange face. And then the red tie. I feel like you already know what I'm drawing without me even saying it. Like, you know, I'm doing this, and you already know who the fuck I'm talking about when I draw it like this. Kabbalah to the stream? I don't... What, you want me to draw it? What do you mean? That's Johnny Bravo. But you know what I'm talking about. Once you get the red tie and the suit, you know who I'm talking about. You know who this is. You don't know who this is. And that's what we call branding. It was just... The third party. There's no fucking way he would ever do a third party thing. Third parties, I think, are silly.
Who I hadn't talked to in a while. How you enjoy being a dad and blah, 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 blah. And then she hits me up with the whole, hey, I'm turning 50 this year. I am not happy about it. I said, yeah, I turned 50 last year. She goes, how was turning 50 for you? You know, she goes, you're
Bush
a
was
guy,
also
you probably
boring.
don't care. It's
Well,
much harder
Bush
for a
actually
woman to
had some fun goofs, which depends which one you're talking about. His dad, older Bush Sr., I guess, he actually was in charge of he was the head of the CIA or the FBI, so you know he did some crazy shit, but the young Bush was kind of just like a goof.
Especially
His
with
CIA,
our
yeah.
careers. Oh, did I have fun with that?
He fucking dodged that shoe like a pro, though. Bush shoe dodge. I feel like I've looked this up before. Oh, here it is. This is like the best thing the only good thing that he's ever done. Ooh, dodge that shit. I like how he's like laughing about it too. He's like, I'm alright. That's kind of a Giga Chad move right there. That was a Giga Chad move. Like, look at that. We gotta run that back again. Slow motion. I wasn't you last time I checked, but I haven't updated the software yet. That was a good ass dodge, bro. You gotta admit, that was a good ass dodge. That guy really didn't try very hard. Well, yeah, he was probably in Iraq and having an Iraqi fucking throw shoes at him. It's not like he didn't deserve it, but I'm just saying. It was a good dodge. Is there more or is that it? That's it, okay.
You know? I just wrote back,
A new Bill Clinton? Why the fuck would we want Bill Clinton? Nobody wants the Clintons. Like, you know Hillary was insanely unpopular. I didn't even vote for her.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Fuck that bitch.
You know what I mean? White women complaining is one of the funniest. It's like you got a fucking house and a beautiful family. What is the fucking? It's so much.
Okay, so again, this is like coded to be like a sexist joke, but it's more of a classist joke. Which is the brilliance of fucking Bill. I almost called him Bill Maher. Jesus fucking Christ. I would never compare those two. That is a affront against anything that has to do with him. God, Bill Maher is, oh God, I don't know if you see any of his stuff recently. I've only seen bits and pieces, but it's like, it's so like insanely like boomer cringe that, again, it's like a war crime. 2-hour pizza. What does that mean? I don't know. That she is out of touch and doesn't understand how long pizza takes to make.
Harder for me. You're gonna outlive me by 6 to 8
He only
years.
makes fun of white women.
So me.
His wife's black. Okay, whatever. Well, no, I think white women are just an easy target. It's just like white dudes. Like, a lot of, like, the fun aspect of comedy is punching up. Like, you don't want to make fun of people who are, like, getting genocided. Like, look at these losers. Like, I mean, that's a very dramatic example, but I'm just saying, like, the humor comes from, like, making fun of the elite who don't have, like, who do have, like, decent lives and are not, like, suffering every single fucking day because it's more lighthearted, obviously.
Me turning 50 is like me turning like 56, 57, 58. You don't hear me complaining, you know? You never hear me complain on this podcast. This is nothing but positivity, rainbows, and fucking unicorns.
You spying on me?
Yeah.
Rage is creepily, like, looking around the corner. Just like, because it was a tiny sliver of the door. It looked like you were like trying to spy at me.
Yeah, I love that shit. It's harder for.
Can you make fun of earthquakes?
To go
Sure.
to the gym. It's harder for us to lose weight. Well, then fucking work harder. You know, everybody's
He wasn't
different.
out, so
Oh, is
no.
that where it's harder? You know what's harder for me? Trying to get some woman to pay the cover charge and buy me.
I mean, I don't know what the I mean, you can't make a joke about like the people that were impacted by it, but you can make a joke about the earthquake itself. I don't really know which one would be good, but
drinks. You know, it's harder for me. Divorce court. Living you. I mean, it balances out, ladies. Getting child support. Yeah, that's harder for me because I'll be the one paying it. Then all of a sudden it costs $900,000 a month to raise a fucking 2-year-old, right? I just don't understand the constant complaining by white women. Okay, you're white. You live in America. Shut up. Okay, wait till the other problems are solved, and then we'll get to you. You're at
this is a little bit too libby for my taste.
the meat counter. Your number isn't up yet. Wait,
What the fuck goes to a meat counter?
turn. All right, wait your turn, Abigail. Do you know how much harder? It's so much easier for you to go to jail. It's not easier. Men's
Did you not finish your what?
lives are harder because we have to live with you guys.
Got him.
Oh man, I want to become friends with a lesbian couple, and I want to like be friends with like the chick in the relationship that's got to handle more of the dude shit. You know, because you know opposites attract, and I would think even like in the lesbian community, there's going to be somebody who's
And this sounds like a podcast riff. So
out there swinging the axe, getting the fucking firewood. Well,
literally, it should be teamwork, bro.
the other one's in there making the muffins. That's the lesbian I want to talk
Union 1 trillion annual salary. Well, how the fuck am I gonna have that?
to. Right,
I'm not making any money off of this shit. Why would you be making any money off? Do better. If we start making money, I'll pay you fucks. I'm not joking. I'll give you guys a little present if you can actually make it more profitable, but it's not at the moment.
my podcast, please. You know, I want to know if those lesbians on
I
average
don't
die
know enough
sooner
about Norm Macdonald.
than the dainty lesbian. You know,
Donate your shares.
the lesbian who's got to.
Well, I mean, if I don't have the money, I don't have the money. Like, that would be a good story, though. Let's get another Dick Sardo article instead of me falling out of a chair. It'll be this streamer's this 17 viewer Andy, or I don't know where we're at. Mods. You guys would get so much fucking hate for that. Against their streamer. I could see the article, like no joke. Oh my god, we were gonna watch this one. Fuck. Alright, we're about to talk about Hassan, because that's what everyone likes to talk about. Because Virgil, I got a bone to pick with
People
you.
who are like really left leaning or woke who be like, you're trans, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Let me, a cis person, tell you.
So the irony is that exact joke is the opposite. In like, it doesn't, even if you're fucking trans, doesn't mean that you have an in-depth like all of a sudden you like have a knowledge of every single like trans issue or political like leaning, like like every bill that is like anti-trans happening just because you're trans. Like, no, that's so stupid. Like, think. Yeah, like you like you don't like understand trans issues like across the board as like having a deep like knowledge of every sort of like trans theory and all writings about trans people just because you're trans. You identify as trans and your experiences are obviously going. What the fuck, dogs? Stop being anti-trans. And your experiences are like obviously going to be different than a cis person, but somebody who's like studied and like been in like the environment and culture, and like obviously keeps up with the news and stuff like that. Like, yes, they do have a reason to have a voice. Holy shit! Did you hear that? What the fuck, man? That's what I sound like when I'm in the morning.
You don't know your own.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like he's a white
ACAP.
You're just a trans person.
He's a white.
Yes, you are just a trans person. You think trans people want to be fucking special all the time? Like, not any more than I think the average person does. Like, I don't think a trans person generally wants to like be seen as trans all the time. Like a trans activist or a trans online like advocate, you could see maybe in that way. But I'm saying like the average trans person, I don't think they want to constantly remind people of that, like the fact that they're like trans. They want to like, obviously they want to be seen as whatever they identify as, in their gender or whatever. Like this is what pissed me off. It's a fundamental misunderstanding, Virgil.
Woman version.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's doing what women do. No, let me talk. Racist. You see what's going on here? That's suffering. Yeah. That's the face of someone. That's what he does.
He does remind me of the white women who try to educate me on race. I'm like, Karen, no thank you.
I'm good.
I didn't ask.
I'm good.
Yeah, all right. No white women can ever talk about race. You hear to hear. I know it's not what I think they mean, but it's the same general logic. It's still silly. Like, okay. Obviously, having an experience as a black person, like, you obviously have a different one than the average white person. No shit. You were correct on that, I have no notes on that one, but it's just like, it's kind of the same exclusatory language. It's like, oh yeah, you ain't black, you can't talk about black shit. It's like, why, like, what are you? It's worrisome because like the way that it can, not worrisome. It sounds silly, but like it leads to a certain like mindset that it's not different than white people saying that black people can't talk about stuff about white people, which I think that we would all agree is like we interact with each other. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I didn't broach this topic. No, but you don't understand just how much I want your black penis. Ma'am, shut up. Nobody asked you, and we ain't giving it to you.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye?
Why are they bringing this up? It's like they literally just heard about Hassan and like they didn't realize that like he gets so much shit all the time. You think white people are racist, but didn't black kings enslave black people? Yeah, I mean we've been enslaving each other left and right like for the history of like humanity. Some would say that domestic life, when it comes to women, were enslaved as well, but we're not trying to get into that because that just muddies the water. But you know what I'm talking about. And I'm not trying to reduce any of the, like, fucking chattel slavery was one of the worst things that ever happened to, like the humanity as, like a whole, you know? I never want you to actually pay me. I would like to pay you guys, like, if I could, but I don't have the funds, so. Glad you're just enjoying the time being here or whatever. Debunk transgender in like 2 minutes. I feel like you said that before, and what you said was something really silly, but go for it. In 2 minutes? Doesn't like it's gonna take you that long to type, or you want to talk to me?
Get some Mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier.
Wait, what are these numbers counting? He said Mujahideen, and the number went up. And thought this was as many times he would say transphobic. Or is that the joke? Maybe, I don't know.
Eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking
Wait, it went up after he said isn't?
dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole
Of Snake, yeah, he does. Dan Crenshaw, I think. See, that's funny. That's funny.
That was positivity right there.
Hey, listen.
He wasn't trying to be
As crazy as that
positive.
comment is,
What, his son, like, thinks that he's positive? Like, these guys have, like, no fundamental understanding of, like, what he, like, they're, like, kind of, like, really, like, strawmanning it, where it's just, like, that's positivity. He never fucking said he was positive. Like, what does he think, like, every leftist has to be, like, a fucking, rainbow unicorns, whatever we said earlier, you know? Like, what? Well, okay, the joke that he was making right there about the Mujahideen is, well, the Mujahideen are not ISIS. It was just a kind of a earlier stepping stone that I think some people did transition into ISIS. It was like an extremist group. But we used to be allied with them. Like, I think it's a reference to Rocky, one of the Rocky movies, I think, where they dedicated the movie to brave Mujahideen soldiers fighting against, speaking of Sylvester Stallone, like, because we wanted to, because, you know, CIA was really popping off in the 80s, bro. We were, like, very effective at completely fucking every part of this country, or it's not country, I mean that too, but this fucking world, you know, destabilizing places left and right, bro. Dude, like, I am not surprised that people fucking hate America. You know, like, I get it. We've done some fucked up shit, bro. Like, a lot of fucked up shit. Especially in the 80s, like, with the CIA, oh my god, they were doing so much crazy shit, dude. Any prisoner fights for their country. Right. Gender is the social construct role of men and women. It's a social construct just in general. Lesbian can be masculine, sure. And she is still a woman. Biological males who identify as women are not transgender. They are transsexual. No, okay, transsexual typically relates to... Wait, is that... It took you 2 minutes to write that? I feel like that's not a long sentence. But... Not that 2 minutes is a long time. It was just... I was expecting like a paragraph. Worse than Nazis? Fuck no. We're not genociding people, like, in the same direct way. We have done fucked up shit, like, that has helped other things, like, people have positions of power that have contributed to that. We're not worse than the Nazis. I mean, the problem is also that we do have Nazis, but every country has Nazis. Let's be real here. It's called abortion. How is abortion fucking Nazi genocide? Like, what do you mean? Like, there's a systematic way that people are, like, getting forced into getting abortions. Are you fucking retarded? The Nazis would have aborted you then, bitch. Oh my god, I shouldn't have said that. That was me, I'm sorry. I went a little goblin mode there. Oh, 93, let's go. We're, like, almost the same age. Killed more than 6 million people. What, in the history of its entire existence? Is that what you mean? Is that what we make our metrics of who is a Nazi or not? Like, what? or who's worse is how many people that have like died. If we're talking about like warfare, like the Nazis killed them for absolutely no fucking reason. I mean, genocides in general are completely, like, for one, ineffective, let's be real here, and stupid and cruel and just mean. Like, literally, like, as simple as you can say it, it's just a fucking bullshit, like, I'm an asshole and hate everyone, and I, like, if we're talking about things that are, like, satanic, that's what a fucking genocide is. Like, if you really don't have that much respect for, like, your fellow person, I don't know, like, how you could even, like live, you know? And the only reason that genocides take place is because of a fucking authoritarian government. Like, they don't take places in, like, actual, like, democracies because there's obviously then voices that can go against it. I mean, I'm not saying they never have. I'm just, you know what I'm trying to say. You don't respond to me at all? I've been fucking talking. I literally read what you said. What are you talking about? I did counter. Did you fucking like lag or some shit? What do you mean? I literally said like transsexual typically relates to like having like an actual like bottom surgery and shit like that. Okay, but because you didn't say anything, you just said like, okay, gender is socially constructed. Okay, fine, that is true. A lesbian can... Okay, you're talking... You're also, like, why are you talking about a lesbian? You're talking about gender here. A lesbian can be masculine? Why the fuck are you bringing in sexuality to this? That has nothing to do with being trans, bro. I mean, she's a woman if she identifies as a woman because... You know why? Because it's socially constructed. Like, what are you talking about? Biological males who identify as women are not transgender, they're transsexual? That is not true at all. They're transgender because... Okay, like, this is, like, so disconnected. Gender is the socially constructed part. Sex is the part that... The term transsexual is more complicated than I feel, like, confident to get into of, like, the history, etc., etc. Typically... Like, it's like transmedicalism, and I don't have enough knowledge on that particular subject. I'll look into it, though. I will look into it. But knowledge of that exact... I know it's really complicated, and I don't want to speak on it directly because I don't know enough about it. Generally, what I thought it was related to is, related to, like, physical surgeries. And I'm not sure if that's even correct, so that's what my assumption, or not my assumption, that's what I've heard, what I think of when I think of that, because transgender is that you just don't identify with the sex that you were born. Like, that's why you, like, cis people are people who do identify with, like, the sex that they were born. Like, if you're a person who, like, identifies with being a guy, or you know, like, you're a dude, or a male that identifies with being a dude or whatever, like you like your dick and shit or whatever, and you don't feel uncomfortable. Like, there's a lot of, like, trans issues are very, very complicated. Like, don't get me wrong, and I don't think that anyone that is really gonna, like, talk about it in this type of format that we're talking, like, right now, I think it's, like, really hard to get directly into it, unless we really want to do a deep dive, but it's not really what I'm trying to do right now. But I'm just saying that, like, the fact that it is a social construct is 100% correct, and then transgender people are trans fucking gender because they are they don't identify with their gender. Like, that just it's not like that's not complicated, you know, like, just like the terminology for that. Why are most Reddit mods transgender? Because I don't know. Because everyone should be trans. As a trans advocate, I want everyone trans and everyone abortions. As a person that's pro-choice. That's what the right things, right? I'm not smart enough to understand your argument. I think you're not smart enough to be able to portray your argument in a way that, like, okay, so it doesn't really fucking matter how smart you are. You can understand, like, the ability to, like, deconstruct the entire universe. But if you can't communicate that to somebody, or you cannot physically, like represent it in any way, like, it's completely pointless. Like, that's what I struggle with as an issue too. Like, I don't have, like, the best communication skills. That's why trying to, you know, stream more because I feel like it is very helpful. You guys are very helpful to me to, or for me to be able to exercise the muscle, you could say, of like even like talking. Why not just identify what God made you as? Because God's a fucking liar who left us years ago. I'm gonna have my Nietzsche moment. So that fucking deadbeat dad doesn't deserve anything that we care about. This is a joke, but unbiased when I say I won the debate. Okay, sure. Was that a debate? You just kind of said a thing in text, and then I was like, no, it doesn't really make any sense. And then you're like, oh, I won. You're like Andrew Tate style, being like, oh, you call me I'm boring and I won, and then, you know. And a woman, you know, there's a lot of lesbian. Okay, so if there's a butch lesbian, not all lesbians are masculine. That's fucking stupid. Like, there are plenty of like feminine, like that's like a complete like subsection of like the lesbian culture. You think all lesbians are like dudes, like butch dudes? Like, that's so silly. I think you just don't even understand like how that culture works. Okay, that's why they identify as like fucking a lesbian and not like you bringing sexuality into this for no reason. You gotta like get your thoughts together first. It's been over 2 minutes and you really didn't do shit, so I think you gotta like maybe like write out the essay first and then just like get ready for it to copy paste, because I know this isn't the first time you've said it. Like 5%. Okay, so then why the fuck are you using 5% of all lesbians as an example to be anti-trans? Like, I don't even understand what that logic is. Okay, well, you're not connecting the two. You're using it as an example, but it's not an example. You gotta connect them in, like, a greater point that you're saying, my dude. Who presents as the opposite... No, a lesbian does not present as the opposite gender. Are you fucking retarded? Jesus. Then they would probably be trans if that was the case. God believes in you. No, he doesn't. He gave up long ago. I asked that bitch for help a long time ago when I was getting, you know, abused. Didn't work. Don't think and feel like a man. You guys are fucking stupid. So, you know, there are, like, more masculine, like, lesbian people, sure, that, like, we would call them butch, I guess. You understand there's another portion of that they typically like feminine lesbians. Like, there's another side, right? You understand that? Like, a lot of, like, masculine, butch lesbians, like, feminine, or there's a word for it in the lesbian community. I don't remember what it's called. I used to like femme, usually femme lesbians. So those lesbians then clearly are not trying to be masculine. They just like women. Like, you don't have to be masculine to like women. If you like that pussy, you like that pussy. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I'm not the dumbass because you're saying things that are 100% coming off that way. You need to work on your fucking communication skills. Maybe, like, open a Word document, okay? I'm gonna give you a help here, okay? Open a Word document, type out what you mean to fucking say, and then you can copy paste that, and then we'll go over that, okay? Because I think that you are the problem here, not me. Okay, if I'm getting you flustered, then go open a thing, get your thoughts together so you're not flustered, and then write out your paragraph or whatever that you're actually trying to say. And then copy paste it here. No, I'm talking to you. Do you want to talk to me, Cassio? I'll talk to you. Do you want to do a little debate? Join the Discord, and message me on it. Virgil, why the fuck did you send me this picture? I got so worried there. Just send me like an anime picture. What is Discord? Oh my god. It's the thing that's right there. Here, I'm gonna go pee. We'll see if you want to... We'll eventually get to the true crime, I promise. All right, Woo! Raze is in our bathroom, so I gotta use the other one. I'll be right back. My God, all of our bathrooms were occupied. I had to go upstairs. I don't know why Zerk is doing this, but he's like made a nest in our movie room. I want to ask him about it, but anyways. Read what I wrote to your boyfriend and ask him to explain it to you. Why? I have way more of a understanding of trans issues than he does. So you don't want to talk to me. Why does nobody want to talk to me? I'm never going to be able to do a debate if everyone's too afraid of me. I asked Joker to send me the thing for the Crucible podcast or debate. They do like moderated debates. Okay, you have a web page. It literally you can use it through a web page. For the debate, she's on to you. Exactly. Yeah, okay. A fundamental, like, okay. So if I don't understand what you're trying to say, and you have you don't have really the ability to, like, explain it in a way, like, that is understandable to, like, literally anybody, I don't think anybody gets what you're talking about. I mean, like, we have the chat here. You don't have to, like, be nebulous about it when it comes to, like, I don't think they understand, like, what the fuck that you're saying, unless they're just, like, making, like, the memes, but maybe if anybody else in the chat can explain, like, what you're saying. Have to cam up to debate you? Well, I think that would be, like, worse, right? I feel like they'd be, like, scared to cam up. Like, I mean, I would be fine with them camming up to debate me. Like, why would that be an encouraging way to do it? Roger, you better fucking still be here, because we will get through this video. But don't lesbians like women like... lesbians like women like men do? I don't know. I don't know. I'm like pan, so like it's just kind of all the same to me. I don't have a particular attraction either way. I just like people. I like certain people. Just screaming at each other like do cam up only. Well, I mean, I guess. But I think if I can't even get anyone to talk to me, like let alone get them to like cam up to like to interact and like a one-on-one in that. Let me read what he said, okay? My argument is basically that man, woman. Assume man and woman refer to sex. Okay, sure. That's not true, but I'm following so far. And masculine and feminine are this. No, okay, no, you're wrong there. Male, female refer to sex. Man, woman are both completely socially arbitrary words. So, on that one, you can change the gender role you present. Well, okay, so that's a little bit more complicated with that, but yeah, the gender role, the role itself, I assume you mean more like you relate to that role to be like more masculine, I guess, which just means that you more identify with like the male, or not male, sorry, the men type of thing if we're talking about gender roles. I.e. a woman who presents as very masculine, but you can't... Wait, what do you mean I.e.? You didn't even say anything. Change what gender role you present. I.e. a woman who presents as very masculine, but you can't change the biological sex. What? So you're just... Okay. This is what I'm saying. This is where it gets incoherent. You won't screen at me? What? I mean, if you want to talk, I'm down, bro. Let's talk. You just gotta, click the link. Let's make an account. Maybe it'll make like 2 seconds. Are you saying is that transgender ideology created in the last 2 years or so that I'm making a different argument? Well, no, I don't think... I never said that what you're saying is the trans... Okay. It's created in the last 50 years or so. I mean, I don't really know the history or the timeline if we're gonna talk about that, so I'm not gonna say either way. But I don't really think that you're really making a argument, because it seems like you just kind of have your facts wrong when it comes to like modern trans people. If you're talking about like some weird nebulous culture that had sexuality, gender, all of that used to be so different back in the day. Like, there's a lot of cultures that had, like, third genders. There still is cultures that have third genders. Like, sociology is, like, very complicated when it comes to, like, I mean, especially if we're talking about a long period of time. Can present as masculine, the socially constructed gender role, but she is still a woman. Okay, yeah, that is a thing that can happen, sure. Yeah, like, I mean, if you're taking hormones, you literally are changing biologically. Like, you get titties. You understand that you, assuming you're a man, male, whatever, if you take fucking estrogen, if you take HRT estrogen, you will grow big-ass fat titties, bro. Like, your biology will change in that way. You're not generating the hormone, but your body has the parts to do it. Like, you don't think there's a reason why, like, the ovaries, like, the ovaries, vagina mirror the exact same thing as, like, the penis and the fucking balls? Fuck me, Jesus Christ, I just knocked that over. It's because it's lime. I'm trying to save myself from drinking lime. I hate lime flavor. Who gives a shit about your chromosomes? We're not talking about that. If we're talking about general biology, it does change. Until like the 1980s. Do you think Blair White... Would you say if you saw Blair White... If you saw this woman... Would you know to call her a man? Or a male or whatever? Like, okay, I can't even click on her pictures. What the fuck? It's impossible. I can't click on them. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. You see what she looks like enough. Here, she's very pretty. She's a very pretty girl. There's a lot of women that can't get pregnant. Is that your standard for a woman if you can get pregnant? Because that means like every woman over like 45 like is not a woman anymore. Yeah, Blair White is hot, dude. She's very pretty. She got big ass titties. I think hers are fake though, but doesn't matter. She's still got big ass titties. Like, she sounds more feminine than I do, let's be real. Also, oh wait, I'm not gonna do this on stream, but an example in the other direction is Buck Angel. Is there fine? Would you call this a woman? Would you call this person a woman? I wouldn't say no. Would you call this person a woman? Oh god, I shouldn't expand. I forgot. He does adult stuff, so that's the only reason I'm a little concerned. Buck Angel does have a lot of problematic views, sure, whatever, but like, and like the whole transsexual conversation is a lot more complicated when it comes to that. But like, you're saying you're gonna like debunk it in like one? It doesn't make any sense. I like the freeze frame I have for this, where he looks like super sussy. That is not intentional. It's something funny I just noticed. I wouldn't look more male than Miss Shatters. Okay, so wait, would you agree that you can change your gender role and it no, that's kind of like, what do you mean by the role part is what's getting me a little mixed up here, that maybe that's what your hiccup is? Like, are we talking about gender or gender role? Because those are two different things. It doesn't change whether you are a woman or man. You can change, wait, you agree that you can, and it doesn't change whether, when? No, I mean, like, a role is just a, like, I mean, I'm like, you did agree to that already. Well, I don't know I don't think I understand what you mean, so I'm not going to say that I agree to that, because I think that maybe your wording is a little bit, like, the problem here. I'm being very good faith on this. Like, if you're worried about the way you're wording stuff in text, like, fucking just talk to me. On Discord. Gender is socially constructed. It is socially constructed, sure. Gender roles do refer to socially constructed things as well, but I don't think you pick a gender role when you identify with your gender. Like, it's not that. Like, that's where I'm getting confused in what you're fucking saying. They prefer first courtesy unless it's some. Yeah, that's what everyone says. No, they're okay. Gender roles means something besides just gender. Directly, when we're using language right as it is right now. Maki? She's barking like she's trapped somewhere, but I don't know where she is. What? Maki! Oh, God, she hates being held. But where Ben likes being held. I'm not trying to make that as a metaphor, I'm just joking. No, Maki was barking, like, really weird. I don't know what she was doing. I think she was trying to jump over the fence by, like, parkouring over a chair. But anyways, I think gender roles and gender in general are pretty fucking useless especially as time goes on. Like, because what does she and he really do for you? Like, does it, like, in terms of, like, a social, like, utility, like, does, like, referring to a group of women and saying she really tell you who you're talking about? No. It's not really that important. Because it's just like, what, like splitting it into a 50-50 type of thing, where it's like, it's kind of just arbitrary. Cassio, is that just what we're gonna leave on? She ran away from facts and logic, and it's not clearly because I went to go see what was wrong with my dog. It's collapsed. He is like for some reason making a nest upstairs of like McDonald's bags. You are okay. You already explained. All right. Well, maybe you're literally telling me that nobody understands what you're trying to say. Just type 1. Okay, so that's your tactic. I already explained. I mean, if you want to explain it better and not feel flustered, it's really hard to do have a debate through like text. Like, trust me, I've tried to do that too in like the Zerka Discord. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, I'd rather just like talk. That's true. He did run away from not downloading Discord. Cassie, if nobody in the chat fucking understands what you're saying, I think it's kind of a you problem. And debate you next time. Okay. Okay, that sounds like a good deal. I'm down for that. I have no problem with you obviously being prepared. I'd prefer that, obviously. Likes to type 0 every time I say that. Wait, how often you're saying when you like if you watch Zerka? Oh, he said he was going to bed soon, so I don't think he's still here. Virgil, you're still here? I want to prove that they're so disingenuous with the Hassan. You know, fuck it. I'm doing it anyways. And then we're going to true crime.
Brave. That's good.
He doesn't understand the reference. Again, this is like you just don't understand this, like, it's kind of ironic because they're shitting on Hassan for talking about, like, not being educated enough about trans people, where they're not even educated enough about, like, Hassan's, like, stream culture or what the fuck he's even referencing. Like, do they not see the irony?
Good.
I'm not even gonna listen.
It's kind of funny.
He might be dislikable. That's funny.
I don't dislike. Well, I guess dislike is probably accurate. I don't know enough about him, like, personally. Like, I've met him, like, never actually, like, had a conversation with him. He has no idea who the fuck I am. Obviously. I've just kind of, like, been in the same room. Milena, and she was with one of my friends. Oh, was that Butternut? I don't know. There was another girl there. God, this was such a long time ago. This was, like, literally 3 years ago. When we got the dogs, like one of the first days that we had the dogs, we went over to Trump SC's house, and Razor was gonna play. We brought the dogs over, and they had like a little kennel thing, and I wasn't playing the game. They're playing Siberial. I don't know what the fuck the name of it is. Conquest, and that's the only reason this really stands out to me because it's like right when we got the dogs. But Destiny was there. But yeah, again, I think I'm like gluing my eye together. Oh my god. The glue has it has moved to the wrong part of my face. Saved. I fixed it. Everyone's on Hogwarts Legacy. I know. Razor's playing right now. But, I mean, I don't personally have anything against Destiny. I think that I'm a Vosh fan, so I feel like if you are a Destiny fan, you know that he talks about him often. And I think that Destiny has, if I have any critique from what I've seen, he's obviously really smart, and I know that he knows everything that he's doing. I think that he doesn't believe in anything as like a social movement. He wants to be right or correct more than he actually wants to like make any sort of point. Like his whole metric of, if we're talking about like the debate space or whatever, I think it's more like he just wants to be like right. It's like a hubris thing, I guess. I don't know. But I think he's a great content creator. I think that he is very smart. I think that he is I just don't think he advocates for like anything. Like I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like he. I think he has like really bad takes initially because he's like always been a streamer, so that's kind of like, yeah, sometimes you just have the bad take when you're first thinking about it. But I just think it's like more than like his aggressive nature is, I think, important when it comes to defending the right points, but I think he just has the aggressive nature as like just a default. And it doesn't always work out in the right way, like the fucking dipshit protest comments and stuff like that. But I do really respect that he, with his aggressive nature, is like okay with like changing his mind over time of the stream and showing the progression. And I think he does get unfair treatment a lot of times with the out of context stuff where it's just like the first initial reaction. Does that make sense? Because, I mean, I think, like, the debate space at some point, like, it is, like, just blood sport stuff. And, like, that's not really the type of debates I want to do, but I want to make sure I'm, like, able to do that because, I mean, I can make fun of people, but I think, like, there's, like, two options you can go when it goes to blood sports. You can kind of just, like, I guess three if you're going to say, like, not care, but like, you gotta be funny. If you're gonna blood sports, you can't be funny. Or you can't not be funny. Or you have to be, like, loud, like Haas, which I guess leads into, like, the idea of just, like, that's just kind of funny. Like, the yelling thing is, like, so fucking annoying. Or you can go, like, idpol, like, or no, not idpol, sorry. What's my dog doing? Civility politics. That's kind of like the cop-out thing that people do. And I feel like I've gotten, or that I don't know. Again, like, I'm not in that space yet. I'm trying to work my way into it. But Joker has not gotten back to me when I asked him how to get in contact with the Crucible people. People just, like, link me, like, Twitch channels. It's like, well, you've been on it. You know who you talk to. Why don't you give me those contacts? Like, I would love to get fucking blown out if I do a bad performance. I want to get better at it. Because I very much believe in the things that I'm really passionate about and care about and stuff like that. And I need to get better at stating my point, kind of like the Cassie example, I guess we could say. Like, I have the same issue too, where sometimes, like, well, I'm not just saying that I agree with what he's trying to say, because I don't understand what he's trying to say, but I think I have an issue with maybe communicating it in the right way. On Discord, you're literally killing it, thank you. Yeah, I know, it's lime, it's like the worst. This is making me sad. I feel like I want to finish this video, but Virgil's, well, he'll probably watch the rerun. We'll just keep doing it.
That's fine.
Come at me, Virgil.
Not very positive, though.
Nobody says anything about positive. Did he say something about positivity in, like, a video? Like, he's trying to spread positivity? We'll just say that, let's assume that that's what he's saying. Still, very shitty, gotcha, you know?
I wouldn't say it's positive.
Mujahideen soldier just sounds fire to begin with.
Right there.
You could be an American soldier.
It sounds like a legacy. Legacy. You got, like,
it sounds like you were literally brought down from heaven to go fight for Allah.
Are they just saying the word Mujahideen sounds... Does it translate to something? I thought somebody said freedom fighter earlier. Doesn't matter. It's kind of a myth, I guess.
Shout out to the Mujahideens. Hassan hates America, thinks they deserve 9/11, and does.
Ooh. This was only 9 months ago, my dude. When he said that was in, like, 2019. Just saying.
I feel like cis women's spaces should be protected. Hassan.
Oh, that's sort of the little icksy there. Cis women places should be protected. Like what? Like what? Bathrooms? I don't give a shit if trans women. I am okay with 1 million trans women being in there. I don't think that we should even have gendered bathrooms. I think it's kind of silly. I think we should have the fucking EU style where you all have your private stalls. I want a room. I want my own fucking little private room that's like a door that goes all the way from the top of the wall to the bottom of the wall, and I want to be able to be in that room by myself. I don't want to be in the room with other women when I go to the bathroom either. I want to be in a room by myself taking like fat shits or whatever the fuck I'm doing in a bathroom. I don't give a shit about like who else is in that bathroom. It's a private space for just me. I just want nicer private spaces for me. I don't want anybody else in there, dude. I want just a small little cubicle with a door. Like, if you've been to like a really nice truck stop, like that's what they have. Like, I don't understand why we have gender segregated like anything really. Like it seems kind of silly to me. I think it just would be individualistic in that way, where it's just like I want just my own little fucking stall.
Hassan is pretty much the Taliban with nail polish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's okay. He's the Taliban. Oh, so the joke is that it's nail polish. I don't even think that he paints his nails
He
so much
almost
anymore.
joined the Taliban, but only
Not that it
refused when he
matters.
found out they were transphobic.
You can't.
What? What's the joke there?
He actually almost joined the Taliban, but only refused when he found out they were transphobic.
Guys, that's the joke. What's the joke there? Because you have to establish the fact that he's like at all related to the Taliban. Is he just being racist because he is Muslim? Is that the joke? Yeah, because of what? Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Hassan is Muslim, yes. He's not like hyper religious, but he is Muslim. I don't even really think he's religious like at all, but like he like I don't know. I mean, I'm not like aware of what he actually thinks about that, but like, is that just the extent of the joke? Because then that's a fucking lazy ass joke.
You can't write that down.
Yeah, because it's lazy.
Hassan once said, "I'm constantly surrounding myself with intelligent people. I never want to be the smartest person in the room."
That's totally fair. I think that's actually a great way to live your life, because if you're constantly around like dumbasses, then like you're not going to be challenged and you know, be forced to not be forced, but like just kind of like by osmosis like learn. Like I that's a totally fine thing to say. What's he gonna say about that?
Don't worry, that room doesn't exist.
Oh, no. This is like a roast at a fucking old folks home right now.
That's saying a lot.
This is like a Jimmy Lee joke. That's literally a fucking Jimmy Lee joke. He's so anti-West, he'd be willing to join the Taliban or whatever. I don't know. I mean, that's charitable, I guess, but like,
Considering you've been in a room with Grimes, okay?
Transphobic.
What's wrong with Grimes?
Transphobia. Transphobic.
She's an artist.
Transphobia.
Okay, so why is the counter resumed at this point? Because now it's just him saying transphobia, but when the counter was going on earlier, it was just him just talking. Like, it was just like every word. Is that the joke? I don't even understand what this, like, this is like so, oh, I already thumbs downed it.
Transphobic. A little bit, like a little transphobic. Don't get so mad about it. Everyone is transphobic.
True. Everyone does have like inherent transphobic biases because we live in a heteronormative like culture, especially if you're like American, you know, like that. It's true. Like I do too. Like it's something that we all have to fucking deal with. It's like how we're all like, we got a little old tad of the racism there. We just got to acknowledge it and then like learn, you know.
Okay, everyone's transphobic. A lot of people have transphobic attitudes. Trans people are transphobic before they recognize that they're trans. They have internalized transphobia.
Hey man, in case you wonder, the reason why you shouldn't be bothered about being called trans, everybody's transphobic. Everybody has it in them.
Really fucking 10 IQ take care.
Trans people are transphobic. They're transphobic against themselves, against the world.
Think!
We're all transphobic. It is what it is. The same, we're all racist and we're all everything.
Skid row over transphobia? I don't even know what that means.
So next time you get called transphobic, just mind.
There's no fucking way that these people are like pro-trans. I don't know why they're acting like they are.
The person calling you transphobic is also transphobic. The person just witnessing the whole conversation.
This doesn't not even have anything to do with it. Even if they are, it doesn't really matter. I don't know why I said that. to make my point, like the fact that they don't understand what he's saying that has nothing really even to do with that. They're not like transphobic because they didn't understand what he's saying. It's just like think. They just wanted to like try and shit on him because Hassan like negatively covered like something that they said. I don't even remember. I remember watching it, but it wasn't even like that crazy.
Anytime a trans woman wins any kind of prominence, it makes it into the news cycle.
Yeah, he's talking about sports.
And you never hear about them getting their fucking asses beat over and over again. The fighter that Joe Rogan mentions regularly is a perfect example of this. They always go back to that same...
Some of those people out here. Oh, some of those people got... like transphobia. I don't really see those things directly related, but I gotcha.
Same example where the trans woman fighter, is it Fallon Fox, had like 1 or 2 victories and has
5 wins. That's not like a lot. What do you mean? Okay, who gives a shit? Okay, so these people are anti-trans. Never mind, I take it back. These people are transphobic. Like, the only reason you would go out of your way to try and correct this in this way, like specifically this part of this, all wins by knockout. That means that these people do not believe in trans women in sports. They've never thought about it more in depth than like, oh yeah, like men be strong, so men be in women's sports. No, women can't be having men compete in women's that's all this is. Like it is transphobic. Like just across the board. There is a level of like conversation we could have about trans people in sport. Like obviously it's always only just like trans women. That's because you know why? Because overwhelming majority if we're talking about like transphobes, well, I guess TERFs exist, but like they're mostly fucking dudes that are afraid that they bring home they're gonna get tricked by a hot big ass tittied trans girl, and then they're gonna have like a dick, and then it's like, oh, but that's gay. That's all this is. Like that's all what most transphobia is, dude. Like it's just like fucking transphobes that are just like, or like dudes that are just afraid that they're just gonna like, you know, be trying to hook up with a chick, and then all of a sudden she got a dick, and then that means that I'm gay, and then now I have to have a whole conversation about my own sexuality, and oh, cause we can't be gay, cause oh god, like oh then my family won't accept me, like it like destroys their entire concept of like the world. You know that I'm right. Stop. Okay, but men that are on fucking estrogen. Like, there's a reason bodybuilders fucking use testosterone, bro. Like, it's the hormone that make you strong. Testosterone make you strong. Estrogen make you weak. If they're on estrogen, like, there are cis fucking females that are not allowed to compete in sports because their testosterone level is too high. So is it because they're a woman that they can't compete in women's sports? Or is it because of the T levels? Which one do you think is more important? Me? I don't know what I said. I wasn't referring to you if I was being mean. Yeah, some guy. Yeah, like I like you know like there's like all sports is unfair. There's people who are taller than people across the board. Do you think it's unfair to short people that like tall people are good at like basketball? You can have that thought process, but that really seems like a you problem. I mean, like, then you have a problem with sports. I mean, I don't know. But if you make out with someone with a penis, you're gay? Not true. Not at all. No, because trans women are fucking women. What do you mean? Even if he's trans? Are you like going out of your way to... I love how hard it is to misgender people. Like, even when they're intentionally doing it, but let's see how long that lasts. Do I need to show Blair White again? We all know what Blair White looks like. Like, you're really gonna say that Blair White's like a he? Come on. I think that gendered language, like he, she, you know, all of that is like really pointless in terms of utility in general. And I think that, or like very, shallow in its utility, as language. But, dick plus dick equal gay. What about a trans woman and a trans man? Is that still mega gay? Or is that gonna break your brain? Also, pass for rugby forwards? Yeah. I mean, I'm taller than the average dude. It's really hard to open these my fucking fake nails. That broke my brain. We have the window. What is the noise? The dial-up noise. Oh, please don't be loud. That one.
Lost routinely, but you never hear about how much she is.
Again, like this sentence, she has 5 wins. Okay, so he's saying this off the cuff. 5 wins and 1 loss. That's not a like extensive record of like blowing out people. There's normal people in these industries that have like normal being like cis or whatever. Like people who are in these industries who have records like that. I think that's like fucking Andrew Tate's record or some shit. Like that means nothing on its own, and they all wins by KO. What they're trying to say is that there is an inherent advantage, but they're not at all relating this to maybe that is the normal way that it goes. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but let's be honest here. You know what they're trying to get across. They're being anti-trans with this.
Lost since then.
Bro, you're lying again.
Have I made out with a trans before? I mean, there's not a lot of trans people in this world. Like, so no. Like, I would, sure. I almost went on or no, never mind. I'm getting it mixed up. No, like I have not. Does that mean anything? I assume you're talking to me, but you replied to yourself, so I don't know if you were talking to yourself with that.
You're lying again.
Hold up, he might not be lying.
What is it with you and lying? You're lying again.
Hold up, he might not be lying. He just might not know. And
no, he does not care. It's women's sports.
I don't know why you bring up
Yeah, you don't give a shit about women's sports. Nobody gives a shit about women's sports. It's like a meme.
Fox. She's 5-1, all of them by knockouts. In fact, she's cracked a few skulls through those victories.
Yeah, so have other normal ass women. What the fuck are you talking about? That she's like fucking yoked? Like, who's the person that they're complaining about? Let's get into that. We'll eventually get to true crime. At 10 o'clock, I promise. At 10 o'clock, we'll get into true crime. Oh my god, if there's some trans true crime, that would be the best way to relate the two, but I don't know of any. If anyone can find a video of like trans true crime stuff, then I don't have to. I have something I want to watch that just came out, but I talk too fast. What the fuck? You want me to slow down? Just slow down the video. What? I don't know. I like women's tennis. Hey, thank you, APEF, for the raid. Poggers, we're talking about trans things. And more specifically, we were talking about oh my god, this got like so in the weeds. We're talking about Ab and Preach. I used to like their content, Ab and Preach. I think they're still like funny, but they're trying to do a takedown. This is like 9 months ago, but they're trying to do a takedown of Hassan, and it's like one of the most pathetic things that I've ever seen. As much as I did like, and then like literally this is why I stopped watching their content, because I think they have an issue with being a little maybe it's like an audience appeasement thing, but like a lot of their content is like very sexist, and on top of that, they are very anti-trans.
And lying. You're lying again.
He might not be lying. He just might not know. And
wait, you've been in iChat before? I know your name.
It's women's sports.
I don't know why you bring up.
Nobody gives a shit about women's sports. Stop it.
Fox. She's 5-1, all of them by knockouts. In fact, she's cracked a few skulls through those victories.
Oh, I was looking for the name. That's what I was doing. What is her name? Did I say the name?
where the trans woman fighter is
Bro, I recognize your name.
Fallon Fox had like 1 or 2 victories and has lost routinely, but you never hear about how much she has lost since then.
Bro, you're lying again.
Did you say that name? God damn it, I'm not even paying attention to that. All right, never mind. We're not looking it up.
You
We're
don't know
moving
what
on.
you're fucking talking about. And if you really don't care about this topic, then just stop talking about it. Because judging by the effort you put into your arguments,
Bro, he streams for like 8 hours a day. I don't know everything about trans people, but if trans people come up, I'm gonna fucking talk about it because you're a streamer. That's what you do. You're talking about things. Did these guys just fundamentally misunderstand the concept of live streaming for like 8 to like 10 hours a day, dude?
we can tell.
And you don't bring up the topics you talk about like all the time. It's people in the fucking chat that do. It's so frustrating. Oh my god. Yeah, but shout out Apaf. Apparently he's made a habanero donut. I don't even know what that means.
Don't care. So just shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Maybe you should take some of that advice.
Why? Because they have advantages. Why is that?
The irony is everything that he's saying right there. Everything that he's saying, like maybe if you don't even like have like know enough about it, you should just shut the fuck up. Like literally, that's what he like. You don't know anything about Hassan, dude. Like you're like making these weird like. All of this footage has been from like one stream and like one like Vice article thing. Like it's like I'm not like expecting like a like 2-hour takedown, but it's like obviously you didn't really do a lot of research because in the context of the way you're using those clips, it doesn't really make any sense. Like you have any idea who this person is.
Why is that?
Because his critique of them was like saying that like wasn't even like that bad from what I remember.
Unnatural advantage.
Hogwarts
Wrong.
Castle. Oh my gosh.
Why? There are a million unnatural and natural advantages that people have.
Oh my god, don't embarrass me like that, little bits. I don't want to be noticed by Senpai. I don't want to be noticed by Senpai.
A little bit fancy the tier 1 sub to Hassan Abbey. They have
Never
given 4
advocate
gift
the
subs.
fucking
I feel like you only fucking subbed to just try and like make me feel uncomfortable.
As a matter of fact, if you
It's
advocated to
effective,
ban
though.
those things, sports would not be good. You're just saying it's unjust because you
Tuesday,
think it's
Tuesday,
unjust, and that's it.
cheers.
You're not making an argument, okay? You're saying it's clearly unjust without making an example as to why, without without even saying why it's unjust. And if your argument only revolves around like, oh,
I guess the guy that did those videos is a piece of shit though, so that's unfortunate. But I haven't watched it. Razor linked it to me, but he wasn't live when I looked at it.
unjust because like the average cis man has like larger or better testosterone production than the average cis woman or whatever the fuck. Even then you have to admit that sports is awesome because there are competitive advantages.
Yeah, sports is fucking unfair. That's the point.
Otherwise everyone will be the same fucking height. Okay? You don't watch the fucking under 6 foot league
Ever
for
link me? What do you mean by questionable things?
reason, but you consider some of those natural advantages and some of those unnatural advantages as well, whether it be like your diet or your material conditions, your upbringing, your development, your access to fucking sports
You're
programs,
spitting. This isn't a takedown video. Now I just feel like I'm watching a Hassan stream.
anything like that to be perfectly valid, whereas a trans woman on HRT is not valid enough to be a part of the fucking
Things I can't show on stream. Probably.
athletic competition against cis women, and that's ridiculous.
Well, it was just a link to the stream that was with the fake AI Hassan, but it's not live, so I mean, I wasn't trying to look at the video.
So I want you guys to understand the basis of the argument. The argument is this: people are advantaged
I mean, he was just straight up spitting right there. Like, I don't know what these guys are gonna say back to this.
in so many different ways. As a result, what's the issue with trans women who have this advantage of being born males going into these sports? That's his take. His take is we should defile the category because people
Defile the category. That is some like biblical language. We love that for you. Maki's so good at opening doors. Or his mods are the only people that banned me for typing. I mean, Hassan shows it if he bans you. You see it on the screen. You see like your chat logs pulled up. I almost got blasted by Hassan, dude. I was so fucking like monk-ass moment. I would call it, I guess, where like I was like making a joke about like the people like the guys that are really obsessed with Andrew Tate are, I mean, I didn't do it in like the best way, so I get it, but I was trying to relate it to like the obsession that like some women have with serial killers, like the Night Stalker, something Rodriguez, I don't remember, Richard Ramirez, I think. And like how like a lot of women were like, even though they were like the victims of it, that they were like really hyper like interested in like serial killers and like wanting to like talk to them or whatever. And I was trying to compare that to like men like Aiden Ross and his obsession with Andrew Tate. And like he like pulled up my message and I was like but then he's like, oh, he's talking about them. And I was like, oh my God. I thought I was going to get blasted by like 30,000 people too. I was like, Jesus. The NFL player went back to college to play football, and that's... Wait, what? You think NFL players get better at football after they... That's what a trans woman is like. No, that's not at all. Like, you're so... Oh my God. No. I mean, you could say that in the way that it really wouldn't make that much of a difference. So, yeah, know what? I take it back. I agree with that. Yeah, an NFL player going back to college, the college players are probably more physically fit and going to be, the only thing that they have is that they're what more experienced and good at the game, like mental things. So physically, sure. That is totally fine then. An NFL player going back to play in college, like, outside of just, like, the training aspect that comes with it, your body's, like, the exact same, if not, like, worse. Was better in college? I think his body probably was. You think, like, do you understand what aging is? Like, what is this fucking metaphor you're trying to make here? Or, well, you know what I mean. I'm not coping. What do you mean? You think that a younger guy doesn't, like, I don't know if you're coping as being a dude, but your shit, like, does not last very long. Like, all the strain injury, especially with football, like, all of the injuries that you get from football, like, you think that, like, you think that Tom Brady is healthier than a college student in terms of, like, his body. They didn't play into effect yet. I mean, I'm just saying it's a silly metaphor to begin with, and I was agreeing with the fact that they're basically the same. The State of the Union, what? Ever see a picture? Well, he's probably not healthy now then. I don't know what you mean by healthy. I'm saying in terms of like his body. I'm not saying his habits. Okay, but he is somebody who's active. Like, okay, it doesn't really matter who. I don't know football people. Like, what the fuck you want from me? It doesn't matter. Any like older guy is not going to be as healthy as a younger guy when you're doing a sport that completely involves getting fucking tackled constantly. Like, if you're doing a violent sport, like, you think a kickboxer who's like experienced and done it for like 20 years is going to be as like physically like I don't know, we would say like, I don't want to say fit necessarily, but like has like the same physicality and like health as a kickboxer who's like 20? Like, I don't know what to tell you if that's honestly what your thought process is.
Advantages on every, then what's the point of having female sports at all?
Fuck it.
No, a 30-year-old fucking football player will have like basically no difference between a 21-year-old. Like, that's silly. You really growing that much? Like, what are you talking about? I think you stopped growing at like 20.
People
or
are
18 or something
type
like that.
of way.
But that's exactly what he wants. He wants.
No. What's the?
I mean, if I'm being like charitable, I guess we could say 25. I think that's when like that's like the peak of like when you stop like growing. So we'll say 25. But that's not the argument that you're even trying to make. They're not. You don't get strong. Oh my god, everything's like downhill for dudes after like 25. Physically, I mean. Like when you get older, you don't get stronger. That's silly.
Having female sports at all in that case, because at the end of the day, it's like, well, some women are born rich and some males are born poor, so let them compete.
But he said it himself.
That is literally what we do in sports. Is this guy really not understanding that? That is literally the case when we talk about academics. Yes, that is true.
He doesn't want categories.
He didn't say that. That's another person who said that.
That's another person that said that? My bad.
Okay. You know this is not live, right? You could just edit that out.
What are we talking about at the moment?
Guy looks he looks as annoyed as he was when he was like trying to defend his wife against like the fresh and fit people. Which, mad respect, he loves his wife, so we love that for him.
Can somebody fill me in?
All downhill, APF.
Hey man, some males are just untalented. I don't care if they're 25 or 35. Some of them are just untalented. So if they want to compete with the young children in the kids category, what's the issue?
Because we're not talking about that. So you're comparing women to children? A thing that you can grow out of? Is there a point of being a woman where you get old enough that you're not a woman anymore? Like, is any woman that's like not able to have children, like at 45, do you become a man then? Is that what this fucking idiot's trying to say? Jesus Christ. Think! Think! We need to make an emote that's like, think! Jeez, like, oh my god, think!
Some kids are born rich. Some grown men are born poor.
Yes, that is the case in the world.
Let them compete. You want to watch 10-year-olds versus 25-year-olds? By your logic, that's how it goes.
No! No! Your age is not the same as your fucking gender identity, or even when we're talking about like testosterone in estrogen. Like, stop. I know trans women. The only thing I really like, they're fucking skinnier than I am, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Like, Jesus Christ, when you're an estrogen, you lose fucking muscle mass because it all goes to your fucking titties.
There was a crazy fucking woman who went to Piers Morgan. And you know, if you make Piers Morgan sound smart, you are fucking dumb. Okay? You are like belong in a room with Hasanabi, okay?
Okay.
This woman got up.
If these people think that they're smarter than Hassan, like, I don't know what to say. Like, I think that they're just not really in the same space. Like, Hassan does news. Like, they're calling him stupid because of what, really? Like, Hassan didn't call them dumb. Like, it's kind of like, it's like a weird way to go on this. Like, Hassan is not a dumb person. Like, I would not call these people dumb at all. They are very, like, I know that they're smart in, like, their own ways, obviously, but, like, it's just like if you're not ingrained in, like, constantly covering stuff like that, like, I'm not expecting anyone to know that, because, like, nobody does. That's very silly. But, like, don't act like, what makes them look stupid is them, like, thinking that they're the experts on the subject, which they have self-admittedly said that they're not. And that's, like, a dumb person thing. You know? That is the dumb thing. I don't think that these people are stupid by any means, like, in like, the general sense. But I think this is a really stupid take. Did he call him dumb? Did he call him dumb or uneducated? Because those are two different things. And dumb people get pissed off when people say uneducated, unless you're being like a catty bitch. But like when dumb people are called dumb, sorry, that was a terrible way to say that. Let me say that in a different way. When people are offended by being called dumb on a subject that they are completely uneducated on, that is a kind of a dumb take. Like that's just like the kid reaction. Like kids assuming that they have to like know everything or something. Like just know that you're dumb. I'm fucking dumb as shit on a lot of stuff. I'll fucking admit it. That's fine. I know what I know and I know what I don't know. Like it's not like a crazy idea. Would destroy college players, but is that really an argument for those? I don't think that that's true, but again, I don't really know anything about sports, and I've been very adamant about that, but I don't see why there would be any difference. I know there is a big difference between, like NFL players that are doing things, like, constantly. Like, again, like, why would somebody who's constantly putting their body through a bunch of stress and, like, getting fucked all the time, well, not literally, but, or maybe, I don't know, going to have the same, like, why would anyone be better when they're 30 than being 21 when it comes to physical activity? That's what I don't understand. Trans woman is like a 30-year-old playing against
there, and here's Astor, one of the dumbest gotchas. And he
As
said,
in, there's like what very marginal. They're more experienced.
if Floyd Mayweather, Floyd Mayweather or Mike Tyson,
I've been there,
went on HRT for a year, should they be able to compete in the female boxing category? She said yes, if they've done the.
Well, okay, but they're completely forgetting that weight categories in boxing exist. So I would say yes if they're within. I mean, I think Mike Tyson's a super heavyweight. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about boxing about that, but I know there are weight categories. So, if there is a super heavyweight woman in the women's division, I don't know how they separate. I don't know if they even do it differently between the two or whatever. But if they're in the same kind of weight class, yeah, that's totally fine. If they're on estrogen for a year and they're in the same weight class, I think everyone thinks trans women are all these fucking jack dudes wearing wigs and do I need to show Blair White again? Do I need to show Blair White? I could beat the shit out of Blair White. I feel like these people just don't know what trans women like. Look at this skinny bitch. I can beat the shit out of her. Look at my arms. Here. I'm being honest with you guys. I'm taking it off. I have way bigger arms than Blair White does. They're somewhat comparable, to be honest. But I still think I could beat the shit out of Blair White. And it has nothing to do with the fact that she, I mean, I don't want to. I'm not saying that, by the way. But I'm saying, when you think of a trans woman, I think a lot of people don't think of fucking people like this. This woman does not have an advantage over me in sports. I think I probably have an advantage over her, to be honest. I know I don't want to beat the shit out of trans. Stop it. Don't you even start with that little bit. I swear to God. Wait, gift a sub to Blair White somehow. Do you like to do it just to annoy me? No, I don't want. I think Blair White is beautiful. I don't like her philosophy, but I'm just saying. She is a trans woman. You think that Blair White should not be able to compete in sports? I'm telling you, we're probably not even near the same weight class. I think she's shorter than I am. She looks like a little petite, when people think of trans women, they think of burly dudes in a fucking wig, not Blair White, but most trans women look like fucking Blair White. Or like one of my friends, she's tall, but she's fucking a stick figure. She's still skinny. She doesn't have any muscle mass. I don't know if that's an intentional thing, because it comes off from. I mean, I'm not gonna get into that, but I'm just saying trans women aren't just jack dudes in a wig. I don't understand this dumb ass way to see trans women.
And I'm just
I'm more jacked than the average trans woman, probably.
Bitch, are you crazy? You gonna get people killed?
Are you dumb?
You gonna get?
No, they can't. No, okay. Nobody's gonna go take an entire. You know how much your body changes under hormone therapy? Even the fact that Joe Rogan uses hormone therapy. You know that, right? Male hormone therapy, HRT, hormone replacement therapy, but he does it with testosterone. The reason why he's able to do a lot of stuff, maintain his physique, he talks about it. It's not me saying it. He talks about it, because he's on hormone replacement therapy. It changes your body quite a bit to the point where he, as a cis guy, gets a benefit from him doing that. Can you imagine how it goes the other way? Do I need to show Buck Angel again? Buck Angel's a fucking jacked fucking dude. Here. This is a biological female. But this is a jacked dude. Okay, I should be really careful on the websites I'm clicking on when I'm I don't know what's going on with my Google, but I can't like even click on any pictures. Maybe they're just like anti Buck Angel or something. This is Jack dude. I don't know what else to say. No, I think I could take Blair. Blair's so much of a pussy. She wouldn't even defend herself in that one debate I watched. Literally, some conservative cunt like told her like, oh, the best thing you can do for the conservative movement is to grow out your mustache, and like she didn't even fucking defend herself against that. So I don't feel like she would actually defend herself against me.
These people.
Not that I'd be like fighting her. I'm just saying like I don't think she'd put up much of a fight. I guess if it came down to it, but I'm not a fighter, so I'm not gonna act like I am.
Killed competing against them.
Yo.
Like I got like big ass shoulders, bro.
Tyson? You want to get Tyson? Tyson at his age. Tyson at his age. Right now. You get
Yeah,
him.
your brain changes.
No, B. No, you're crazy.
This is so brain dead.
You're crazy.
This is
I agree. That is a very brain dead take.
unbelievably brain dead.
You're crazy.
That was a biological female, correct? Buck Angel. Look up Buck Angel. He's an adult performer. He's a boomer too, so he's got a little. He has bad takes, so I don't like. He's controversial, but he is a biological female. But he's a man, dude. He's a jack dude. Like it's not that fucking complicated.
Do you think?
I mean, it
there's
is, but like
anybody in
just
mixed martial
to
arts
be
or any
like that,
sport
like be like,
who's
oh,
fighting in the middleweight
okay,
division
jack
and wants to
dude's
hear,
cool.
well, fuck it, fight a heavyweight, bro. I know he's got 60 pounds on you. He's probably gonna murder you. And
Okay, so you're addressing the fact that you understand that weight differential. Like, think. You're almost there. You're almost there.
3 punches, but.
Yeah, you're not fighting people outside of your weight class when you're talking about fighting. You're not, you think that women are just all in the same weight class? Are you fucking stupid? When women are fighting each other, they're in different weight classes. Like, I would get my shit beat up by, like, fucking Gina Carano or some shit. Like, what do you mean?
People are advantaged in so many different ways. Some people are tall, some people are short, some people weigh more. Y'all should fight each other.
That's not what he was saying!
I want you guys to.
Oh my god! He's almost there! He's almost there! Almost. Think! I'm losing it. Think! He's so close! Yeah, let's all just fight each other. Like, no, nobody's saying that! Yeah, I mean, sure, but we're not talking about that. He specifically brought up boxing, which then I brought up, weight class. Like, and then he brings up weight class, and then, like, doesn't put the 2 and 2 together of, like, not that, like, I'm talking to him, I'm just saying, like, 2 to 2 together of, like, he brought up the weight class. He knows that, like, that tracks, and, like, with Hassan's argument, and then he's just like, but no, that's ridiculous. That's like saying that there's no weight class. But then he brings up weight class. Like, what are you talking about? Like, think.
Understand how crazy that is. There's not a single athlete who would sit here and be like, that shit makes sense. But these people.
What shit makes sense? Weight classes? Yes. Every athlete makes sense. Or every athlete, in terms of, like, boxing, thinks that weight class makes sense, from what I know. So that's kind of a you thing then.
Who hate sports, who do not compete, are so brazen about their fucking stupidity.
So Hassan hates sports and he doesn't ever compete in sports.
That comes out of their mouths.
Okay.
You know what? Trans women are women. Fantastic. But they're still not female. And at the end of the day, sports is not about your gender expression. It's about your sex, your biology. Nobody cares.
No, sports is not about your sex or biology. Who gives a shit? That's so silly.
Cares about your gender expression. Gender and sex are different. Though we call it women's sports, it was really just about.
Like, if somebody's okay, so he does have kind of a point when it comes to gender identity. Like, sure, like, I don't think that, like, socially transitioned. I mean, this is like maybe down the road where I could change my mind about this, but I can be a meta, or I can be sympathetic to the point where, like, socially transitioned trans people, like male to woman, if they're not on hormone therapy or whatever, I could see down the road changing my mind on this, but I do understand the argument of, like, somebody who identifies maybe not being able to compete in women's sports. But I mean, honestly, let's be real here. Anyone that complains about this doesn't give a shit about women's sports. Like, it's not women that are saying this generally either. Like, I don't know if you noticed. But I mean, that's something that could like be a conversation down the road. I could see that potentially being a loophole, right, for people who do not actually identify as a woman. To, I mean, it's like this is the whole argument, right? Like identity being like just like a fickle thing that you can just change, you know, willy nilly. I don't think that's the case at all. Generally, I'm sure somebody would like, if like the whole thing with women's prisons, like if you have the option to go to a women's prison or a man's prison and you're like a biological male, like I mean, just statistically, women's prisons are generally like less strict. So I could see somebody using that as like a little bit of an excuse, but I think there's nothing wrong with somebody who is legitimately just a trans person going to the prison of their choice, like or not choice, sorry, of their not their choice, Jesus Christ, of their identity. And kind of this, it's the exact same thing with sports. Like I don't see the reason of like women's sports is not taken seriously to begin with, so I don't even understand why this is why people like care, like, especially the people who are caring about this. Like they don't fucking give a shit about women's sports. We know this, right? Until Cyborg, yeah, Cyborg. How you been? I've been good, Yadin. How have you been? Exists for a reason. A man's got, yeah. Weight class exists for a reason. Weight class exists within like women's sports too. Like tall women exist. Like like you ever heard of Brienne of Tarth, my dude? Like nobody's going through all of the effort, all of the stigma, all of the bullshit you have to do to, and all of like the psychology appointments and or you know everything to like transition and like just to like what, be good at women's sports where you're gonna just be like paid less, respected less, like who do you really think is going to go, like maybe like one person does it for like the, you know, like the comedy movie or whatever that I could see come out or whatever, like this is like the whole gay marriage argument. You can take advantage of the gay marriage thing without actually being gay. But is there a gigantic swath of people that do it? And like it ruins everything. It ruins marriage for everyone else. Like even like no, it doesn't happen. It's just fear mongering. It doesn't happen. Yeah, it's like it's fucking. Wait, hold on. I guess I don't really know what I'm agreeing with. You just said it's way different. I was gonna say yeah, it is way different. I was like, I don't even know what you're referring to. Man got the advantage due to the bone structure, but women could definitely beat a man in a fight, no doubt. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm probably taller than... Well, I am taller than the average guy, I think, or as tall. Because I'm like 5'6", or 5'7", or something like that.
Keep calling it.
Oh yeah, I pronounce you Chuck and Larry. Yeah.
Sports. The reason why is about physiology. Nobody cares about how you express in the world. So to me, when people say, "Well, I think they should compete because trans women are women," it doesn't matter. It's not the point.
Why can they not compete? You're doing the exact same thing. Again, this is like the weird projection thing that constantly happens. Oh, like okay, if we're talking about even like high school sports, it's just a bunch of bitter bitches that are just like, oh, I got blown out. Like again, trans women have been allowed in the Olympics for fucking like 30 years. Not a single trans woman has ever won a medal or even competed in the Olympics. So maybe like think
Or why we created the category, or why we sequester women to this
Dumb
segment
lib takes
of
trigger me
society
so
when it comes
much.
to sports.
What do you mean?
It's because biologically
I'm right
speaking,
about
there's a
everything I'm
difference.
saying.
That's all it comes down to. So I don't.
So why isn't every trans woman that's ever competed destroying every cis woman that's ever competed?
The swimmer.
Why is it that we only hear about...
The swimmer that was like everyone was getting pissed off about. She was like, she finished like fucking like 16th or 15th fuck, I don't remember. It was like a really like mid to low. I don't remember what the entire breadth of it was, but she finished like, she wasn't good. You know, like. This is reminding me of The Incredibles where they like the running thing. This is like a joke, but she wasn't good, but the woman that was really pissed off, she just happened to place below her. And then it was just like a bitter bullshit thing because she's like, well, I'm just gonna cause a whole stir because it's probably like her reactionary take after getting blown up. Like, you have your copium moment. That is a copium moment. She was having her copium moment where you lose, you take a fucking fat L, and the person's trans, so then you, like, have your cope moment where you're like, oh, well, the only reason that I lost was because the person that got slightly higher, 9th place, instead of, like, or 8th place instead of 9th place or something like that, beat me because, like, you're just, like, grasping at straws for anything to try and get to get higher up. Like, stop.
About it when, like, throughout the history of, like, trans women competing against cis women, throughout that history, you can say, like,
oh, they
man,
trans the water. That's true. That's like a debuff. She debuffed the estrogen she was taking, debuffed all of the other women with, like, extra estrogen samples, you know, because they were absorbing it through the skin.
don't want trans women to compete with cis women because they're, like, you know, they're not female, actually. Like, yeah, I got it.
What? Bro, you didn't,
yes, I understand that you don't understand. Like, okay, maybe take your own fucking advice and don't speak on it then. You didn't have to make this video, my dude. Like, a streamer is a different case where it's like, okay, you're doing a live stream, so people bring it up and then you talk about it. You have to go through the effort to go and choose to record. You have to call up your homie and, like, be like, okay, we're gonna go, or we're gonna, I mean, they probably were planning on shooting multiple things, so maybe that's, I don't know. I don't know how they do their filming schedule. But, you can call them up and then, like, we had a plan to shoot this video based off of this. Like, you have to put a lot of effort into that versus what Hassan was doing, which he's just fucking reacting to something. Like, he's acting like this was a targeted, I think they have, like, YouTube brain. I think maybe that's a lot of the issue here is they have YouTube brain where they're thinking, like, he put a lot of effort into saying, because I'm sure they didn't watch his entire, like, 8-hour stream, because why would they? Like, that's silly. Like, I mean, unless they're fans, but clearly they're not. But they probably just saw a clip and thinking, and they're, like, getting, like, defensive about being targeted directly, and I assume that's what's going on with this. Felt like a moment when he took his medal. Okay.
We said, people wonder why Hassan doesn't care about female athletes with his takes
Nobody cares about female athletes. Literally nobody.
on trans.
Like, I mean, in terms of, like, a collective of, like, people, like, you don't care about female athletes. I don't care about sports in general, so I'm not being sexist. I just don't care about sports. I think it's silly.
Women. It's because Hassan is straight. He loves fucking
Ooh, the id politics. Let's do that more.
cis women and their sports.
And the worst thing is that we do agree.
We agree.
We agree.
Oh man.
But he's straight. But both of them are straight.
Seem like you do though. Wait, agree with what?
But that's not what we're talking about.
If you go to the doctors, okay, yes, trans women are women, but guess what? You still have the physiology, right, and the biology of
Oh my god, this is some, like, that's lib shit, dude. That's some lib shit. Trans women are women, but
a male. As a result, when you go to the doctor, that's going to factor in. They shouldn't just be like, well, trans women are women, so I'm going to treat you like... It's a different ballgame. So when it comes to risk for certain diseases, different things, they have to acknowledge the fact that you're biologically...
Nobody's saying that they don't do that.
Ma'am,
Okay, what is this straw man that they're... literally, straw man with titties, I guess, that they're trying to make up. Of, like, a straw man with, just with titties that are just completely denying the realities of their own physiological, like, health.
Prostate cancer. No, trans women are women.
What is going? This is crazy. What the fuck's happening right now? I mean, I guess the argument is true.
Again, Virgil, this is just for you, assuming you're watching the VOD.
Like, I mean,
we're
the
still
title
watching
is
this.
true. Hassan Abi called us transphobes. Here, why? And then the answer is, you know, because we're transphobes.
We're transphobic. Oh my god!
Do you ever, like, have a friend that, like, you've tried to have a conversation with and you're just talking past each other constantly because neither one of you are really on the same page? Like, this is, like, the best example of that. Like literally, like, it's just like... like, I guess the other thing was, like, Hassan's, like, not getting their feedback, but these people are reacting to, or I've been preaching, I don't want to keep calling them these people, but, these guys. like, oh shit, they're popping off on the subs though. Congrats. I just wish they would be like. I think they're really progressive in a lot of things. I don't know why I'm qualifying. And let me stay focused.
At this point, you just gotta laugh.
Oh my god!
Like now, this is like the I admit defeat. I completely admit defeat because now I'm just saying we're just laughing at like this is like the Joker laugh moment. Like when you like just wait for somebody to say something that sounds a certain type of way, and then like we're not with you, dude. Like as the audience, like we're like that's, and I'm sure like their audience is sure. But like the idea, like what he said, I don't see any problem with it, and I was fans of them too. And it's just like that's like this is why I could not be friends with them anymore. Sounds like I said friends, fans of them anymore. Maybe that's wishful thinking. I don't know, but fans of them anymore because it's just or like not. I still like them fine, but like I can't watch their content anymore because it's just like oh my god, it's just like so like. It's a little yikesy, and it's like a very low IQ like take on it, and I hate like I'm using debate bro language. I don't actually like use that usually. Don't let me say I low IQ again. That's just like super cringe after I said it. But I just think that's like really stupid. That's really really stupid. And then I don't feel like I can trust their takes on other things I don't know the context of. Because I think that they're then because they're intentionally making this Hassan stuff, like what he's saying, for one, out of context. And when it is, like, not necessarily in context, but, like, when they do, like, a long-form clip, like, he's just spitting. Like, I don't see any problem with it. Like, I don't agree with what they're saying. And it's just kind of like I don't know, a weird... Oh, thank you, Cormac. Kay can answer the question, but I did cheat on a pro level, so I can't judge anyone. Sarah Cornell Sanders has to say about the State of the Union, Jazz.
You just gotta laugh.
It's
It's like watching that.
Who does it on a Tuesday, bro?
Like pink-haired feminists just scream in the face of a protest.
Yep. Boomer take. Boomer take. Boomer take. Boomer take alert. That's another emote we need. Okay. In the Discord. If you guys join the Discord, I know it's like allergic for some people, but I have a lot of things that I want to use as kind of like a notepad. A boomer take emote, and I have like a fix it streamer section, like a text channel if like there's something broken, like the audio sucks or whatever, or if like there's something about the stream that we want fixed, you can add like your 2 cents on that. I also have a content submission thing if you want me to look at stuff that's like more long form, because I want to plan out the long form stuff usually. And then we also have the Debate Me and the Red Flags channel is just for fun. And I also want to start doing advice stuff. So again, in the Discord, we do have an advice channel. I'm not going to answer it directly, but I'm not really quite sure what I want to do with that channel yet. So you don't have to publicly say what you want, but if you're interested in advice, you can just say, hey, I'd like some advice. Because I'm worried to do an advice stream and just have nobody asking for advice, because then it just feels like, it just kind of feels, I don't know, sad. I'm just sitting there at that point. But we'll just say that's like what the advice channel is for right now. But again, like I'm gonna revamp our emotes. That's definitely one of the next things I'm gonna do. Probably like at some point this week. But I want to get some new ones that we're looking for. I think doing a boomer take emote is something that I'm really interested in. I think a lib one is also one I think I'm gonna do. Because then you guys could call me libs with my own emotes. You guys got a text. My fucking phone doesn't even recognize my face anymore. Okay. It's meet and greets, but some streamers have no one on their line. Yeah, I know. It's like super like, like that's the worst. Like I don't really even give a shit about like the viewer numbers as long as like I got people chatting. Like that's all I care about. I don't want to just like sit here and like not talk to anybody.
Just like at a high screech, or like that girl who cries when she found out Trump won. Like
it's just I'm like playing a game, then I guess that's the only. I don't know. Whatever.
Absurd at this point. It's
you could have just.
Like these are people that are not. I don't think these people are really politically like ingrained, like just from like when I was watching their content, they never came off that way. So like it kind of just seems weird to me that they're so confident in this.
Answer with a good point.
Let's hear why he said
we're transphobic. That is true, and that is something that I recognize.
We're transphobic, and then they had a hard cut, and he said that is true. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? That was obviously cut.
However, this has absolutely zero to do with.
Yeah, no, but you don't have to be totally ingrained. But I just okay. Let me rephrase then. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about when it comes to like, even like Hassan's perspective. So like they're obviously not putting in the effort to like be politically engaged. And you don't really have to be like reading a bunch of shit. Like I hate reading. Because I like ADHD, it's like really hard for me to stay focused on reading something. But and I do like listening to content and news from a lot of different sources, even including like right-wing ones.
Trans women competing.
Because like I think that's how you learn how to like have your own actual opinions, is by being challenged. That's why I love debate as a concept.
With cis women,
obviously that's not how it
making
generally
up
works.
a trans person in this situation to like beef up your argument is ridiculous.
Okay, so
Cassia, well, he said he was thinking about what he was gonna say, so give him. I mean, I don't want to be mean. Even if somebody's wrong, like they're not gonna change their opinion if you're just gonna be mean about it. But I do love baiting people out. I think it's like very fun. Like nobody wants to talk to me. Like, so I feel like I take it like a default dub. I mean, he gave me a later, so I didn't get a dub yet, but I'm looking for the dub later. But the people who just like generally just talk a bunch of shit or whatever, like say like bigoted shit or something, and like doesn't want to defend their own points. If you don't want to defend your own points, then you're already taking a fat L. That's fine if like you're maybe like wanting to recollect your thoughts like Cassio wants to do. Like that is totally fine to like recollect your thoughts and have a conversation about it or debate or whatever. Even if it does turn into blood sports, like it's not an L if you're just like avoiding me directly, if like you're still willing to talk about it. That's just kind of like I'll get you later, you know? But if somebody's like so afraid to defend their own points, and this is what's something like the reason why I want to be more aggressive about this, because I was kind of like, I don't really like conflict, and I don't really like conflict, but I think it's really important for yourself to be able to deal with it. Like, I think, like, again, like, this isn't my job. I don't make, like, a lot of money at all, like, streaming. I basically just, I'm 100% funded by, getting trolled by, what's his name? Gifting subs. Fuck, I forgot what the name of the person who's doing that. Gifting subs to people that I talk about, just to, like, make me feel uncomfortable. At this point, I'm 100% funded by that, but, it's fine if like somebody needs like a moment to think, because I get frazzled too, like I totally understand that. But again, if you will not defend your points to somebody directly and only will do it in text, it's like you're kind of just a coward. You don't seem into the well, it's not drama, it's just I think drama kind of implies that you don't really give a shit besides the idea of the conflict. I don't like the conflict itself necessarily. I think it's very helpful to be able to know how to deal with it, like to just get like as a stronger person, but I don't enjoy it necessarily. Like I don't like drama for the sake of drama. I like having a disagreement with somebody and talking about it. Why do you guys keep asking about the State of the Union? No, I didn't watch this. I'm sure it was probably very boring.
Because
they're always boring.
Oh my god! Again,
like
I'm
Trump
never the smartest
even made
person
them
in
really
any room.
boring.
Maybe this shit flew over your fucking head, but I'll break it down for
Unless
you.
Unless fucking Biden looked like he was Dark Brandon again, I don't care.
Okay.
Stop telling me that. We tested it multiple times. I think it's a you problem. Maybe you're banned from it. I don't know. It shouldn't be broken. We tested it.
Slowly. We gonna do this step by step.
Also, the Republicans. Well, no shit. It's not very hard to do that. Okay, I'll look at it later.
A lot of folks, when this topic comes up, say, "Well, trans women are women." Why? Which is speaking to their gender.
You can post a link to like a snippet, but I don't want to watch the whole thing. I'll do it tomorrow.
Right? And we agree.
I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna promise this. If it is still relevant, I will do it tomorrow. Okay? I will. It's in the library. Of looking at it tomorrow because I assume it like isn't it like usually like an hour or so? He's gonna kick him in the dishpan. Nice. We love that for him.
Agree.
Yes.
Okay.
Liberating,
So as far
yeah,
as pronoun
right.
goes, as far as like bathroom goes, as far as a lot of stuff goes in terms of like getting medical treatment.
I love that the overwhelming people that are upset about like trans women in like cis women's spaces are all fucking men. Like they're not fucking them. Maybe they are. I don't know. But women are generally outside of TERFs like more supportive of trans people than men are, and nobody ever talks about trans men. That's also like a fun thing that that you'll notice if you see a lot of people who are like this, where they just, and again, it's not necessarily that they're like transphobic. I just don't think they've thought about it. They probably don't have trans people in their life, or they know somebody like vaguely, like one of their cousins or something. And like, oh, they're just kind of weird, but they're family, but whatever. It's like, they're not like engaged in like understanding the culture, because like, who is? Especially if you're not trans, who the fuck is? Unless you're like really interested in like the social and like political environment that like comes along with it. And it shouldn't be political to be trans, but let's be real, it is. Everything's fucking political. I'm so sick. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm so sick of having to fucking talk about trans people. Like, trans people don't want to talk about trans people. Like, it's silly. Like, but the Republicans, all they do is talk about trans people. All Matt fucking Walsh does is talk about trans people. Like, do something else. Focus on something else, because that's all they have. Like, not even like, oh my god, it's just, I'm so sick of talking about trans people too. Like, they're just fucking people. Who gives a shit? Like, but no. It's just too out of like, it just, I don't know what it is about it. Like, I don't know, like, because I just have like mega autism or whatever, like that. I just don't have like a lot of like things that are like the hang-ups for like transphobes of like tradition or like traditional gender roles or something. Like, I don't have any of that. So I don't know if that's why it is so silly to me, but it's just like, there's fucking people. Like, I don't know. I'm very literal, I guess, in the way that I like look at things. And it's just like, okay, you want to be like trans because you feel trans. You're not hurting anybody else. Like, I have a libertarian mindset when it comes to that. That's why I'm a, social democrat, where like, as long as you're not fucking hurting anybody else, I don't care what you do, and it's none of my business. I'm assuming they'll. Sports will figure out that transgender issues in the end. Yeah, definitely. That's where we just want all trans women's teams to just. This is what we do. Okay, we recruit an all trans women's team, and they have to just lose at every single game that they play. Like, they just throw. Like, they don't even like try, really. Like, they just. Then we will finally get people to stop caring about trans people in sports. That means absolutely nothing, but they'll obviously intentionally lose it, because it means just as much as the people who complain about women's sports. Like, they don't give a shit either. Like, meeting them on the level is just like, let's just have all trans women's sports teams, and they just take fat L's constantly. Like, purposely. We're gonna think they're... I mean, honestly, full trans women's teams, I don't really think that they... If I know anything, like, from trans Twitter, I don't think that they really, like, could, like, decide on a play. This is, like, a deep joke, if you know what I'm talking about, but I don't think that they could actually decide on what they would want to do as a tactic. Like, I don't think they could pick which one they'd want to choose. So that maybe would even be, like, a detriment on that end. Because if you know anything about trans women on Twitter, they hate other trans women. Like, just look at Keffals, bro. Like, every fucking trans woman hates Keffals. I don't know why. Online, I mean, not like in general. I just mean like the online trans community. On Twitter specifically. You do you, as, yeah, it's always been my psychology or philosophy, Jesus Christ. Former NFL cheater? What the fuck is a former NFL cheater?
Treatment.
He was
I'm
supposed
with
to
you.
storm
Get
here
it.
today and he didn't.
That's fine. Not a problem. But when it comes to sports, it's a matter of your biology. What you express.
No, it's not. I mean, yes and no. Like, fucking. I was saying, fuck. What was I watching? I was watching something in there. Andre the Giant. Matter of biology, sure. Doesn't fucking matter though. Like, it's all. Do these people forget that sports is entertainment? I need to pee. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna slightly detract for a second just because I was thinking about it while I was in the bathroom. The guys have the same issue that, like, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter about, like, guy girl, but, like, sitting down to standing up thing where, like, sometimes, like, if I'm, like, peeing for, like, a long time, I just kind of get annoyed. I'm like, I'm kind of over it. But I don't know if that's the same thing when you're standing up. Or if it would be worse while you're standing up. Wait, it has to be for people who watch it, but I only sit in the morning. Really? True or false? Girls sometimes just do the shake and not wipe after peeing. Absolutely false. I mean, it depends what you're talking about. Like, back when I was like, went like raving a lot, like, you know, back in my young days, like, literally, I would just like sit on the curb to take a piss, like into like a sewer, because we were like stuck out, like waiting for like the transportation, I guess, because it was supposed to be like, it was all like illegal, like underground shit or whatever. Probably really unsafe, but I mean, I didn't die, so I would not suggest it though. It was kind of fun. They used to do this thing. I don't know if this was like a actual legal thing or or what, but like you would have to like basically, it would be like a Facebook group, right? It would be a Facebook group that was for like this rave at and it would eventually just be like at a factory, but it would be like, I mean, it was fun. I did it a lot, but you'd have to go to like some random barbershop. Like you'd get like a passcode, and it's kind of like a speakeasy type of thing, where you would like get a passcode and go to it in the location that you would go at. You just have to go to that location and tell a worker there or like whoever's there like the passcode, and like you had to like hide all your outfits, obviously, to not be like really obvious. So they were always like, wear sweats, like cover up your outfits, all of that. And then they would tell you where to go next, and then that place would tell you another place usually, and then that place was a pickup where some random dude in a van would pick you up but you're drinking during all of this, and you're like going around in like Oakland, like kind of scavenger hunting. So I've pissed on the side of the road many a time. So I wouldn't say like that on an average thing. Like I don't know if it's like for dudes, like you're totally fine with just like shaking your dick, but like if you're pissing, like sitting down, it's getting on your legs at some point. But that doesn't mean like you're completely soiling your clothes. Obviously, like you can just like pull it up or whatever and just like deal with it because you're not like that gross. But if you were doing that every day that you pissed, like yeah, that'd be really really gross. Like on average, like if we're gonna compare the two between like a dude shaking his dick, you know? Your pits are always so smooth. Do you pluck daily? Just don't. What? No, I shave my armpits. I used to actually pluck my armpit hair a lot. I have like a trichomania kind of a little bit, where I really like plucking hairs and shit. What's up? You already ate, Ben. Are you that much of a demon? I'm trying to lose weight, Ben. We were spoiling you too much. Is that what it is? You spoil my dogs too much. Christine Pithead by her, Jesus. It sounds like one of the default names that we have was like a Reddit account.
In terms of a gender has
we
no
need to get
real
through
bearing
this.
on
I said
whether
at 10
or not
o'clock.
you
Oh my
can
god,
be
sorry,
category
10:30.
versus
Fuck.
the next, because it's not about how you express in the world. It's not about what's socially constructed. It's about biology. Okay. So I made an analogy.
Biology, cope.
In regards
Anyone
to going
says
to the medical
biology,
office,
just say
because while
cope.
you may express in the world as a
Even if
woman,
like you're
terms
in
of
the
risks
biology
that you have
class,
as a
just tell them this is cope.
disease, you're
Tell your
still have
teacher
the
it's
physiology
cope.
of male. So the doctor's going to take into consideration what? The fact that you are male. So when it comes to certain sicknesses, I know that
Nobody's saying that.
As a male, in terms of risks for certain diseases, the doctor talks to me.
Hassan's not saying that there isn't like different risks with being trans and not trans. They're even wrong in what they're saying here, where like they think that like they're not necessarily wrong, but they're being very myopic with it. Where like there are certain things that you have a way less chance of having if you're a trans woman, you know, from being a biological male. Like it just has to do with the fucking hormones.
About certain things that I don't hear
Fucking your nose
when
hairs.
women
Yeah,
go.
I have
so
that
this
too.
is not to say that when they go into the
I don't have it anymore, but I have like a plucking thing where it's just like a weird version of like I do it with like my white hairs that I have. Like if I have like any like white hairs.
doctor's office, they won't use the
petting my
women's
dog
pronouns for
on
them,
this side.
or they won't treat them with respect or anything like that. But when it comes to discussion, I think we can have a mature discussion where say, I recognize your gender expression, but when it comes to certain discussions and realms in the society,
Yeah, that's definitely not patronizing at all.
your biology is going to be the
Yeah, tell those trans women your biology. I know that you're talking about your life. Like he's like talking. Okay, he started off this video saying like Hassan was being like the white savior type of thing, where he's just like speaking for all trans people, and now he's literally like saying that he would talk down to like trans people in a way that is like, yeah, I understand. I respect your pronouns and et cetera, whatever, but. Biology though, and it's like, okay, well, think that like you edited this video, this isn't live, like you think.
focal point of how we're going to address certain issues.
I mean, I think people just inherently are anti-trans, like as like a stance, because you okay, so you know how like people like complain about indoctrination of like to like gay or trans people, like, or to be gay or trans. You want to go out? Oh my god, he like fit perfectly where I could see his face. Why are the lights off? What the fuck? Oh! Turn the lights off. Yeah, we all know the gay. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to go out. Oh, sorry. My point was that, like, then what you and I oh my god. What you and I assume have had in our entire lives is the concept of being straight. Literally being indoctrinated into being straight. And it didn't fucking work. Indoctrination doesn't work. We've had years and years of being indoctrinated into being straight. And they're still fucking gay people, so that shit doesn't fucking work. Go with your sister. Go. Art of my nose hair. Oh my god, I'm not clicking on that. I feel like you're long conning me here. I've never seen anyone struggle as hard with a hoodie. Oof, it's getting cold out.
Issue. That's it. That was the parallel I was making.
All right, I will not pause the video. We're finishing
we're going
it.
to talk
This is
about
for
your
you,
biology.
Virgil. You
When it
better
comes
watch
to
this
sports,
video.
we're going to talk about your biology, not your
Move on.
gender expression. That for this guy is apparently a transphobic point. Now, you guys may
Yes,
agree, disagree.
yes,
let us know in
it
the
is a
comments. For me,
transphobic point.
I thought it was a very simple point.
Okay,
but
well,
it
you're
flew over
wrong.
his head. For him, it was like,
Nope.
mask off.
Nope.
We got
Nope.
it, boys. We got
It's
it.
a really common thing. This is a really common thing. It's a reactionary. It's a reactionary point.
You really just explained the point again. What makes you think
These people don't understand that
'Cause you just used
Hassan's
the same
constantly
words to
having those
explain
arguments.
No, but I don't do it for him because I think again he's never
okay.
the smartest
You're
person. in the
definitely
room.
not
It's for the audience,
right?
Like,
Okay,
some of
so
them might
you
be
didn't prove that
persuaded.
he's
I don't have to
dumb.
explain
You
to them
he
so they
was.
can-
What do you want?
And let's say hypothetically, okay? Let's say hypothetically, okay, that what I'm saying maybe in some alternate universe is incorrect, or maybe I'm just missing the point.
Yes.
For you to assume some form of maliciousness to me is hilarious because
You didn't prove him
I just
saying
may
that.
not have the knowledge, all right, to know where
You didn't
you're
prove
coming
him
from.
saying
But
that.
Unfortunately, you do such a poor job of explaining.
You did a
your
poor
side
job of
argument
explaining
when
why
you say,
he was
"You're
doing
transphobic,
something
you're
malicious."
transphobic," that you cannot bring people. to
He
your
just.
side.
Oh my god, it's impossible. Okay. He never posted in this video. He never fucking posted something that's them, like when they said the transphobic like clip chimps. Those were not all just calling him transphobic. What the fuck? Like, that is so disingenuous editing, and he knows that. These people are not dumb. These guys know what they're doing. And it's like, this is why I stopped watching them. Yeah, I mean, I don't think about trans people that often. It's like, oh, cool. Like, whatever. Like, the only reason, like, there's no way anyone fucking thinks about trans people that much. Like, why you gotta be so against something that you don't, like, I know you don't care about it, you know? What? What do you want, Ben? What? You already ate. Stop being a fatty. Maki! What? I think he just wants to play. I wasn't cheated. The fun fact is that my T level was 7 times higher than normal. If I would have been 6, I would have passed. Ben Shapiro definitely. Oh no, I think Matt Walsh is more. I'm not saying that Ben Shapiro doesn't. I think he's just more thinking about how like dry his wife's pussy is. But like Matt Walsh is constantly thinking about trans people. That's like his entire identity. Him and like Jordan Peterson. Like, you saw that clip of him getting blown the fuck out on Joe Rogan about how wrong he was. Like, he's like the foremost. He made a fucking documentary about trans people, and he went on a podcast and was so unbelievably wrong about how many kids were on puberty blockers. I don't remember if it's double mastectomies or puberty blockers. Doesn't really matter. The point is, he said it was in like I think he said like the hundreds of thousands. No, he said in the millions. He said in the millions originally. And then it turns out it was like literally like 1,000 in like 3 years. And then he doubled down on it saying like, oh, well, I would say it's in the hundreds of thousands. When he was just straight up wrong. He was just wrong. He got fact checked on Joe Rogan by fucking Jamie, bro. Like, like the difference between 1 million and 1,000 people. Like, so you made a documentary. You can't be that wrong. Like, you should, like, not be able to, like, do media at that point.
Really, a lot of the tactics...
All right,
of
we're not pausing anymore.
People is just shame. It's just shame. Think like we think, and if you don't, well, we're going to call you a bigot, and we're going to make sure we say it loudly. That's it.
Ironic.
That's why
Irony alert!
Transphobic like 100 times. Because for him...
He wasn't calling you transphobic, you idiot!
It's basically
he
how
was
a lot of
calling
comedians say the
transphobic
word
tendencies
fuck all the time.
transphobic. You fucking
Right? When you're
retard.
unfunny,
Jesus
you're
Christ.
not really capable of doing really good on stage. You just swear all the time or every other word because you think it just heightens everything.
Or
it's
you
like
yell.
ketchup. It's like hot
They
sauce.
are talking to me.
Hot sauce is
They're
great
talking to
a
me
lot of
on that
food.
one.
Use
They
it
got
on
me with that
everything
one.
all the time, and then you realize it loses.
So
its
wait, their
meaning.
issue
You
now
just
is that he
disturb yourself.
cusses too
That's
much?
what a lot of lefties do with a lot of these arguments. So just
What?
wanted to point that out.
That they just cuss a lot?
The transphobic part turns into basically when you say, and that's why they, shouldn't compete with cis women. That's the
Yeah,
part.
they're not even
That's
talking
the
about
part
it.
that doesn't make sense.
They
Which, by
already
the way,
fucking
ironically,
self-reported
the
there.
likelihood that you will get prostate cancer if you're a trans woman that has undergone gender confirmation surgery is, pretty fucking slim.
See, if he knew anything about trans folks, he would know that the vast majority of them never get any gender affirming surgery, and only 11% of them get 3 or more.
They're not talking
gender-affirming
about.
surgeries.
They're not.
Vast majority
They're
of
not
trans
talking
people
about that.
never
We're
get
talking about
that. So when it
estrogen
comes
levels.
to disease and stuff like that, they're still gonna deal.
Oh
with
my
their
God! Why are they acting like they know
assigned
this?
sex at birth in terms of diseases? So why would you be like, well, they get
No,
surgery
we're
because,
talking
no
about
shit,
like
it's a gotcha. You
hormone-related
don't even know
issues.
The people you're advocating for. When
You
you're
don't know
making
the people that
stupid
you're
arguments.
anti-advocating it for.
It tells me that for a lot of lefties, they think they're on the right side, so they approach these discussions not having actually done any of the reading necessary.
It's 'cause you got a
to
squeaky
make
ass
any of these
floor,
arguments, right? I'm not even that deep into this shit.
I can
We
tell.
spend most of our time just watching Jubilee videos or cut videos and reacting to different shit and dating talks, okay? This is not even my realm. No. But I am half smart enough to recognize when I'm hearing a stupid person.
Yeah.
Right? And so when
the
every
irony.
time I hear Hassan speak, I'm like, oh, we got our imposter.
Here's the thing.
Among Us, we figured it out. Let's end this round.
But I
right?
don't think it's because he's stupid. His takes are stupid. But he's not. He's actually succeeding into making this a thing and banking off of the way that he does that. And that's his point. Is to yell it so loud that he looks like he's righteous.
I'll leave it there. Is there anything else you want to add?
No, man.
I think we're good.
Irony alert. Oh my God. All right, that was for you, Virgil. We're moving on to actual true crime.
Welcome back. Today,
So we have Emily Baker. She's going to talk about the Koberger case and the Alex Murdaugh case. So that's the wrap up of the current events happening right now. I don't know if the Koberger case, she'll probably go over it directly, but it is like the Ohio murders, or Illinois, Iowa. I forgot I was going to do that at the beginning of the stream. I was going to do that. I'll do it next time. Last stream, I did one of those things where you have to like show where the states are, and I was not good at it, we'll just say. And I said I was going to do it every time I start a stream, and I forgot to do it today. I'll if I remember, I'll do it tomorrow. Because I want to get better at it. I was equally as good as the American state one as I was with Europe, so take that as you will. Anyways, so we're going to talk about the Brian Koberg case. I have another video I want to watch too for True Crime Tuesday. So I don't know if you guys were here for this last time. I think some of you were. But we watched this one. This guy, I don't know why it says I already watched it, because I was skipping through it to see if there was blood, so that's probably why. But then, so we saw the JCS video of this guy as well. And this is what I was going to do on stream before I got distracted. I got to get a little bit better with my ADHD and stay a little bit more focused. But anyways, so we watched the interview with this, but this is a completely different thing. This shows a lot of like video footage that he took. If you remember when we watched the JCS video, he had recorded a lot of footage of her. I think this is going to show a little bit of it. Not graphic, obviously. Trigger warning if just the idea of being stalked is a problem for you. Totally understand. But I want to go over the current events. So we're going to go ahead and watch Koberger, because I don't know this either. I have not watched this video yet. I haven't watched the other one either. But we're probably going to watch, or not probably, we are going to watch this. So she's going to do her intro. So let's.
We are talking.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
Did I ever think in a million years I would?
She's a little long-winded. I love Emily D. Baker. Definitely sub to her, follow her, everything. She's fantastic. She's been a prosecutor in LA County for I think 17 years, and now this is her job. She is still licensed, but she knows a lot, and she's also a fan of the cursey words. And I myself am a fan of the cursey words. So we love Emily D. Baker.
Would have a podcast episode on the ins and outs of the rules of professional conduct. No. Was this something I loved during law school? No, it's a lot of rules, and they interplay, and they're very fact specific, and it's not an area of law.
Oh, wait, hold on. I want to skip to the ones that I care about. I don't. Okay, this is okay.
The first thing we are going to talk about is the Idaho murders cases, with accused defendant Brian Koberger in custody being represented by public defender Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor is one of 13 public defenders in the state of Idaho that is qualified to represent clients in death penalty cases, and notably the only one in northern Idaho.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. That I guess like public defenders have different like I don't know, tiers, and it's kind of crazy that an entire state only has 13 public defenders. Like, public defenders deserve all the love in the world, and considering they do a very thankless job. But it's a very important job. It's like when we think like, politics is dumb but very important type of thing. But like, yeah, a lot of times it's just plea deals. But like, when you're that level, you are doing murder cases of people who are not, wealthy enough to be able to have a high price lawyer. And that means there's only 13 people he had to choose from. Yeah, think of public defender, always.
She is also the head of the public defender's office in her county. So she is like the...
Like, public defenders are very, like, principled. It's like, activists, like within the system,
Public defender. When we're talking about Idaho, we are talking about small communities. So this coming up does not
I don't even remember where Idaho was.
This is a small community. So what happened? It has now been reported that Ann Taylor has represented Xana Kernodle's mother and has represented Maddie Mogen's father. Both of those representations have occurred on various drug-related charges. With regard to Xana Kernodle's mom, there is a recent representation where Ann Taylor was assigned to represent Kara shortly before she was then assigned to represent Brian Koberger. So on January 5th, court records show that she removed herself, excused herself, yeeted herself from representation of Kara Northington, Xana Kernodle's mother, and maintained her representation of Brian Koberger. Now, it's an odd circumstance, but not unheard of, that you would have somebody
mad that I can't stop the rain.
The defendant, where the former clients are the parents of the murder victim. And it feels weird, and it feels kind of icky. And we've seen media reports with Xana's mother.
Okay, so she's saying that, I guess, that public defender at some point had represented the parents of one of the murder victims, which
talking about how she feels about it, how she feels betrayed and abandoned. And I can absolutely understand that. And it's one of the things that comes in to the rules of professional conduct is how this will be perceived by clients. Does that mean it is a conflict where Ann Taylor cannot represent Brian Koberger is what we're going to talk about today. Now, Xana's mother has given interviews to News Nation. I have not seen any other interviews that she's given where she's hurt by this. This is an attorney that has represented her in other cases, at least 3 other cases. With the most recent representation based on the timing of the thing, it's reasonable to believe that if Ann Taylor had spoken with Xana's mother prior to representation in this most recent case that she was on, that it would have been a very brief conversation prior to an
named after
arraignment
Ben
and not much
Kenobi because
more.
Razor picked the name.
Fact scenario here is really, is there going to be an overlap or a potential for overlap with regard to the unrelated case? And there's no argument that Xana's mother's current pending case is completely unrelated to the fact that her daughter is a victim in the murder case. But it has
That's
to be
fucked.
weird to have somebody that
Yeah.
you've talked to and who's represented you on 3 prior occasions now representing the person accused with murdering your child. I can't imagine how hurtful that would be.
If you want to be a
for
lawyer, move to
Xana's
Idaho.
mother.
They need
Does that
more
make it
public
legally
defenders.
improper, even if it feels morally uncomfortable, wrong, distasteful? And that's what we're really going to talk through today. This is where there is an overlap between legality and morality. How Xana's mother might feel betrayed by the attorney that has represented her on prior occasions, who may or may not have information about Xana through her mother, about her house, and the roommates, or might have none of that information. Unfortunately, all we have really
I
is
haven't heard of
speculation
this, so
because
this is all
of the
news to
gag
me.
order in this case. We don't know really the facts, and we won't know the facts unless there is a conflict hearing. So we're going to talk about the different types of attorney conflict that might apply in this case and how to get around those if they need to be gotten around. If you need to get to a circumstance where there are waivers, if there is that type of a conflict, then you would expect an attorney to stay with the person they represented first, not the new case. But what we saw here factually is Ann Taylor staying with representation
I
of
swear to
Brian
God, I wanted to be a
Kohberger
lawyer. I
and
think I would
removing
be good
herself
at it.
from representation of Xana's mother. So as we go through the rules of professional conduct, I will talk about the fact scenario as I can.
Not necessarily as like a trial attorney, but like I love debate. Oh my God! Stop! Oh, how did I accidentally pin something?
Hypothetically see them. We just don't know yet. I'm also making some really basic assumptions. My assumption is that attorney Ann Taylor, who has nothing but a stellar reputation from what I've seen, understands her duty to her clients better than I do. She has more facts than I do, and than anyone commenting on this case does. I also imagine that as one of few death penalty qualified defense attorneys, that plays into her mind. The fact that the current representation of Xana's mother had just begun before she was appointed on this case, she was not deep into that representation, is a fact scenario that is going to play in here. And again, whether there is any potential overlap is fact specific.
Dude, I'm so out of touch with this. I guess we'll just.
But
finish
these
it,
aren't
but
readily intertwined cases.
I don't know if we're
Xana's
gonna
mother
go
is
over the
not
Murdaugh
a
one
witness
as the extent
in
of
the
this
homicide
video.
case, in the factual case.
I am aware of that one, but I'm kind of regretting watching this part, but because I'm just more confused now.
Now, there is an argument that if Brian Kohberger is convicted and if they are seeking the death penalty, then there is
Never mind,
a
interesting.
possibility that Xana's mother would testify in a penalty phase. And in the penalty phase of a death penalty case, you will have a cross-examination.
I'm adamantly against the death penalty. I don't like the idea of the government killing people. I know that they do it all the time, but I don't think that it should be as acceptable as it is. I think that I could maybe be moved on that, but depending on a conversation, because I think it's just kind of a moral judgment where I just my axiomatic values and like liking human life, obviously it goes against that. So I would love to have somebody, I would love to debate somebody on the death penalty as a direct, oh my God, I got slapped by that tree branch and I always like do this and I'm just like putting my fingers directly on my bruise. The death penetration as human penalty. I got my law degree from Yale. Drunk. There is a huge amount of idiots. Don't think highly about lawyers. Okay. No mind the death penalty. I'm assuming you meant that. But on the other hand, I know innocent people get put to... Yeah, all the time, right? Only people who commit mass murder since rape deserve the death penalty. Human traffickers, yeah. I think maybe... I think the best way to depower somebody is to let them be seen alive, powerless. That's the way that you are able to make sure they don't become a martyr too. Life in prison, some people become pathetic husks when they used to be powerful people, because that's the worst punishment you could possibly give them, is the idea of not having power for an extended period of time, where they are at the whims of just average people and or other like, death penalty is kind of an easy. I know it's like, and also is incredibly expensive. You know, like the death penalty is incredibly expensive, and it's not because of you know, any sort of like housing costs or something like that. It's like it's the appeals. It hangs up a lot of like court proceedings because we do at least grant death penalty inmates because we have put a lot of innocent people to death. This country, the United States, has straight up put a lot of innocent people to death that were exonerated because of and I mean like specifically in like the criminal justice system. I don't want to get into like more of a complicated thing, but and they were exonerated because of DNA evidence after the fact. And the way we do it also is a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. Honestly, I think that firing squad might actually be the most not sanitary, humane way to do it. I feel like my buns are falling a little bit, but the fact that we do it at all, like, and then we try to do all this work to try and figure out ways that would be more palatable to people. Like, I understand the vindictiveness of somebody seeing the killer of one of their family members or like a rapist that like terrorized their, you know, the victim's family or whatever, wanting to see them dead. I understand that mentality, but I think that the way we go about it is horrible, and I think that it makes the pain even worse, or not like pain, but like this, like the psyche of somebody's like vengeance. I mean, we've had like writings about this for like millennia, of the fact that vengeance doesn't fix the problem. They're still fucking dead. I think the problem isn't necessarily even about like punishment when it comes to murder, as much as just like making sure they don't do it to anybody else. Because that's a punishment enough. You cannot exist in society anymore. To go after retired cops. True. We need to prosecute police way more. I think that I don't know how exactly we set this up, but I think if we were able to set up a way where there's kind of like a in-between. I know there's like internal investigations or whatever, but an in-between with, so we have like the police and then like the law, like lawyers and shit. I feel like there should be a third one in between all of that mix that is completely independent. That would keep the police a little bit more like, it's not like the boys club. I don't mean like it's all guys. I just mean like the mentality of like we need more internal investigations as a third party inside the police force, I think, especially when it comes to like investigations of murder and stuff like that. As well, educated definition of evil, right? Yeah. I mean, like, that's what, like, fucking the Holocaust was. It was like, oh, the Jews are doing it to us, so we're doing it back. Like, it's a little bit of a stretch there in, like, what we're talking about right now, but, I mean, it's not like it's not true, you know? Like, because then it's justified. Doing vengeance means that horrible things are justified.
Of witnesses, which is also a wild process when you're talking about the parents of murdered college students being cross-examined. But if that
like
does
things
become
that
a
like
case,
things that average people would never ever do or want to do or even want to see doing, those things are justified by the idea of vengeance.
or does become the case, you also have the possibility that another attorney at the public defender's office could step in and take over that cross-examination in that limited circumstance, which we don't know yet because the state has not said.
Yeah, I think forgiveness is a really complicated thing where a lot of people like are too forgiving too. Like it's maybe even like the same issue of like not having the ability to forgive, where they're like, then they get taken advantage of like a lot of times. And it's like, you don't really have to forgive somebody, like saying like, oh no, it's okay to forgive somebody. Like I think forgiveness is for yourself, or it should be for yourself. Obviously that's on a spectrum of whatever happened, but like, just because somebody did something really fucked to you and you never want to ever associate with them doesn't mean that you can't forgive them yourself. Just be like, okay, I just don't want to be around them. You know, it's like they were fucked. Like I'm not like constantly thinking about how, because I'm speaking for myself here, I guess, where like some people have done some really fucked up shit to me where it's like I'm not constantly thinking about it. But like if they're like trying to act like they're like my friend, it's like, okay, well, no, that's not gonna happen. Like you don't have to be their friend if you like forgive them in your heart, I guess. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this, but that's how I look at it, where it's like, especially if it's something that happened to somebody else, I think most people think that it's like way harder to forgive somebody who did something really fucked to somebody you care about. Like some people have done some really fucked up shit to Razor, and like those people, like I will never forgive. And that is where I do very much understand, like, I don't have any, like, vengeance necessarily, but I know I can never forgive them in terms of, like, you have never asked for an apology, you've never given one, you've never proven that you actually give a shit or feel bad about the things you did, so go fuck yourself. Forgive someone if they realize what they did was wrong and ask for it. Yeah, I feel that way too. I mean, as long as it was, like, you know, genuine, I feel like that is, like, a qualifier of, like, oh, it wasn't genuine, but, like, I think you can tell, you know, when an apology feels genuine. At least I feel like I can. I don't know. Make a fine lawyer? Thank you. With a cost, you gotta kill morale if you want to grow. That's not true. If you're a public defender, you don't have to do it to grow. You're doing it for the principle of every person should be represented. Like, you're doing it off. This is why public defenders should be respected so much, because it doesn't matter how well they do or bad they do. Is that? Oh, it's just a light. They're doing it because they're passionate about the fact that every citizen in this country has the right to be represented by somebody who cares about their case, you know? And it's unfair that the rich people get away with a lot more shit that even poor innocent people get fucked with, because they don't have the luxury of a long drawn out case. A lot of times they plead guilty. And like even just doing the paperwork, public defenders have so much work that they do, and they do it for the love of, like, you know, the rights of the people in this country. People change and grow, and then later might understand the actions. But yeah, I mean, I feel like as somebody who also like did some really dumb bullshit and had like really bad opinions in the past, like I definitely align with that sentiment. If in their hands, I'd hope they care. Yeah, but I mean, but I don't think you understand how overworked public defenders are. Like, I think that public defenders on average, like, 100 cases, like, on a daily basis. Not that they're doing 100 cases a day. It's just that they have that caseload. Where if you have, like, a high-paid attorney, it's just, like, you, basically. It's, like, one case. Every hour of their day is going to that one case. And they have, like, more capital to, you know, hire other people to help them with that as well. How guilt and shame can punish people without you even needing to. Yeah.
Whether they are seeking the death penalty in this quadruple homicide case. Before we jump into the text of the rules of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, we're going to take a brief break to say thank you to our sponsor.
Okay, so it's this one. She's wearing a different outfit now, but this is the... Okay. Oh, wait, what? We're going to skip the rest of this Idaho stuff because I don't have the bandwidth right now and mentally. Because I want to have something I want to watch. We can come back to that at some point, but she actively covers it, so...
And summarizing them as quickly as I possibly can.
So this is going to... Ben! What? She's inside. Maki's inside. It's fine. Yeah, she's right there. See?
So that is on the Quick Bits podcast and my Quick Bits YouTube channel. Those will be linked down below. So when we are talking about...
I thought I wanted to watch the Quick Bits. The fuck am I watching this for? I watched her like really long form stuff, so I thought this was the same thing. Where's the quick bits? Give me the TLDR. Oh my god. My TED Talk, stream, YouTube, mug. Wait, the lies! Oh, no, I was literally looking at it. 32 minutes. Oh my god. So, we're gonna move on to something else because this is my fault because I spent way too much fucking time.
You're gonna sit here today and
Way too much time talking about other things that were not True Crime Tuesday, which is fine. But when that happens, sometimes we gotta cut some stuff out. This is a developing story, so I'm sure we'll come back to it. Basically, Alec Murdaugh, he is a very rich guy, personal injury lawyer, was stealing millions of dollars from his clients, along with the Girardi case, kind of the same thing. And he ended up killing his wife and his son. And a twist of fate, his son had killed a young woman named, I don't know why I started saying that before I could remember her name. Doesn't matter. Anyways, she ended up dying because he crashed. The son is, I think, was 21, something like that, 22 maybe. And he had crashed a boat, his dad's boat, the dad that ended up murdering him. The dad's boat I don't really know the exact situation, I assume into like the shore or something. Anyways, and this young lady that was the same age at the time, I think ended up like falling out and dying. And he was inebriated, so it was kind of it's like a DUI boat crash case. But the reason why it's even of note is because the family is incredibly wealthy, but the family was incredibly wealthy because he was stealing money. He stole, I think, $2 million because he was a personal injury attorney from clients outside of, like, not even like to like this. The man owned an island, so I mean that's already like mega sus territory. Anyway, so he ended up killing his son because his son was on a bail awaiting a trial himself for Mallory Beach. Mallory Beach. I don't know why I remember her name. I guess because boat and beach. Morbid connection there. But Mallory Beach was the young lady that the son that was murdered by Alex Murdaugh killed. So he was on trial. He was going to be on trial for that, but he ended up getting murdered allegedly by his father, and on top of that, his mother was also killed. That guy lied, or obviously Alex Murdaugh lied about a lot of shit. Because he was like, even if he's found like innocent of like this crime of killing his wife and his son, he's still going away from probably the rest of his life because of all of the financial crimes, specifically because they are all personal injury related. So he's like completely fucking over like people who had like like injustice happen to them to begin with, like I'm getting it mixed up with the Girardi. Like, for example, like the Girardi case was like a plane crash that killed a bunch of people, and the settlement deal he skimmed off the top, and it's kind of the exact same thing that Alex Murdaugh is doing, where like there would be like a terrible accident or an injustice from like a company or something, and he would skim off like millions of dollars from the fee that was supposed to go to the client, who had this happen to them, and Ben got a squeaky toy. And yeah, so basically he's a piece of shit. It's pretty, from what I'm watching, I've been watching it daily. Emily Baker will be covering it tomorrow morning. It's been pretty, like, very legally intensive, but he seems fucking guilty as shit to me. But it's interesting. It has Snapchat. It's got a lot of phone data. He clearly lied about a bunch of stuff. And that's a developing situation, so we'll get back to that at another point. We'll cover it again next Tuesday. I'll hopefully be a little quicker with it. But what I want to show you guys is a video I haven't seen yet. So we watched this on JCS. So we watched JCS talk about Steven, whatever, he killed his, he was in an apartment building. He actually killed his, not his roommate, like his neighbor, I guess, in the apartment. She was in the apartment next. And this has a lot more information besides the interview. So I want to watch this really badly. I'm really excited about it. Because this actually came out today, I think, 6 hours ago. So I think it's going to be a spicy video.
Why is it that everything that we get from you is yes, no, or I don't know?
I don't know.
What are you going to say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? Look at all that on your head. You don't think nothing fell out? It did. Your hair is there. Your hair is there, man.
When Lauren Giddings, a recent graduate from law school, goes missing, the town of Macon, Georgia halts to a stop as her friends and family try desperately to find her. But within hours, an unlikely suspect emerges, not because of a plethora of
It's a red
evidence,
flag.
but because
The
of his
batteries
own
never
freak out
died. Why
on
does it do
air while
this?
cameras are rolling.
Here, we'll just.
The majority
we'll
of the
just move it
following
up a little
photos,
bit.
videos, and more have never been seen before. 27-year-old Lauren Giddings was reported missing on June 30th, 2011. But by then, she had already been gone for 4 days. She was a student in Mercer Law who just graduated the month prior. At the time of her disappearance, she was preparing to take the bar exam, and then she would have become a defense attorney. But tragically,
ironic.
she never got the chance. Little did she know, a killer had been watching her every move. The only hint that something had been wrong was one incident, but one that she had easily dismissed. Lauren told her sister, Caitlin Wheeler, that after returning to her apartment following a trip, she thought that some of her things had been moved around, as though someone had been in there while she was gone. But she had no proof, just a feeling, and she eventually dismissed it. But that would prove to be a grave mistake. The summer of her graduation, Lauren's sister got married, and she took a few weeks off to spend time with her loved ones. But following the wedding, Lauren told her family and friends that she would be studying non-stop for the bar to make up for the lost time. With this in mind, they weren't too concerned when they didn't hear from her for a few days. But the days stretched on, and still there were no calls, emails, or answered texts. Her sister was the first one to realize something was terribly wrong. On June 29th, she reached out to Lauren's friends at Mercer and began to piece together that not only had no one heard from her, but they also hadn't seen her in days. What is especially chilling is that according to her calendar, Lauren was due to move out from her apartment the next day, on June 30th. Her car was still parked in her parking space, and after Lauren's friends heard from her sister, they decided to look for her and search her apartment. Her friends got in using a key they knew she kept in a white glass vase on a table outside her door. Checking her computer, they uncovered an email she sent revealing that she thought someone had tried to break into her apartment on the Thursday night before she vanished. Eerily, her ID and keys, including the other apartment key, were all inside, as though Lauren had come home and locked the door behind her, and then vanished. Lauren's family didn't live nearby, so her father drove that night to Macon to speak to police, and a missing persons report was officially filed for Lauren 4 days after she was last heard from. There were no witnesses. It was just a matter of interviewing anybody who lived at that apartment complex, or anyone who knew Lauren, with the hope of finding someone who knew what could have happened to her. Little did the police know, the case would have its prime suspect in only 12 hours of investigating. One of her friends, Ashley Morehouse, gave an emotional account to an officer about the last time she saw Lauren.
When was the last time you've actually physically seen Lauren?
It would be early Saturday morning at about 4 a.m. That Friday night, we went out to the bar, and she came back to my boyfriend's place to stay for the evening.
Did you see Lauren when you woke up that morning?
No.
You're just assuming she was there?
Yes.
Did you ever see her or talk to her again?
No.
Ashley was one of the first people who alerted the authorities to Lauren's disappearance.
I'm so afraid that I would get mainstream attention as being a suspect because I have incredible incredible anxiety, and I feel like I would just come off really suspicious. I don't know though. I might like. I've never been like interrogated, so I don't really know. I don't think most people have, obviously, but I don't know. I think I've watched enough of this that I feel like I could not be like weird about it, but like, I mean, I'm like totally innocent, you know?
Lauren's next-door neighbor and law school classmate, 25-year-old Stephen McDaniel, also spoke briefly with an officer.
How long have you lived next to Lauren?
Since I started law school back in, it'd be August of 08, I think.
When was the last time you think you seen Lauren?
It was either last week or the week before that.
Okay. Is there anything that you could tell me today or add to your statement that could help me locate Lauren?
I can't think of anything.
Stephen, along with Lauren's other neighbors and friends, were then asked to go to the police station to give their statements. As the two had lived side by side for years, Stephen was the perfect person to ask if he had heard or seen anything that may be helpful to the case.
I just want to clarify some things about your statement.
Okay, the person who's analyzing this footage, I guess what the narrator's saying it, is a former licensed professional counselor. Wait, what? Okay, well, I don't feel like... It's a former licensed professional counselor, and they said licensed professional... Oh, are these different people? Oh, got it. Okay, never mind. That's my bad. Licensed clinical psychologist and a licensed attorney.
I asked you to come down here today because you're Lawrence next door.
Just giving
neighbor,
credibility
right?
to the analysis.
And you told me in your statement that you've been home all week, right? All weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody come and stay, visit you while you were home?
No.
You didn't have no friends over?
Mm-mm.
Anybody see you this weekend that you've been home?
I don't know.
I had asked you in your statement because I've asked everyone that's living in that lives in that apartment complex if it would be all right for us to search their apartment, give me consent to search.
Yeah.
I'm asking that I would be there and that no one's going to search your apartment without you being present, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in your statement, you stated that you didn't want me to do that.
I've got several firearms that I own.
It isn't terribly surprising to hear that a...
Okay, so when I've seen this interview, they said that he got into like a weird catatonic state, like at the beginning, or like when he was in the car. But like he's not in that state right now, so I feel like JCS lied to me.
Law student would refuse to consent to search. However, what is unusual is that Stephen would continue to consent to police interviews without legal representation.
True, that is weird.
I don't want other people.
Well, how many firearms do you have?
I've got a semi-automatic rifle, and then I've got two handguns as well.
Well, you understand that we're trying to locate Lauren. She's missing. And you stated that you're willing to do anything to help me.
If I can help.
Yeah, no, okay, so JCS totally lied to me. They said that he got this catatonic state on the way back to the police station. He's totally fine. I'm really curious when he actually gets back into that weird, like, catatonic state that we saw when we watched the JCS video, like, what was that, like 2 days ago?
I will, but...
By helping me, I've asked everyone there, and everyone in the apartment complex has agreed, except you.
It's the lawyer in me, I suppose. I mean, what can I say? I just needed to know
the reasoning behind you not doing it. You just are worried that I'm going to mess with your firearms if you're standing there?
Nah, I'm always just protective of my space.
Did you hurt your nose or something?
Where?
The red mark on your nose right there. How'd you get that red mark on your nose?
Is it a mirror?
Yeah, I'll show you. How'd you get this mark down here on your chin?
Place I've been picking at.
So you don't want me looking in your apartment at all?
After some convincing, the officer eventually inspected Stephen's apartment, looking for any sign of Lauren.
This, so I think we're
Although
okay.
they didn't find her, they began to notice Stephen's...
Oh my god, that guy's definitely jerking off in his fucking bedroom according to that.
for any sign of Lauren. Although they didn't find her.
the books with the computer and the head and the gun. What the fuck? I feel like this entire setup just tells it like a big story.
They began to notice Stephen's behavior was growing increasingly odd. Police reported that he was sweating profusely and rapidly drank multiple bottles of water. When someone encounters a threat and they go into fight or flight mode, they may experience a dry mouth as well as an increase in sweating. In fight or flight, the body shifts fluids from one part of the body, like the mouth, to other parts of the body, such as sweat glands. The police continued to comb through the neighboring apartments, and Stephen hung around the entire time. This was fairly unusual, as there were only a few reasons why Stephen would stay.
Yeah, we watched the JCS video on this last week at some point, and this video came out today, so I'm really interested because I feel like I was lied to by the JCS video, because the JCS video said like he was catatonic while they were on the car ride like to the station, but we just watched an interview of him being not like catatonic with the yes, no answers. Like, I'm really curious to see where and when like that starts happening.
Near the apartments all day. Maybe he was bored and had nothing else to do, but maybe he had another, more sinister reason
100% it was that. No
to
shit.
see if the police uncovered anything incriminating. In some cases, the perpetrator remains close to the investigation process due to an obsession, either with the victim or with the crime itself. They may at times enjoy.
Is it on 2.5? No, it's not. Do you want me to? Do you think I should speed it up? I don't know. I think it's a fine pace. I can speed it up, see if it sounds weird. They are a little slow with this sometimes, so I'm not against it. We'll see.
The attention the case is receiving, so they stay close to observe the outcomes of their horrific actions. Observing all the attention the case is receiving also often makes the perpetrator feel important, especially if there's some sort of obsession at play. Later, Stephen would claim that he'd been told by the authorities.
I do usually watch like videos like this, like well, it depends. Like if I'm doing something, I don't watch it sped up, but if I'm like trying to focus on it, I think it's like a lot easier because I hate sensationalized like murder stuff, because what I find interesting is not the act itself. Generally, it's like the interrogation and like the process of like the legal process that I find fascinating. One time, I'm not gonna watch that 2 times.
His apartment wasn't released yet, so he couldn't stay there, but also that he couldn't leave the area. This is just the beginning of a series of well-thought-out contradictions. Either way, it was during this time that he was approached by a reporter who asked him about Lauren. Allegedly,
when they get to like the interview part, I think I'll probably slow it down. But
Stephen also commented to other reporters in the area that he wished he'd given Lauren
I don't know how much they're actually covering, because most of it seems like it's like context
of his guns, so that she could have potentially protected herself.
Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since
oh my god,
Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know anybody any enemies she might have had?
Oh my god, it's like a fantasy I feel like he's having in his head.
That might want to hurt her?
No, we don't know where she is. I mean, the only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her.
It's notable that Stephen speaks mostly using we as the pronoun instead of I. This can be a red flag that the person talking doesn't want the focus to be on them. He may not want to single himself out in any way or draw attention to himself, so it feels safer to keep himself lumped in with the group.
Because I mean, we went over. One of our friends had a key. We went inside and tried to see if there was anything amiss, but I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body.
This is the exact moment, caught on camera, that Stephen learns Lauren's body has been found, or rather, part of it. Note that Stephen repeats the word body, perhaps trying to buy himself more time to think. However, an alternative theory is that he was trying to behave how he thought someone would react when they found out their missing friend's body had been found. His reaction could potentially be seen as shock, as a friend learns that the person they've been searching for is actually dead. Or, more accurately, it's the very moment a killer finds out that the body they thought they'd cleverly disposed of is found.
You put him in trash cans. Why would he be surprised that it was found?
Far quicker than he expected, a carefully laid plan is already beginning to unravel, and he's just realized that very thing while on camera. Earlier, as police were searching for any sign of Lauren, they noticed a horrible smell coming from the garbage bins behind Barrister's Hall at Mercer University, across from the apartment complex where she lived.
Nice job.
Around 9:40 a.m., they made the nightmarish discovery of a human torso, discarded along
Oh,
with the
okay. Okay.
trash. In a
Jesus
strange
Christ.
twist of fate, the grim finding was a moment of pure luck. The garbage bin should have been picked up and emptied
Where did you
earlier that
sleep last
day
night? In this
before
room.
investigators ever would have found the remains. However, that day, the garbage
you
truck
try? No. If they want to, then I mean, we're just doing true crime, dude. I mean, I don't know how long. We only really got like an hour left, I think. Probably after this video, we're probably gonna go to bed. But we are gonna watch some true crime.
was running late.
I got a little distracted at
No
the
matter
beginning of the
what-
stream. I apologize on that one. I think I got to be a little bit better of figuring out when we're gonna do the true crime of the True Crime Tuesdays. Because I know there's some people that just really like true crime. So I gotta kind of figure out how I want to assess that. Maybe like at the beginning of the stream we'll do true crime, or maybe at the end, or like I don't know. I'll figure that out on my own. On my own. But if you have any oh god, the spit bubble that's happening right here is like making me nauseous.
Stephen may have been thinking while talking to the reporter. The police had already
In the
noticed him hanging
Pines?
around
Are you
and
giving
brought
me
him back
song
to the
lyrics?
station to answer a few more questions. In this second interview, things take an interesting
Oh, okay. So he's just wearing the same outfit. Because he's saying this is the second interview.
turn immediately, and Stephen's reaction to the detective is far less confident. Now that suspicion has fallen so
He
thoroughly
just
onto
happens to be wearing the exact same outfit. Literally the exact same outfit.
him, Stephen will
Wait, but that guy's wearing the same. Wait, what?
use his knowledge as a law student to try and wiggle his way out of giving the police any more information.
Were you shivering
And the
the whole
result
night?
is
No, not at all.
unsettling, to say the least.
You know Detective Patterson, right?
Yes.
Do you remember? Put your hands up here. You remember us talking earlier today, right?
Yes.
You remember me earlier in the day?
Yes.
When we came down here and talked a little bit and then we left?
Yeah, that's what you should do.
Okay. I
Again,
need to know.
it was an interesting point they made earlier because they said, like, he's a law student. Why the fuck wouldn't he ask for a lawyer?
This girl right here. You know her?
Yes.
Who is that?
Right?
Lauren Giddings.
Does she live next door to you?
Yes.
When's the last time you seen her?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
What?
Was you friends with Lauren?
Yes.
Look at me when you talk to me, son. Okay? Was you friends with her?
Yes.
Close friends?
We were good.
I mean, y'all.
Okay, so one of the things that they never talk about on these, and maybe like the police, this is a police problem. Oh god, my like fucking being a sweaty nerd as usual. Is that they never really consider the fact that people might come in like drunk or high or something. Like the Christmas with Cliff video, like that guy was clearly drunk. Like he was clearly drunk. And like they don't like I'm talking about the JCS video. This isn't a JCS video, but like with this, I feel like this guy was just like really fucking like on something, like on like some insane amount of like Xanax or Adderall or something. I don't know. So they can prove. Yeah, I know, but like these are just analyzing the. If we're doing like an analysis of a interview, like you think that you could consider the possibility of those things, you know? Oh yeah, never give it. No, yeah. If you're, unless you're just trying to help out, like if they ever make it seem like you're possibly the perpetrator, just immediately ask for a lawyer. Don't let them guilt you. Don't let them gaslight you. Just ask for the lawyer.
Friends, right? Both of y'all
Because it just stops, and they know how to deal with it.
law students. You're studying to be an attorney, right?
Yes.
What kind of law do you want to go into? Criminal law?
Yes.
You will never get more focus put on you because you ask for a lawyer. That's like not how it works. That's never how it works. Like I know they always make it seem like that in like TV shows, but that's never how it works. You will not. I mean, you might like on like the very short term, but long term, like you will never get any more focus on you than somebody who's gonna give like a long ass fucking interview with them, like and telling them a bunch of other information that they didn't already know. If you're not gonna give them any information, they're not gonna hyper focus on you unless you are like within reason, like a suspect. But that's still a way that you're protecting yourself, even if, like. There's no situation where if you're involved in something, if they ever make it seem like you did it, immediately cut it off, because there's no situation where if that happens that you get a benefit from talking to them. They will try and twist your words, because all these they're fucking hogs, bro. They're fucking stupid as shit generally. They're good at like manipulating. That's what they do. Like the coercion training that they go through, or like the training that they get to interrogate, is very out of date in terms of like an academic standard of what actual like legitimate non-coercive ethical not prosecution, what am I thinking, like an interview, like interrogation is. Yeah, it's illegal for them to ask you questions after you ask for a lawyer. In America. In Canada, that is not the case. So keep that in mind.
Is that what you want to do for a living?
You just sit there and ignore them.
You'll notice that there's been a distinct shift in Stephen's behavior. During the first interview, when he refused the search of his apartment, Stephen gave a lengthy explanation and talked openly with the detective about the types of firearms he owned. He used frequent hand gestures and appeared to believe he could just talk his way out of the search. The detectives would have noted his behavior during that first interview, when there was less pressure on him, as his baseline, essentially how he acts when he is telling the truth. When someone's behavior changes significantly during an interrogation, detectives will see this as a red flag for possible deception. It doesn't always mean that the suspect is guilty of the crime, but there is a reason for this shift in behavior, and detectives will try to figure out what it is. If Stephen was consistent in only giving one-word answers and used a monotone voice across both interviews, his odd behavior could have been written off as normal for him. It could have been just part of his personality.
Okay. He's obviously doing it because of the case that he was like clearly like mega guilty, but sometimes I just don't want to talk to people, and I kind of act like more like this.
Personality or how he speaks. However, the significant...
I'm not trying to say that I'm like murder style, but I'm just saying like I get like the idea of like completely switching your personality of how sociable you want to be.
Deviation from his baseline behavior is a red flag.
Or not
Something,
want to
possibly
be, but...
fear of being caught, has triggered him to act completely differently from how he was earlier.
Are you almost finished?
Able to be.
Okay, so you don't have too much more to do, right?
Like I'm an introvert,
Right.
so.
Are you going to stay here in Macon?
I don't know.
Did you used to work at the district attorney's office in Macon?
Yes.
Was you on the prosecutor side or the defense side?
It's like an NPC.
So you were on our side.
Stephen had worked in the DA's office before graduating from law school just 1 month earlier, at the same time as Lauren. At this point, he's not yet taken the bar exam. Stephen may be deliberately answering with one word.
I'm starting to think that everything's a horseshoe theory, dude. You, Never mind.
Answers because it's safer, and he wants to avoid giving unnecessary or possibly incriminating information that could be used against him later. However, part of the reason for his short responses could be due to the type of questions he's being asked. The detective is using closed-ended questions, which often limits what the other person can say. The detective may have been able to get Stephen to talk more if he'd asked open-ended questions, such as, what was your relationship like with Lauren? What did you and Lauren like to do together? What was your
I feel like you did ask that in the GCS video.
last interaction with her like? With these types of questions, it's difficult for a suspect to just say yes or no. While closed-ended questions can be helpful when police are trying to find out specific facts, open-ended questions are better when trying to gather information,
Fast, or maybe I'm just getting kind of drunk.
such as here.
And you lived next to Lauren for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where she's at tonight?
No. No.
Have you
Dude, I fucking hate when people do that to me. Like, as a quiet person, like, I don't really talk very loudly. I know it's not what I do now, but generally, like, when I was, like, growing up, I was a really quiet person, and, like, it would be so fucking annoying when I would, like, say something. Like, I also mumble. That's also an issue that I'm trying to stop doing with streaming. I think it's very helpful, like, just to talk more. But anyways, it was really annoying when, like, I would say something and, like, this would be like, like what he just said. I feel like I got a little triggered there.
ever seen her with that dress on?
It was like, I said it was kind of rude, and then I just made myself feel, or it would always make me feel bad. Because I think it's just, like, bad at talking. I don't know what it is. I think it's, like, a parenting issue, to be honest.
No.
I'm in
What
a
is most
moment in my
interesting
life
is
where
the
I'm just, like,
question of
blaming
why is
everything
he
wrong
still
with me on my
talking with investigators at this point. Clearly, he understands how to invoke his right to remain silent, and yet he doesn't.
You have no idea where she's at?
No.
The detective emphasizes these questions by invading Stephen's personal space and raising
I wonder, okay, so this is the second interview, right? So I wonder if he, like, went home and, like, researched other interviews from, like, people that, like, were able to do, like, a mentally insane or a mentally incompetent defense, and, like, he just decided to replicate that? I don't know. I don't think you get mad because maybe those, wait, I think you, sorry, Jesus Christ, I can't read. I think you get mad because those people weren't being attentive enough to you when you spoke. Yeah, I could see that. I think that they were probably just, like, really impatient, and, like, that's, like, I felt, like, rushed, and then that gave me anxiety too. Like, it's probably a combination of both of those things. Yeah, because, like, I don't know, I have, like, really good hearing, so I guess I didn't understand why people couldn't, like, it's just the frustration, right, of, like, knowing what you want to say and then people not understanding. Like, that's always going to be frustrating.
the picture of Lauren. This is an attempt to elicit empathy from Stephen, as it's hard to look into the face of someone if you've hurt them. At first, the detective may have been attempting to build rapport by sitting
like that
close
narrator, dude, was, like, so excited about that.
and acting a bit buddy-buddy with him, such as patting Stephen on the shoulder. But this evolves into not allowing him to physically escape from his direct scrutiny.
Yeah, this guy probably does have an anxiety disorder. Like, I don't know, I'm getting a little bit of that feels.
Still, Stephen doesn't shrink away. Most people would be quite uncomfortable with someone unfamiliar that close. However, it's important to remember when interpreting any of his behavior or actions that Stephen is likely
Yeah, you're probably not really thinking about it.
familiar with typical police techniques.
What do you think happened to her?
I don't know.
Do you even care that no one can find her?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know, do you?
Yes.
He may believe that police have no real evidence tying him to Lauren's disappearance, so as long as he appears at least somewhat cooperative, he will be in the clear. However, when a suspect only provides one-word answers, detectives usually see this as the person being guarded, which is a red flag for deception. Stephen's answer here is a...
That's not true. Being guarded is a red flag for... I mean, yeah, I guess if you're talking about red flag, but people are guarded even when they're not lying.
stark contrast to earlier in the day, only about 6 hours...
Yeah, the narrator's a little bit much. But, I mean, the content's good, though, so, you know, take it as it is.
before, when he told the reporter that he thought Lauren
He's
could
just
have
like
been
he's just like a narrator for hire. I've seen him on, like, other things, like, doing narrating about, like the Earth and, like, satellites and stuff, so...
snatched.
The only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her.
Notice that when the officer is talking to him,
Snatch. That's a really weird way to phrase it.
Stephen maintains that intense eye contact he had with the reporter, checking to see if he's being believed.
Guilty.
Though it's clear suspicion has fallen heavily onto Stephen, he isn't the only person police interviewed. They also spoke to David Van Diver, Lauren's boyfriend.
Yes, sir. This is your girlfriend.
I understand.
Okay. Because we can't find her. Okay?
Okay.
Is he, like, holding his arm? What's going on here? Can you see this? Look at his, like, hand on his arm going on, like... They're having kind of a moment.
We found a body. We don't know if it's her or not.
This looks like a date where they're about to kiss. What the fuck is this body language going on?
This is what the coworker told me on the way down.
All right. So I need your help.
You've got it.
Well,
No,
somebody
not that
knows something.
Again, I don't know why. This is the red flag
Do
meter
you
up
know
here.
anybody
I'm gonna add text.
that she might been seeing besides you?
This is commonly called the wedge driving. It's similar to the prisoner's dilemma, but is used to elicit
I
an
don't know why my
emotional
camera does
response in a
this.
suspect
It's
in
not
relation
even
to
on a
victim.
battery.
The couple appeared to have a long-distance relationship, one that was occasionally on and off. The detective quickly narrows in on this fact, suggesting that the two had problems in their relationship. Notice the difference in David's body language compared to Stephen's. David is leaned forward and his body is frontally aligned with the detective, meaning his torso and legs are pointing toward the officer. He looks engaged in the conversation. Detectives trained under the Reed technique view this posture as being more in line with a truthful individual rather than a deceptive one. Compare that to Stephen's rigid posture facing forward toward the table and away from the detective, which, according to the Reed technique, can be a red flag for deception. It's important to note that a suspect's posture alone cannot be used to make a determination about whether someone is lying or telling the truth. However, it's something detectives will take note of and may help guide them with their questioning.
So you're telling me the whole time you were going to California, you didn't call her, check in with her, nothing?
No.
Then you land in Atlanta.
How does that look?
And just go back to your apartment or house, wherever you live in Atlanta, and you didn't even call her and tell her you were home or anything?
No, if you look at the email she sent me Saturday night, and this has been, you're talking about me not being married and all this stuff.
Yeah,
and
this guy
girls
like
start
really
talking about
doesn't seem
commitment
that
stuff.
upset. Oh.
The email she sent me at 10:13 Saturday night started off, I
mean, I think that there's like some party that might be able to like compartmentalize like the situation where it's like you were probably upset, but like you've kind of like gotten over that necessarily, like being like super focused onto something. But yeah, no, I can't imagine being like this. Like if Razor was gone, like I would. I mean, this is also might be like a shock response, like, because I could see myself being in shock. Like, if Razor was gone, like, I didn't know where the fuck he was. I already had my freak out moments, like 2 days prior or whatever, like a full, like, 48 hours of, like, panicking. Maybe I'd just kind of be, like, emotionally drained at this point and just be, like, I don't know, very analytical about it, but I don't know, man. I know the other guy was super guilty, so I assume this guy has literally nothing to do with it, but like it is a little sussy baka.
literally read it while I was in the rental
I'd be in
car.
fucking shambles. Well, I mean, those things could be the same thing. I mean, this is like, I think days after, because this is the second interview. I mean, I don't really know the timeline of this one, so I don't know. I guess we'll see.
Saw the first line. It goes, I just had an uncomfortable or awkward conversation with Garen. And
okay, he's fucking suspicious as shit. The JCS video said that the other guy was guilty, but I don't know. Maybe this is going to have a turn. Maybe there's an update.
I thought it was going to lead into a whole, he wants to know when y'all are getting married, stuff like that. So I just put it down there. I'm just like, I'm not ready for that. And I put the phone down.
Do you have a key to her apartment?
No, sir. No, sir. In fact.
Oh, so they probably weren't that serious, which is more or less sussy. I don't know.
There was a running joke, if you will, that I came down here.
Also, she's a college student. This guy, is this her boyfriend or her like fucking dad, bro?
I think it was summer of 2010, give or take. There was some band thing she wanted me to come down for. Came down, we all went out, had a great time. We got separated walking back. And she got back to her apartment before I did, and I banged on the door, and she was asleep. And and the joke was, apparently I was the only one of her friends that did not know where that key was. I know where it is now.
Oh my god, he's so suspicious.
Well, where is it now? Where's the key? She keeps the key right there on the...
What? Why would you do that?
It's a round table, if I recall. You know, patio furniture. It's like a little ceramic thing.
Is that a wig?
And you don't know anybody that might want to
His
harm her?
hair?
No, sir.
Are you worried about that being her?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
David rubs his head.
I thought that was the worst. I didn't watch it. I've been trying to fucking slog through. God, I shouldn't have tried to do a True Crime Tuesday without thinking about, I mean, true war crimes. That could have been a thing. I'll watch it tomorrow. I said I'll watch it tomorrow if it's still relevant. Fuck. I appreciate you guys coming here to talk about it though, but you know what? I'm probably gonna stay up late. So after we finish this video, we can look into it. But it'll probably be tomorrow.
In addition to being concerned about his girlfriend,
I'm
he may
curious.
also be worried that
I mean,
police are suspicious.
I'll
of
be
him.
honest, Joe Biden, every single time that he talks, like in his speech form, like it's just makes me nervous. Like it's just like, it's like, you know, like a little oh god, is he gonna just fucking like, because he has like dyslexia or like some sort of like issue where he like mixes up his words, and like I do too. So it's like always like, oh god, it just makes me so uncomfortable. Like I get nervous when like people do like call-ins on like a comedy podcast, dude. Like I was like, oh god, like I don't want it to go badly for them. Like I have way too much empathy. Called Biden a liar. Why was he even talking in the State of the Union? Who the fuck? Who? Oh, Marjorie. Marjorie is fucking retarded. Who gives a shit what she thinks? I cannot believe that she has any position of power. They came for the pigtails. They're buns.
He may know that in most cases
Making
where
me
a woman
hungry.
disappears or is killed, the partner
No,
is
everybody knows that. Come on, you know you always look at the partner.
looked at first. Even if someone is innocent,
The same thing. Well, sometimes it makes it exciting for people. What do you think I'm gonna do? Like fuck up what I'm saying?
logically knows that the truth is on their side, it doesn't mean they won't be concerned about being wrongfully accused. Eventually, David Van Diver is cleared of any suspicion and allowed to leave the police station. Stephen, on the
feel
other
like he
hand,
did.
has only managed to make himself appear
Sure.
more suspicious. The detective now reveals some of the reasons that they're focusing their attention on him.
You said you didn't have any other cars, right?
I feel like they don't give him any context when he's reading it. They're just like, yeah, just make it sound like sinister.
Well, why would everybody you went to school with for the last 3 and 4 years
I mean, the
said
narrator.
that you own another car other than that Geo Prism?
What? This is all news to me.
Everybody I've
How
talked
does this guy have so much money? He's got like 18 guns and like 2 cars as a student.
all your friends you were in school with, people that you worked at the district attorney's office with said you have other cars other than that
Like,
car.
you're not making that much money. I mean,
And
it
you're
must
not
be the
sitting here
parents,
today and
right?
tell me you don't have another car.
Hey, welcome back, Cheetah.
Well, where's it at?
I don't have one.
You never had another car besides that Geo Prism.
No.
So if I call your granddaddy, he's gonna tell me
He won't tell
that
me.
you only have one car.
Yes.
What's his phone number?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do, because I already have his number.
What a fucking boomer question. I bet this motherfucker doesn't know what his grandfather... Well, I mean, he's probably dead, but... Same thing. Nobody knows phone numbers. We're all fucking Zoomers, bro. Or, millennials. I think he's... like my age? I don't know. I think he's older than me, but...
You don't know
I guess
phone-
he would have been... I don't even remember what's going on here, but...
No.
I don't remember when this video was... Or this case happened. Uppies?
I
What?
mean, you seriously can't help
Take a
us
shot
out.
with you? I'll take
These
a White
numbers
Claw
in my
shot
cell
with you,
phone.
sure.
That's a start. Where's your cell phone?
At the
Alright, here you go.
apartment.
In your apartment?
Cheers. Red flag alert.
One of the reasons the detectives are pressing Stephen about having another car is the security footage caught outside the apartment building where he and Lauren lived. It's blurry, so it's unclear exactly who
Oh, the psychology behind the Razor's bio. Or okay, sorry, I gotta get better not pausing in the middle of talking to read the chat, but or in the middle of a video when they're trying to make a point, sentence. I mean, well, the psychology was that I didn't get invited to something directly, so I didn't know it was happening, and Razor didn't tell me it was happening. Because, well, I did technically get invited to it, but I didn't know about it because they just talked to Razor instead. So then it was like a whole like thing I was talking about, and like this is not necessarily the first time it ever happened. And I just kept making, or like it was like a common trend that I had noticed. And then I was talking with the people that were like, oh, when I was like, well, why didn't you tell me about it? And they're like, oh, well, I told Razor. And then I'm like, well, we are 2 separate people. Why didn't you tell me? And they're like, well, we assumed that you would know or whatever. So then it was the whole thing about being like, okay, well, I'm just an extension of Razor at this point. So that's why it says that.
was in the footage. But the detectives clearly suspect that it might be Lauren's killer.
What's up with the pair of underwear that was in your apartment?
That
was like a mask. It was cut out like a mask, dude.
What? This doesn't look like a mask. It looks like a piece of paper cut out to look like underwear. I would say it's almost like completely different.
You cut underwear out to look like masks?
2011, okay.
What do you think?
No, I'm saying in 2011, like depending on like how old he is, like I don't know any fucking phone numbers. I know literally like my own phone number and my parents' phone number. That's literally it. I don't know any other. Like if someone was asking for my grandpa's phone number, are you kidding me? I have no idea. It's in my phone. I don't need that. I don't need to remember shit like that. You know?
I think someone took her.
But he is.
Now, when
he must be way
confronted,
older
Stephen
than me.
gives the same answer he told the reporter earlier. But his voice has shifted dramatically into a flat tone, devoid of all emotion.
Well, you know there was a body found in the trash can next to the apartment.
Oh, I did scout this, but just okay, we're good.
Yes.
You do know that. And it's a female,
Same age as
white
you, but I
female's
knew
body.
numbers. Okay, well I didn't know numbers in 2011. It's not like I forgot them. I just never knew them to begin with.
Right there. Right next to
Why
y'all's
memorize something I could just look up?
feet within from her apartment. We don't know 100% sure it's Lauren, but we're pretty confident it is. I mean, who would do something to somebody and throw them in a trash can?
I don't know.
I'm asking for your
Looks like a
advice
laddie. What does
or
that
your
mean?
observation. Who in your complex?
I mean, he looks like the bad guy from Fred Nights at Freddy's. Jesus Christ, Five Nights at Freddy's. Like with it being this pixelated, he just looks like the bad guy that like, stuffs all the souls of like kids into the spring trap lock suits or whatever. Spring lock trap
We'll
suits.
do something like
Some
that. You
ordering
lived
of
over
those
there for
words.
3 years. Tonight's the first night I think I've ever been over there.
Fucking tard. A laddie? Laddie means like retard? Like what? That sounds like a very like chill term for that. I mean, I guess
By
idiot doesn't like hit the same way too. By asking the suspect to
Asking
speculate.
the suspect to speculate as to the narrative of the crime, the investigator is looking for any facts,
Thank you,
especially
Anime Titty God.
inconsistent or
That makes sense with your
unpublicized
name.
facts that might
I was
create
thinking there was an anime character that I feel like I look like, especially with like this like hoodie with this kind of like color scheme, and I couldn't think of it.
an opening for more direct lines of questioning.
In your expert opinion,
In your expert opinion, why would he have an expert opinion? Is he trying to like make like law jargon to like get him? That's probably what he's doing. He's probably like trying to law jargon him to getting him to talk or to engage more.
of all your knowledge of going through law school.
No,
and
you're
all
good.
that,
I mean, I just never heard laddie as like that type of. It doesn't hit the same way. Like when you say retard, like you got like the like the way you like pronounce it. It seems a little bit more aggressive than like a laddie. The laddie seems too nice.
Who in that complex do I need to talk to?
I just want to check him out. Oh, okay.
This type of question is commonly taught in the Reed technique.
He's
The
got too much
detective
hair.
likely knows that typically people who
yeah,
commit
it's
horrific
soft.
murders have antisocial personality disorder. Individuals with this
So I guess I didn't really think about this that extensively. Not that anyone ever does, but I always thought antisocial meant like you didn't like being around people. Because that's like what I, had heard it used clearly out of context. There's so much dog hair on this mic. Oh my god. But antisocial is just, it doesn't mean that you don't like being around people. It means that you just have, not parasitic, but like when we say we're social creatures, right? Like we thrive on like connections with each other. Antisocial means that they very much do not like to have connections with anybody. Like some people cannot be like social, and this eyelashes is having a moment. Like antisocial is not a complete rejection of like being around people. It's just that you don't have like you're not reciprocating the same feelings to the people that you are around. Like you do not like engage with them in a social way. And it's not the same as like for me, like I don't necessarily love being around people. Like it's not like the difference between like like an extrovert versus an introvert. Like introverts are generally like they need battery recharge of being by themselves and being alone, where extroverts get like more energized by being around people. It's not at all that dynamic. And I thought that was what it kind of was for a really long time, but it's not that at all. It's that like you don't engage and have like the same like relationship to somebody else in terms of like not necessarily like stress or anything. I mean, it could be, but you could maybe relate it to that. But it's generally just the fact that you just completely do not have the same social connections at all, even if you're around people all the time, or you get something out of even like talking to people. Like antisocial personality disorder is like really big in terms of like people who scam, for example, like is a good example of like people who have antisocial tendencies. It's like you just like have like a complete lack of empathy. You're probably qualified as a sociopath, but not psychopath. Yeah, I think a lot of psychopathy is like really common, to be honest. Because it's so directly tied to like narcissism. But psychopathy is like a completely different beast. It's to like a punch a fucker in the
Personality disorder are typically very grandiose, which means that they love to be admired and praised by others.
Well, I mean, that's not necessarily true, because sociopathy also does have a correlation with narcissism, and that narcissism is not an antisocial trait, I don't think. Maybe that is my misunderstanding of that. I'm not an expert, so paying him a compliment, anti equals against. You can't form. Yeah, they can't form normal social connection. Correct.
For having what they believe are superior qualities. Being called an expert by the detective would certainly play on a perpetrator's grandiose beliefs about themselves and make it more likely that they will
like I have like very like I'm fine with like being by myself. Like Razor is an extrovert. Like he's like is one of those extroverts that says that they're not, but like I can tell like he like really likes. Like, when like something bad happens, he immediately calls his family and talks about it. When something bad happens to me, I shut down. Like, that's like maybe a very shallow thing to say, but I that is like what I think is a good example, in my head at least, of like the differences between like being an extrovert or introvert, where it's just like I don't even like to talk about it unless I'm in like the right thing, but he just wants to immediately talk. Like he like calls his family. I think I was born to be an extrovert, but I was beat into introversion by my That's actually a good that's a good thought, because I think that is a theory, I guess, because I've kind of related with that as well, and not necessarily that I am an extrovert, but I think that is an interesting thought where like I think a lot of introversion does come from more societal impacts. Like I like was constantly shamed like of like, and maybe I do kind of relate with you where maybe I was a lot more extroverted, but like I was like my dad never fucking encouraged anything I ever did, and he only did it in a negative way. Where he's like, "Oh, I'm glad that you're doing this because you're not doing something else or like whatever." I'm being nebulous about it, but. Like the idea of like being like where you only get like negative encouragement, you know what I mean? Like where it's just like, just don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, but they're not a lot of positive. I think that also like would maybe contribute to something like that. And I did like, cause I used to be like I have ADHD. I've had ADHD my entire life, like so hyperactive, but like, especially like being like a woman or whatever, like I feel like it was way less acceptable to be like really active, and especially like when in my teen years I got shamed so much for being like hyperactive, like, and everyone just telling me just don't do it, just don't move, don't act like like my presence was like annoying to people. So like I think that did like very much, I can't imagine that it wouldn't contribute to like an introversion, becoming an introvert in that way, because it's like you're constantly like being like just told to just not, hey, can you just not, I was an extrovert when I was young. Yeah. I feel like it probably was. Like, I remember, like, being able to, like, walk up to any kid in the playground when I was a kid and, like, make friends. And I can't even imagine doing that in terms, like, obviously not to a kid, but, like, I know it's more complicated, but, like, even, like, at a party, unless I'm, like, drinking, I am still able to do it, though, if I'm drinking. So I feel like that might have something to do with, like, the reason why I enjoy drinking so much. Because it might, like, kind of, like, in a nostalgia way, remind me of, like, times where, because it's still me, right? It's not like I'm a completely different person, but where I didn't have that stigma or that shame or that, like, social pressure or all of that really fucked me up for a while. And I feel, like, a lot more, like, comfortable without, you know, and then when you're in that state of, like, not thinking about it, that I am able to be that extroverted person, because I do think I don't necessarily like attention. I just like my, like, opinion being, like, valued, but I mean, I guess everyone does though. Insecurity mostly. Yeah, 100%. It's definitely a lot of insecurity. Definitely. I got 2 relationships where I got gaslit back to back for, like, 3 years each. 3 and 2, so 5 total, I guess. But, man, I made some bad fucking decisions, and it has taken a while to work through them. Definitely the insecurity too, like, where, like, there's always the voices in your head saying that, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that, you know? It's like, oh, don't say that. Like, and yeah, it has saved me from saying some dumb shit, but, like, in general, like, I think the more mistakes that you make, the more you learn. But if you're not making any mistakes, then you're never gonna learn anything. And then, like, you get trapped in, like, the situation that I was trapped in for a while, where I was just, I know as much as I drink now, but still, I was a way worse alcoholic before. And, like, I wasn't working, I wasn't doing anything, I wasn't really, like, active, because I felt like I couldn't do anything because everyone was just telling me no. Like, you can't do it, you can't do it. If you're gonna do it, you gotta do all these other things. And then, like, it was just like a paralysis of, like, just, I don't know, like, being told no. I feel like that's not a very exciting way to say it, but, or a rhetorically interesting way. I would hope I never let the powers down and shame my ancestors by letting a turd like that pass me by. I'm still afraid to date again because of past. Yeah, I feel that, Cheetah. I mean, you gotta get yourself together before you should date, or at least be forthright with it and be okay with somebody being like, okay, well, I don't really want to. Like, if you have, like, severe, like, issues, like, I don't have trust issues. That's something I never had. I've never really had trust issues, but I know people that have had trust issues. And, like I'm aware of the things that I don't have as an issue, and I'm very, like, thankful for that when it comes to, like, the little bits. So, like, take that as a grain of salt for yourself, of, like, taking like a fat or not L, take a W on that one. If you don't have, like, even, like, little things, like, if you don't have, like, trust issues, or if you don't have, like, I don't know, body issues, if you don't have, I don't know, financial insecurity issues, like, just take little W's here and there, and, like, you know, until you figure out what you do really appreciate about yourself. Because, again, I think we all can agree that nobody wants to be with somebody who hates themselves, because, like, why would they? Like, there's no reason. So obviously something loving you is important to you not hating yourself, and everyone does hate themselves from time to time. But I think you need to find the things that you like about yourself, and that you know that you don't have, and those could be things that, like, you don't have. Even when you're talking about you have a lot of trauma, like, think of the things that you don't have as trauma, okay? And don't necessarily shit on them as, like, oh, that's really bad if you have those as trauma. But, like, think of them where, you know what? Maybe other people have that trauma, and I don't have that trauma, so maybe I could relate, or I could be that person to support somebody who did have issues like that, because I don't have that issue. Because we're all, like, social creatures. We're here to, like, you know, make each other. I mean, I'm being a little in the clouds here with trying to think of the best of people, but I think that we're here to make each other better. was okay. So I'm actually about my mom. Okay, so I want to say that I'm having like an epiphany since I hit 30. I've like been really, really introspective, like, because I'm like wanting to have like a child at some point, like, and I'm thinking about like as a parent, like what I would do as a parent, like, you know, like, because I'm not necessarily like my mom had me at like 32 or something like that, and like I'm not. Oh my god, my mom's fucking old as shit. I just realized. She was very, very successful. My mom is like famous in the right circles as like I'm not gonna like dox myself by any means by telling you her name or anything, but like as in a very male dominated, like she's a famous programmer, I guess we'll say. I'm sure there's more than like one female like woman that is a famous programmer, but she's like she's very good at her job and very business oriented, but I think that I'm honestly like looking at it now, and I think that she only had kids because she felt like she was supposed to. Because all I was doing is I was constantly with a babysitter. And like when my parents would go out to dinner with me and my sister, all they would fucking talk about was work. They were just performative when it came to being parents. Like, maybe I'm wrong on this because I've just recently been thinking about it like really intensely, and maybe I'm misremembering. I'm having like a different. I'm just having like the opposite perspective because I always thought my mom was like an amazing mom because she was like really just be loving and nurturing, figure the rest out as you go. Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm kind of like. Let me finish, I guess. Where I thought she was like the best mom because she was shitting on all the house moms. Oh, all these fucking women don't work. Like it was actually like super hyper anti-feminist, but at the time it was like when you don't really know, like growing up, you're like, oh well, she's constantly like those, the retrospective, right? Where she was like very like she is still that way. Like she's done a lot for me like in my life. Like if I left my homework at home or something, she would go drive back to the house and go get it. She was like, her own boss, so it's not necessarily that she was like under like threat of getting fired, but that didn't necessarily, that's not the same thing as being emotionally available. Like they never, like I don't know anything about my parents. Like I don't know why I realized that's so fucked, right? Like I don't know like anything about them. Like I know like the family that we have, sure. I know like kind of vaguely how they met, but I think they lied to me about that, to be honest, because it's like such a cliche story that I don't believe it. They were like in their advanced physics class at like when they're getting their MBAs or whatever, but it doesn't even match up with the story of like where they were. I don't even remember it. See, like that's kind of a problem, right? Where like they never were affectionate. I think I've seen them kiss maybe twice in my entire life. They seem like my parents didn't even like fucking like each other, and my dad like sucks. Like I am so over my dad to the point where I told Razor, I'm like, I don't even want to talk to my dad anymore. Because he's just like, he's never been supportive of my entire life, and like I know he was trying to, like I have sympathy for him, where I can tell like he lost his mother when he was, I mean this is like the only thing I know about my fucking dad, dude. Where like he lost his mother when he was like 8, and I know that was always like a really sad aspect, but he never fucking talks about it, and he won't even like fucking make eye contact with when he talks to me about like personal stuff. Like I don't even want to like an antagonistic rant. I don't feel like it's that bad. I just talking on how I feel with this whole thing of I completely forgot what I was relating this to, but I'm just like really coming, or I guess we're talking about like just like family upbringing and stuff like that. And it's just like I really like, I feel like I'm like so over it, and I'm over okay, I remember, sorry. That like I know that they weren't emotionally available, and like even now, like they're very performative when it comes to things that they do, and it's still like good things. Like they spend a lot of money on like stuff for me, Like, they gave me my dad's old car, and that was like a $30,000 car. And this is like years ago, and that was like really cool. Like, I really I love that car. I still have it. Oh my god, my dad heard me. Did you hear that? This fucking loudest fucking thundercrack just happened right there. Oh my god, hopefully they didn't hit my car. My dad's coming for me. Oh no. Oh my god, that was so loud. Holy shit. And they only do our best to make it look great. Yeah. But I don't necessarily like blame them for like this is how they are like. It's strictly for me. Like, I'm just talking, I'm not saying anything bad about them in a way to make them look bad. I don't think that they're bad people by any means. I'm just saying, like, for me, like, I'm realizing that that's not the parent I want to be. Like, I want to, like, actually have fucking conversations with my kids and, like, understand the world, understand their life, understand, like, the things about them, like, or I guess the reverse of that. It like, where, like, I don't, like, my parents, like, oh my god. My parents are coming for me. Oh my god, what if I died? Imagine this being like played in like a trial. Like, oh, maybe the parents kill her. But like I think that really fucked me up, I guess, is my point. Is this mean ass pet, but I love her. Yeah, I kind of wonder if like, because they were never mean. That's what it's like. They were good parents, as in like they were never necessarily mean. They would argue a lot, and like, you know, like it's kind of like adorable. Ben does the same thing. Like Ben, my dog. Like if I'm yelling at Razor, like Razor, just his natural voice is yelling because he's, you know, Italian from New York. But like if we're like getting into it where we're both yelling back to each other, he starts like shaking, and it's like I very much relate to that when I would hear my parents like argue. But I think that the fact of trying to pretend that you never are having a fight, like I think that made it worse. Like where they're like they would never address it. Like they would never address like I remember asking my mom once like, why were you guys fighting? And then they would like either like kind of like gaslight me and say that they weren't, or like just kind of like play it off as no, don't worry about it, like blah blah blah. It's like, okay, well, like my mom was pretty emotionally unavailable, good mom, but has hugged me. Oh my gosh, yeah, I could see that being in it. I hugged you 4 times. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I mean that's another thing too that makes it really hard. Is like a lot of like she probably had like trauma that is probably why she's like that, and the balancing as you being an adult. Oh no, it's gonna be loud again. I think I just saw another flash. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I think that also makes it a lot harder too to like for. Oh my god, that is so loud. I bet you guys can't hear that at all, but yeah, her mom was the same with her. I have empathy, but it fucked me up in a way and just not. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going through. Like it's just like a lot of things where it's just like I'm not like mad at them that they didn't do it, and they're not bad people for like not being that way, because you know people are people, like whatever. But like again, the only reason I've been really thinking about it again is like I'm thinking about being a parent myself, like not necessarily like in the short term, but like I'm getting to an age where that is a realistic possibility of thinking. Yeah, therapy, right? and it is an interesting thing of like I don't want to be complete. I want like my kids to like fucking troll me the same way like chat does. You know, I want to have that like relationship where, I mean that's a really silly way to say it, but like if I wanted to troll my mom, like it would be like weird. It would be like awkward. Like I would rather like have a relationship where they constantly hated and like when there was like a, you know, oh my god, I can't fucking say it. There's like a big range of emotions besides just like the emotionally unavailable, like neutral, like where I can't even fucking make, my dad can't even fucking make eye contact with me about talking about serious things. Like, and it's not necessarily that I'm like constantly staring at him trying to make, like neither one of us can. Like he like can't even fucking like I don't know. And he also just hates like anything that has anything to do with fun. Plethora. Thank you. That was a struggle. And grandparents raised me. I kind of envy people like you that had both. Yeah, I know. Like, that's when I feel bad where it's like I shouldn't complain. But like, again, it's just because I'm just like readdressing it now, thinking about myself as a parent, and especially like my partner. Like Razor, like he's like very like, you know, emotional in terms of like he's a fucking Italian from New York. Like you like the gabagool, he's the cliche soprano. Yeah, we've been watching The Sopranos, and I've actually noticed he does have. I've been making a lot of jokes about it, but like they're at least like very like emotional, like outwardly. Is my dad's Japanese, so. Kind of. I think it's like a weird cultural thing too. He's not necessarily shy. It's just like he was a terrible dad. I mean, I'll just straight up say that. Like he not like he ever did anything like in terms of abusing, but he would like never give me the benefit of the doubt. Like I remember one time in my sister's room, like there was makeup. Like she threw like he loves my sister way more than he loves me. And I know that, and that's fine. I've like known that since I was like literally like 8, which I think is kind of fucked now that I think about it, but whatever. Anyways, where like some like one of her friends like messed up some makeup and it got in the carpet in her room, and he like blamed me for it, and like I was like sitting on the couch, you know, and he was like asking me if I did it, and I was like, no, I promise you I didn't. Like I didn't. And he fucking was like, okay, and he like passive aggressively like fucking shoved me off of the couch, like onto the couch was like a pull out couch, but it wasn't like the one that has like the mattress inside. It was like a really cheap one that like it would have like kind of, I don't know, it was weird. The point is, it was like not. It wasn't like necessarily a violent thing, but it was just like kind of just mean. I don't get. Wait, oh, I don't have a dishonest bone in my body, and I'm never gonna troll you. Like I know what that means. But Era's gotta get what I am. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a good metric in your family if you can fuck with each other, like to a degree where you know you. Like, you're not, like, doing it to be mean. You're just kind of, like, messing with each other, like, as, like, a joke. I mean, sometimes it might go too far or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, Razor and I have that type of relationship where, like, none of us, like, we're not, like, pranking each other or some shit. I don't mean that. But, like we can just, like, we can just make, like, okay, I'm trying to think of a good way to explain it. Where, when you're just, like, talking and then you start saying something really ridiculous, and then the other person picks up that you're obviously being ridiculous or you're making fun of them for something that is like very personal, but like you know that they're making fun of you in a way that's like it's an awkward situation maybe that you're talking about, and then you're able to make a joke because you feel comfortable enough with them. Like that situation doesn't exist in my family. You know what I mean? You've been tied to the whipping post. It's like a kink thing when you say it that way. My mom started working when I was born, basically handed me off to my aunt for a good portion of my childhood. I mean, I feel like that's pretty typical, right? I mean, I don't know. I didn't have, like, close family. That also probably also contributed to... I feel more warmth for my aunt than I do for her. I feel almost no warmth for my mom. Just the love I'm obligated to have to her because... But that's, like, the worst, right? The obligated love, like, with, like, family too, like, the obligation. Like, it feels like my family didn't even ever... Or my immediate family. Like, we lived in California. And my extended family lived in... Oh my god, we're never gonna get to this video. I'm so sorry, guys. But, we'll resume after, I guess I say this. But they lived in Wisconsin. So we would go to visit them every year or so in the summer for 2 weeks. But my mom always made it seem like it was such a difficult thing to do. It was, like, such an obligation. Like, it was, like... We're just doing it because we're supposed to do it. Like it didn't even seem like they liked to do it. And I think that a lot of people, you know, especially when they're working all the time and when they are in that mindset where you just do the obligations and you don't think about it, they don't think that the way that they're coming off is going to obviously impact their, like, Razor's like really close with his family. He always wants to go visit his family in New York. And I'm like, for one, it is a little bit objective when I say, like, I don't want to visit them because it's going to be expensive and because I have to work and so, like, all of those things, those factors are where they are. But the real issue is, like, that I just don't care. Like, I like them. Like, I like his family. But I don't, like, I was, like, kind of trained by my family to, like, see going to travel to visit family as a bad thing. Because it was always, because they were never excited about it. Because they were always, like, annoying about it. Like, making it all a big deal. Like, getting freaked out about how, like, inconvenient it was. Like, and I'm really, like, this is, like, literally something I'm recently, like, coming to terms with. Where I'm realizing that really fucked up the way that I look at family. Just in general. And I don't want that for my kid. I don't want my fucking kid to think that about me. Like, and I don't want to portray that to them. Because I think that's, you know, just something I should learn, you know. But there's, like, deep psychological scarring because of it. Yeah, for sure. They shocked at how feeling abandoned by your mom as a baby, which is totally primordial, affects your sense of self with subconscious. I think maybe it's more of, I mean, I don't want to, like, say anything for you, but, like, I think, like, just not having her around, and then she probably acted a lot different, you know, because she didn't, I mean, it's not a one-way street when it comes to that, you know, like, she didn't have the same connection with you either. Like, so she probably, like, you know, wasn't, oh my god, I just started raining so hard. It wasn't just that it was, like, because it was that you was a baby, but I think, like, it stunted both of your relationships, maybe, potentially. Again, I don't want to speak for you, but, like, I could see that definitely being a factor. And definitely self-worth. You are 100% right with the self-worth thing. That goes on both sides, too. I mean, like, I wonder if she feels that way, too, but, like, it's just so hard to bridge that gap when you feel like it's just not there, and you don't feel like you want to force it. Or, like, or that you feel like it is forced. You know, because it's, like, kind of like, you probably, you know, you coped with, like, having your aunt, obviously, is kind of like your mom figure, right? So, like, it kind of, like, seems like a weird, like, I'm assuming here, I guess, but I could see that it seems weird to, like, she was kind of the mom figure, and I feel like you don't, or that you might feel like you don't need the other, like, another one when, like in terms of, like, just for, like, a social, like, pressure way, you know, where you did have, like, a mom still, you know, because you had your aunt that was able to raise you, and then that's obviously a beautiful thing to have, but I definitely understand that it's just something that is really hard to understand why, you know, that you don't have the same connection, or why it's upsetting, or, you know, all of that you're going through and stuff like that. And yeah, like, it is so interesting to think about, like, those little things that, like, weren't really that little. That's something I've never expressed to her and my aunt, to be honest. It's something I feel, though, it's still a touchy subject with my mom. Yeah, I imagine it's not, again, like, the only reason I'm even thinking about it is because, like, I'm considering, like, being, like, a mom, or, you know, like, having a kid, and, like, how I would, like, because I would never have thought about it besides that. So, I mean, these are things that are not uncommon to not think about until, like, way later in your life, when you've had, like, you know, you're able to, like, look back on it, and they're like, oh, interesting, you know, like, that I didn't realize that is probably why, you know, whatever experience you're feeling is probably why, like, you feel a certain type of way, if we're gonna be reduction about it. But again, I would notice, although we are from different backgrounds, once we have mainly the same problems, and feel as though one day we might all find the solution in harmony, strength, harmony, happiness. You doing, like, this is the Jedi thing, and beer. Cheers to that. That's what I think drinking is very important in some ways. Getting yourself out of like even like weed or some psychedelic therapy. Like people are like, oh, I did like mushrooms one time and I all of a sudden see the world a different way. I think like being able to see the world in a different like lens, whether it's like it doesn't necessarily have to be via substance or whatever, but like just like growing up or being out of like the same like conditions, or even traveling can kind of like give you a different lens on stuff like that, where I think it's really important to be able to view your life in a like kind of like an outsider lens to kind of like get to know yourself. And I do think drinking with maybe family members as an adult kind of loosen them up so that you can have those difficult conversations, because you don't have to like 100% sober have difficult conversations. I think that's way harder to do. I mean, it obviously depends on like the situation, but I think drinking is important. Definitely not copia. No, I do legitimately think that though. I think Razor made garlic bread and he didn't make me any. Sad. I drink it all. I raw dog life. Shit is rough. Yeah, I feel that. I mean, I think that's way more healthy. Drinking away depression. I mean, I just enjoy drinking. I have like just kind of like completely broken like brain. I got broke brain, where I like kind of don't have any capacity to be happy if I'm not drinking generally, like in terms of like social. I mean, because I do enjoy like social interactions, like when I'm drinking, and I don't feel like that means that I don't enjoy social interactions. It's just something wrong. It's just something wrong up here that like ingrained way, I think. You do therapy? I want to do a advice stream, so maybe I should rename it to like a therapy thing. Because I do enjoy that. I mean, one of the things that really fucked me up was a lot of times I wanted to do a lot of things that I cared about. Every time I was really passionate about something, my dad would say, well, you can't do that, basically, because you won't make any money. I really wanted to be like a school counselor, like a student counselor. Like I was really passionate about doing stuff like that. He's like, well, you're not going to make any money. And like anytime like I like wanted to do anything, like I've always been like very interested in like therapy and stuff like that as like a profession, and like every time they would say it was like, oh well you're not like he's like a hyper capitalist dude. I think my dad's still a registered Republican, so that alone is why I don't want to talk to I'm joking on that, but if I go to therapy, kind of. It's not like a weekly thing, but like I do talk to a therapist every like few months for the medication that I'm on. But usually the pickle can't be tickled until it's, what the fuck are you saying, old dog? Jesus Christ. You're talking about yourself. Yeah, you're fine. I thought you'd be talking about Amber Heard, or are you cosplaying Johnny Depp with that? And libertarian, I don't care what you do as long as you don't do it on my yard. Isn't that a psychiatrist? Yes, but I don't necessarily think those are... I mean, I don't go to a general therapy session, and it's more of a financial thing. Because the idea of having my family pay for... my family is pretty wealthy, and they have, like... Their way of showing love has kind of just been financially. And not that I discount that. I'm so fucking lucky. And I've always tried to share that. Like, my parents bought a house here in Texas as an investment property. So it is objectively a benefit for them, but it's a lot of work. But we are renting from them, and me and a bunch of my friends that I live with. So I'm trying to share, like, my, privilege with other people. As much as I can, and the idea of like trying to use the therapy that they're paying for to deal with my issues that I have with them just feels weird. I don't know, maybe that is a therapy question that I should maybe reconsider thinking about, but I don't know. You're in Texas too? Let's go. Is it storming there? Storming in Austin here. Just ask them to. Well, I don't want. No, they do pay for my health insurance, but therapy's not covered. It's fucking Texas, bro. Are you kidding me? They don't. You think like mental health services in Texas are covered by health insurance? I mean, I would honestly rather think, like, I want to just be able to pay for it myself if I'm going to do that. Like, I think that would actually be, like, a helpful thing because I've never really paid for anything myself when it came to something that I don't need. Like, or, like, I don't know. I feel like I've never been financially independent. And I'm not saying that that means I'm financially independent by just doing that, but I think, like, that is... Like, I'm, again, like, coming to terms with a lot of things in my life and the way that I approach and look at things in my life. But this probably doesn't look great that I have the red flag alert right now while I'm saying all this stuff. But this was for the video, guys. It was for the video. But that I think it's just, like, even, like, in the... Maybe I'm doing a cope post here, but, like, where the idea of, like, I think... the stepping stone to maybe doing therapy is that I should feel like when you don't have to like value financially, then I'm not going to like show up to it as much. I'm not going to take it as seriously unless I'm on the hook for it. You know? I don't know if that makes any sense. Oh, do you get what I'm saying? Thank you, Anime Titty God. I'm glad Anime Titty God and I are on the same page. That just sounds funny saying your name. This is one stream where I can open up a bit. The other ones I watch, I don't tell the chat anything at all about it. Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably weird if you would, like, just randomly say it in a stream that's not talking about it. You've not spoken to your brother in 16 months, and I don't know how to reach out, so I drink instead. I mean, 16 months isn't that long. I'm just sending them a text, be like, what's up, bro? Ask him if he wants to get a drink with you. I don't know. I mean, if the idea is that it's just been too long, I don't think that you should feel bad for just reaching out. Just give him a text. You gotta give him a call. You get the hose you kiss. Okay. You're just outside of Austin? Oh, shit. Flag. You get what you put into therapy. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I want to like. I know how to like mentally trick. Like as somebody who was like interested, like I wanted to be a therapist. So like it's not like I'm not aware of like kind of like not only the tricks, but like the I'm aware of my own mind enough where I know like nobody can just tell me the answers. And I need to do like an introspection myself even before I'm ready to go into like a therapist's office. Yeah, you have to want to get to the root of the problem. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I use you guys a lot as a little bit of a free therapy. I am not paying you guys. But I actually think it helps just to be able to talk about it. You know, you talk to me, I talk to you, we talk about it, and you know, we don't have to even talk to each other tomorrow if we don't want to. But if we do, I will be between 7 and 8 p.m. Central Time. I'm not ending. I'm just trying to train myself to do that. A pasture party and bonfire? What the fuck is a pasture party? You are just making up terms. Yeah. Do you go to... I assume you go to therapy? I think you might have mentioned it, Anime Titty God. I like to assume that your therapist talks to you like that. Yeah, I think maybe instead of doing an advice stream, it should be more of a a therapy stream. Here, I'm gonna change the Discord channel for that. Because I think that I'm not a therapist, but obviously I really think I have good perspectives on things. And I like to help other people because I'm a lost idiot just the same way that everyone else is. It's just, that's how we learn, right? By our social interactions and learning together. Therapy. advice or support. Here. I don't know if I want to just leave the channel called therapy because I don't want like to have to because okay, so the idea of the text channel is that I want it to be somebody who wants to come on stream and have like a therapy sesh. Maybe therapy with Nina. I don't know. How do I phrase this right? Therapy on stream. I gotta change the channel topic later. I'm not gonna do that right now because I want to think that through a little bit more. Thoughts on a one-on-one call? Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do with some people. Like, I want to do it like obviously on stream because the idea is that having that conversation, I think, would be helpful for other people who are maybe not ready to have like the conversation, like or to go to therapy and stuff like that. Not that this is actual like licensed therapy. But the idea is, like, I think that, like, working through your problems publicly, or my problems publicly, or talking about them publicly, might, like, be embolden people to be more confident to seek out, like, talking to somebody else about it. Because, you know, the stigma, as much as it's a cliche, that is, like, a whole stigma of talking about your, or, like, that therapy is, like, oh, it's really weak or whatever. Like, I mean, a lot of people still have that. And again, ignore the red flag alert. No, really, maybe we should turn that one off. I'm just like noticing it because my my thing is, never mind, it's fine. It's very prominent when I look at my OBS, I guess is what I'm saying. I feel like it would be, yeah, bounce shit off each other, yeah, for sure. 100%, yeah, no, I'm totally down to talk. Just DM me on Discord and remind me of this conversation specifically, because I feel like your name will make it like I want to make sure that I remember the name because I'm not going to remember having with Anime Titty God. When I see your name, I'm not thinking this conversation. You know what I mean? You just start your own therapy journey? Yeah, maybe. You're 25 years old, admitting I need therapy is fucking hard. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Like, I have another issue where, like, I think because I'm so interested in, like therapy stuff and, like, I... Not, like, necessarily, like, am educated. I wouldn't want to say that, but I guess my name... I'm just saying, I just wouldn't think about it. But yeah, definitely DM me on Discord. I made a channel in the Discord that is therapy. So you can just like say a little hi there or whatever, or that when you're down. But you can like, DM me and we can schedule something. So I do want to do a therapy stream. I talked to some other people, and they were interested in helping with that too. Because yeah, I do think like bouncing ideas is kind of like a kind of workaround to having to like, not workaround. Sorry. It's a good way to talk about it without having to like literally directly talk to other people. Like I think like it was helpful for me to hear people talk about their issues because it's kind of like a debate where it's not necessarily that you're changing the mind of the other person when it's like really public, even though that might be the case, doesn't matter. But like the idea is like the journey that those ideas have to the viewer is the important part. That sounds very secret-esque, but you know what I mean. Anyways, yeah, Anime Titty God, I'm definitely down to do that at some point. DM me in the Discord again because I'm gonna forget with Anime Titty God. Super helpful. Yeah, to talk to someone who's genuinely willing to listen, 100%. Yeah, because I fucking care. I feel like that's like a hard thing to find, is somebody who like actually like gives a shit about it, you know? When you're down on your luck, you need a girl with a far away look in her eye. Is that like a song lyric? You'd be a good therapist. Thank you! You're telling me the things my dad never told me. He didn't even say you'd be good at it. He didn't even say that he could do it. He said, well, you're not going to make any money, you know? If you just type !Discord, that should work, as well as if you go under the stream, if you just scroll down there should be a image that says Discord. If you just click on it, it'll take you to the Discord. And somebody told me it wasn't working, but we did the time to fix it. What do you mean, what? You just said, what? Jinx, this is the first time chatter, and you're just gonna come in here and just say, what? But I do want to, as much as I am enjoying this conversation, I feel like we need to get through this video, and I do need to get to bed at some point. It's getting kind of late here. So let's just get mad at, murderers. But yeah, I'm down to have this conversation later. I want to do a therapy stream. I'm setting that up. I'm thinking about doing it on Thursday or Friday. I'm not necessarily sure if I want to do it this Thursday or Friday, but I gotta look into it a little bit, or think about it a little bit more. Strolling Bones? That tickled me. I'm a stranger with a username anime today's. Yeah, because I think we all care about each other, and like not to be like as like a super reduction. I mean I do care. I think that the only thing that gives value to this fucking life that we have, like as somebody who was suicidal for a very long time, like the only thing that I think that gives value to us is like the relationship to each other. Like, and I've grown past the fact of I'm not necessarily grown out of it, because that sounds very silly to say, but I guess I just have a different perspective on it, which is I think why I'm very sympathetic to like human life, and why I like hate fucking murderers, and that's my transition. I don't know if that was subtle or good. Hopefully that wasn't like inappropriate, but I'm trying to get back to the video. But no, I do care. Like my stream's always been like kind of a therapy thing for me, so. Bull take.
However, it doesn't work with Steven.
But yeah,
an important note
talk.
to keep in mind is that if Steven suffered from severe and untreated mental illness, it's unlikely that as a law student he would make it through the years of intensive coursework and field training.
That is so fucking wrong. Are you kidding me? Like, what do you think white-collar crime has an insane, like, disproportionate amount of, like, narcissists in it? You think they wouldn't be able to get through it if they have mental illness?
He has. Throughout the interrogation so far, he's
the
barely
red
moved.
flag alert.
This stands out against the norm in the interrogation room. People don't sit completely still. They shift, move their hands when they talk, and cross their legs. He may be trying to not give them anything to use against him, but in the process, he's looking more suspicious.
Now, why are you acting like this? I need to know.
Ooh, that looks worse.
Why all of a sudden you're acting like this?
I don't understand.
Okay. Earlier today, we sat here and talked.
Black look better? It does.
But now you're acting like you don't know what's going on.
Untreated, true. Okay, so I have like a lot of like issues with like, oh my god, my grandma told me once. I'm getting into it too much. My grandma told me once that I'm gonna do it really quick, okay? Really quick. Then we'll get back to the video, I promise. Really quick. My grandma told me once that we used to like sit outside of bars because she was younger than my grandfather, like literally when they were dating, like because back in the day you could like drink at like 18 or whatever. She would literally sit in the car outside of the bar waiting for him to have fun with his friends, and then like drive him home. Like the self-respecting fact of like a lot of people. I actually was talking to her about it. You know, I'm not close with them, as I said, but like I had gone out of my way to visit them because I was in Wisconsin for a different reason, and I was like, you know what, I wanted to do it on my own, you know, volition, to actually hang out with my grandparents instead of being forced to. So I did it, and it was actually really nice. I assume that's what it's like for like everyone else that gives a shit about like that type of stuff and doesn't have like the same like mind fucked up like I do. And like she was like, and I was like talking to her about like that, like kind of like saying like that's kind of fucked. Like basically, like we were just drinking wine together, just like having a drink together with me and my grandma, and like I was like that's like really messed up. And like she like kind of like had the wheels turning there, where I could tell like she wanted to be nice about it, but like I could tell that she like was realizing how messed up that really was. And like that's kind of like what you're saying, where like people go to their fucking grave without like realizing that they had like a lot of trauma and they don't talk about it. And it was really important, or not important, but it was like kind of like eye opening for me to be like, oh shit, I gotta get my shit together, because it's not like you just automatically like figure out these things. You have to think. All right, we're going back. Your grandpa's scum. Yeah, right. Yeah, she's a down ass bitch for sure. I mean, like, my grandpa's stroked out as fuck, so he's a little, like, mean. But she just, like, takes it. And, like, there's some, like, good. Obviously, that's a very awesome, like, characteristic. But she never, like, really worked, but she was a hard worker. You know, if you know what I mean? Like, she never had a job, really. But, like, she worked harder than, like, anybody. And that I don't want to get too political. I'm gonna get on a tangent, but let's get back to the video.
When did something happen or something to you?
But yeah, but to the point again.
I mean, why are you shutting down?
She's
why
like
are you not
80, and I feel like I'm the first person that made her think about it.
I don't know.
You don't know? Are you scared?
No.
Cheers.
I
Cheers.
mean, you're not scared, are you?
This is my last White Claw.
Since Stephen's shift in behavior has been so abrupt, the police decide to speak to one of his friends, David Whitmire, to get a better understanding of who Stephen is.
What? The JCS video told me he doesn't have friends!
Street from the apartment complex where Lauren and Stephen lived, and also attended the same classes.
Yeah, I don't like how it's like, no. Like, it's like slow. It's like scary.
So he knows them both.
Did you know this Lauren's next door neighbor, Stephen McDaniel?
Very well.
Notice again how
Very
David
well.
Whitmire's body is angled toward the detective, just like Lauren's boyfriend, David Van Diver, was.
He is way too comfortable in that chair, the interviewer. Way too comfortable in that chair.
Which is noticeably different than how Stephen has been sitting.
Oh my god, are they doing like the Giga Chad angle science here?
You know, Stephen could stay in there a long time and not come back out.
Bro, this guy is about to fall out of this shit. It's like, what the fuck?
And I would like
just stay in his house, his apartment for days.
This is a Herman Miller too.
And I would say, you know, and I don't know, like adopting a puppy or something. I'd say, Stephen, and and I also didn't always want to eat alone, so I'd say, let's go down to Five Guys.
All this information does is tell investigators that Stephen was likely a loner and possibly a recluse. This is important information for detectives because oftentimes individuals who
Oh my god. Red flag chat, run.
commit these horrific
We're all
murders
loner
are socially
recluses.
isolated. It also means that he was probably home
Probably a Twitch viewer.
at the time that Lauren was attacked. According to her friends, because Stephen was a bit of an outsider, Lauren went out of her way to be nice to him, even though she apparently found him a bit strange. Since none of his tactics are working.
That's the worst. She was probably a nice person. And it's like, ugh.
So far, the detective tries something new, attempting to be more aggressive in the hopes this will get Stephen to say something besides, I don't know. He brings up Lauren's mother and asks what he should tell her about her daughter's disappearance.
And you want me to sit there and tell him that you don't know?
Is this a Giga Chad move to hold on to this? As a guy, like, if you're balding this badly, is it kind of like a Giga Chad move that you just own it? Or are you holding on to your hair for dear life where it looks kind of sad? Because if you have a hat on, then you wouldn't notice. Pure denial? Okay, I guess that is kind of the second option, right? Because, like, if you have a hat on, like, I guess you wouldn't really be able to tell. So we need some of his hair flopped here, and then it evens it out.
Is that what you want me to tell him? Because you're all over the news.
That is, like, a men's issue that I guess is probably worse for women if they do have, like, the issue, but alopecia, I think, is generally just a dude thing. It's because it's related to testosterone, going back to that conversation. His hair is more glorious than the chrome dome I see shining back at me. I mean, it really stands out.
You sure stood out there and ran your mouth to the news media.
See,
But now you're going to get out here and you don't know.
See, you know what nobody talks about as a men's rights issue? Most men my age, 30, they probably can't have these. They can't have their little buns out. Because they don't have the hair for it. That's a men's rights issue. We gotta, have more healthcare with that. I think anti-balding shit like finasteride or whatever, like, should be legal. Or, no, not legal, sorry. It is legal. Government subsidized if you want it.
You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit.
By shifting to a more aggressive stance, it's apparent that the Reed method
It
is
would
not
look better if you
working.
just shaved.
This also signifies that the investigator has lost control of the interrogation. The detective is likely taking his frustrations about the case out on Stephen, rather than stopping to think about what would be the best approach to get him to talk. He may be trying to rile Stephen up and make him upset enough to admit something in anger. However, name-calling is never a good tactic to get a suspect to open up. This is an example of how sometimes individual law enforcement officers may stray away from standard interrogation protocols, such as the Reed technique. In fact, the Reed technique teaches that the interviewer should remain a neutral and objective fact finder, which clearly isn't the case here. The desperation on the part of the detective could also backfire, because it may show Stephen that his act is working, and the investigators are getting desperate. For half an hour, the first detective struggles to get any response from Stephen, so another officer enters the room to change up the dynamic.
Why would you not be honest with me?
And all my teeth. Let's go.
Stephen, it
I
just
think
doesn't
dentistry
feel like
is-
it, buddy.
I don't want to get into that.
You know, I get the sense
I kind of think
that
dentistry is bullshit.
there's something weighing heavy on your heart right now,
Not orthodontistry,
and
dentistry.
it's breaking you down, and you feel bad about it. I can tell.
I
you haven't slept
haven't
much,
watched it
have you,
recently,
in
but
the
it's on
last
my
few
list.
days, have you?
No.
I have a true crime list because I want to do True Crime Tuesdays. I'm not doing a good job of doing it today because I got really distracted. But I have a list that I'm gonna of content that I want to talk about because I always love talking about true crime. But I need to like pace myself. So next Tuesday, if you remind me, we'll go over that one. Because I don't want the entire stream to be true crime, but I definitely want it to be a thing where I talk about the court cases that I'm keeping up with, and then, we do some of the interrogation stuff.
Like something's weighing on your mind, ain't it?
We were looking for Lauren.
You started looking for Lauren yesterday,
Yes.
but you haven't slept in several days, have you?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
Earlier when I talked to you, you said you hadn't slept in days. That this morning was the first time you was able to get any sleep. Was this morning for a little bit?
An epidemic of unattractive white women. There's plenty of attractive white women that like this shit. There's just a lot of people that like. I mean, it is a woman thing generally, but hey, Clint would watch true crime stuff with me. All right, so fuck you guys. Clint 1717.
Yes, that's what you said.
We used to watch true
That's
crime
what you
stuff
told me.
together. We're drinking a White Claw.
So I asked you if you haven't been able to sleep in several days, what have you been doing?
I love
Studying?
watching
And you
it.
said
Come
yeah,
on.
studying.
We find it interesting.
You don't remember that?
No.
Bro, this man's haircut. They just like stopped at this level, and then he's got like kind of like a rat tail going on.
By pointing out Stephen's inconsistent statements, the detective is trying
That's
to
kind
shake
of what
his
I was
confidence
thinking.
and
He
make
seems
him
a
doubt
little
himself.
like
If
zonked
Stephen
out.
feels like he's
He
making
sounds like Kamala Harris, am I right?
a lot of mistakes, that
Got
will
her.
likely increase his stress, which in turn could cause him to make more mistakes.
What I want you to do, and I'm going to ask you this question. I want you to describe to me how you feel right now.
Thank you, Bear. Thank you.
You don't know how to answer that with a yes or no, do you?
I don't know what's going on.
The investigator is once again trying to build rapport through empathy,
They
marking
had
a
to
return
watch
to
the
classic
JCS video.
interrogation technique.
They had to watch the JCS video because, like, I feel like they're specifically picking bits of the interview that they didn't cover.
As well, the switch to open-ended questions suggests that this investigator is perhaps more experienced or more effective than the other.
Lauren's missing.
I mean, they're equally bad.
This pretty little girl right here.
Who does this? I don't know if you can see this. He's wearing his fucking sunglasses on the back of his head. That's a red flag already. That's red flag alert, bro. This is a red flag alert. Who the fuck does this? You pray to people like Kamala. Well, I respect your freedom of religion.
Your neighbor.
Like, I feel like that would like get like sweaty.
She's missing.
I know.
You went looking for her last
Only have
night.
missionary sex less than yeah, 100%. That this motherfucker does not do anything that's not like he's like missionary his fucking sunglasses, bro.
Did you hurt
That's
Lauren?
True.
Steven, did you hurt Lauren?
No.
When is the last time you've seen Lauren alive?
When's the last time?
I can't recall.
Okay, this is like really silly, but this is another thing that I've like kind of like been realizing is I think most of like America does talk like this. Like me being from California, I am Hollywood privilege, I guess, where like they talk like that in California, and then like media, like in like movies and stuff, it's like more normalized to talk the way I do. I'm sure I have an accent to somebody, but I think what I think of as American is the way I talk, but I think a lot of America talks like this. You know what I mean? Also from California, Los Angeles, gross. We love that though.
If that's
I'm
Lauren's.
from the north. I am a East Bay, San Francisco bitch.
We haven't positively identified it.
But like,
But
is
here's-
it graduation? Because, you know, it once,
What the fuck? What is this picture? What is this picture of?
once it was all over with, you know, then we didn't like.
And that was in May
That was May
2011.
14.
So you hadn't
Why am I
seen her
trains?
like around the apartment complex.
We have
coming
Bart
and going
in-
or anything
in-
like that?
No, but
the
I
Bay
would,
Area.
from time to time, I would ask, you know, I'd notice her car was either gone or in a different parking place.
This is an example of how deception indicators should not be relied on by themselves and
Goes
should only
off
be
my
interpreted in the
comment being a
context of the
generalization
situation.
that does it-
David
does it
answers,
to
I
an
can't
entire
recall.
country? What?
This could be considered a selective memory statement,
right?
which can be a tell for deception.
I didn't think you were talking about a country. I thought you just meant in general. Well, you're literally saying an epidemic, which is not a base of a country, of unattractive white women that love investigation stuff. Are you lagging? I guess I responded to that like way earlier.
However, when you look closer at the situation, you see that David had a legitimate reason for not knowing when he last saw her. They were not close.
I think he's joking. I'm giving the benefit of the doubt. I think he's joking. I think he's just trying to be a little trolly trolls. It's late at night. It's a little trolly trolls on a Tuesday. A little trolly Tuesday.
Friends and didn't really
Are you
keep in
technically
touch
a
after
Swinster?
graduation. It's only a red flag for deception if the person being questioned doesn't have a reasonable explanation not to remember.
Actually, I kept up with them a lot because I had to always walk I had to look at everybody's car and everybody's apartment as I walked to class. So I kept up too. But I would ask him, you know, what's Lauren doing? And, you know, generally it were
Oh my god, it's because she's hot or whatever.
nondescript responses about, well, I think she went out of town or I think this.
Did Steven ever tell you, I mean, what his relationship was with Lauren? I mean, he never said that, referred to her as his girlfriend or anything. He just, that's his neighbor and a classmate.
Yeah, that was it. I didn't presume anything, and well, see, Lauren had a long-term steady boyfriend.
You better watch the stream while you're trucking, bro. No excuses.
Have another vehicle.
No, I don't.
So your grandfather's a liar.
I graduated in 2011.
Is that what you're saying? You're calling your grandfather a liar. I just talked to him, and he said you own another car.
I don't.
Steven, we're telling way too many lies in here.
So you're telling me they're lying?
You're willing to tell me that you're a virgin and that you told me you jack off to porn on the internet, but you don't want to admit to having another car? That makes me think you got something to hide, Steven. That concerns me. You tell me
Alright, if you jack off to porn on the internet, you're just lying about absolutely everything.
things that most people wouldn't tell somebody else, but yet you lie about something simple.
Why are you
about
trying to
having
hide
another
that you
car.
have another car? What's the big deal?
I don't have
I got 3 cars.
You do.
Brag about it, okay. How do you have enough money for 3 cars? Is this guy like is He looks like he's like holding on to the chair for dear life, like somebody's trying to pull it out from under him.
You do.
No, I don't.
It's not at your house. What happened to it?
I've never had another car.
That's the only car you ever had in Macon?
Lie about it?
Yes.
Okay, let me go talk to him again. That's not what he's saying.
The footage would turn out not to be the linchpin needed to solve this case,
These detectives
as it
about
doesn't
the
actually
rails,
capture
bro.
any evidence used to narrow down Lauren's killer. Instead, it's the killer's own oversights which will catch them up in the end.
Steven.
Oh god, that was creepy. Hold on, let's do it back, like with him, like just.
Steven.
Oh, I don't like that. Ooh, it gave me goosebumps.
What happened to Lauren?
I think he's just lying.
You
to be
like
honest.
her, don't you?
Maybe he's like a trophy husband or something. I don't know.
Did you ever think about having sex with her?
No.
You never tried to talk to her on a dating level?
A dating level.
Let me go.
What is the levels? There's like, I see her, and then I date her. That's like a mobile app.
Oh, they got his grandfather. Let me go talk, make sure that he owns another car because he's telling
Level
us
1
he
seer.
doesn't.
Level 2 talking to you.
Be right back.
So you telling me she got a pretty girl right
Okay,
there?
so I remember this in the interview. I don't understand what this room is. There is 2 different doorknobs, it looks like. So there's also a door over here. So there's a total of 3 doors in this room. And it looks like these are hinges. These are hinges down here. So it looks like there's 4 doors in this room. Level 3, ask about her boundaries. I don't understand this fucking room. Why are there 4 doors in this room? Fucking level 3 is, or level 4 is the doors. Level 4 doors, bro. Would have turn it loose about 4 hours. I would start turning. What the fuck? What? Oh, it's jerked his dick or whatever. Yeah, for sure. I don't understand the amount of doors that are in this room.
Yes.
You telling me you looked at a pretty girl like that and you never once thought, ever, man.
This is why women like true crime, because they want to be referred to as a victim as like being like pretty or whatever. Right? This is a joke, but I've given up on it halfway through. I'm not even gonna try and put an emphasis on making it funnier.
That's good.
That's a really bad joke, but
You never thought that?
there's probably some truth to it a little bit.
I don't understand.
Do you talk to Steven?
Whoa!
Email to email?
Little brief emails.
Is there anything on there discussing about Lauren?
Wait, Alinity said she didn't have any stalkers? That is surprising. I don't think that's true. I think that was like the joke that she probably has so many.
No, there was only time he ever mentioned Lauren in that other than like this, like.
I don't know. Alinity knows how to take care of herself. Trust me.
Have you seen Lauren lately? Well, I would ask him that sometimes. There was this one experience where Lauren's name came up, and he said, "Boy, you should have been there." He said, "Lauren really put on a show." And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" He said, "She was so drunk." And then he described how she had been out there dancing with some other girl.
Oh my god, I bet she was in... Okay, so, spoiler, kind of. He had been recording her, so I think she was probably in her own apartment with her girlfriend, like one of her friends. In her own apartment, like dancing with her. I think this is probably the context of the story and why it's like really fucked.
And had
It's my
fallen. And apparently was not wearing any underwear or very skimpy underwear like they wear nowadays. And
Like they wear
apparently
nowadays?
flashed most of the room. Purely accidentally.
I understand.
And he that's the only thing I've ever heard related to Lauren.
The officers appear to have found a potential motive for Steven to want to hurt Lauren. The speculation that perhaps he had a romantic interest in her wasn't completely misplaced. A friend of Lauren's would later come forward to share that Steven had asked her out on a date, and Lauren turned him down. This friend also said that he didn't think Stephen
right?
had a single bad bone in his body
sure
and
she
was
said an
always
awesome
helpful and kind, even helping one night to make sure when Lauren came home from the bar intoxicated that she got into her apartment okay. However, this friend
I mean, if she got home to the building where he could even help her, I think she was already doing okay. The fact that she didn't like...
eventually admitted that Stephen continually asked her out on dates and even allegedly weirded her out with his attention. Though he doesn't give much away during the interview, posts that Stephen made online reveal he actually thought about dating and relationships a lot.
Okay. Okay.
The posts were confirmed to be penned by Stephen because although he uses the nickname SOL, or Son of Liberty, to make the online comments on a few different forums,
Oh no.
SOL wrote
Oh
that they
no.
were
Okay, don't commit crimes, guys, because if you commit a crime, then like they can like subpoena your entire internet history, and we don't need that cringe in this world anymore. That should be between you and like the hard drive that you're buried with. That sounds like way weirder. Just saying, if you don't want people to know what's on your hard drive, don't commit crimes.
law student in Macon. If that wasn't enough evidence, Stephen was also known to send politically charged emails to his entire university, which he signed with his name and the moniker.
Well, wait, what political party did he belong to? I gotta know. It's kind of important here.
Son of Liberty. In one post,
My guess is a libertarian? I don't know. You won't find any pictures like that in my home because I don't have a girlfriend. I just made myself sad. Oh my god, he's a Twitch chatter.
Stephen answered another user's comment with,
I feel like I relate to
you
this.
won't find any pictures like that in my home because I don't have a girlfriend. I just made myself sad. Later, in a post from February 2010, he
There's a
wrote,
gnat on
the
my
problem
light.
with being a social recluse with a fundamental disability to connect on a romantic level is that we want so much to find that one special person with whom we want to grow old with, raise children with, spend the rest of our
Trad person? Red flag, am I right? Radicalized into being an I mean, I don't know. Probably?
lives with, and yet we're incapable of going out and finding her. As it reaches
Yeah, that's why he was too lazy. Like, just did it with, or was obsessed with a girl that, like, just was physically present.
midnight, the detective's frustration begins to show. But even though his answers don't change, the cracks are beginning to show in Stephen's robotic
I don't
answers.
think directly. I think it's
You knew that there was blood in that apartment.
No.
Yes, you did, Stephen.
Yes, Steven.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. I feel like I can only do like a southern type of accent if I talk out of the side of my mouth. I don't know if that's what everyone else does when they actually talk like this, but the only way I can do it is by doing a little thing with my mouth, like where I talk all sideways and stuff. But Steven, you knew there's blood in that apartment?
There's blood
It's not
in
very
your
good. I'm
apartment.
working on it. I'm working on it, okay?
Stephen.
That accent I'm not confident about. I'm only confident about my Aussie accent, or a Kiwi one.
That's right.
That's right.
There's blood in your apartment. Stephen, this is hard, buddy.
It's
I know this is
hard.
hard. And I can tell it's on.
Has anyone ever touched you like this? I feel like this is like a man thing, but I feel like that would just, even if I was like a dude, I feel like that would make me really uncomfortable. Like, especially when your shoulders are up like this, like, I don't know, maybe it would help. I would not like being touched like this. I feel like interrogators should not be able to like even like touch the people they're interrogating. That just feels like weird. I mean, I get it, but to younger man thing, yeah, I guess it is like that. It's like a, yes, son, I'm teaching you lessons now of killing bears or whatever. Unhand me, young sir or old sir.
You want to let
Ben, come down.
it go. There's blood in your apartment, Stephen.
You didn't clean
didn't
it all up. That's from
It
the
didn't all come
JCS video.
off. You scrubbed and you wiped. But we can tell that.
Oh my god. Performance. We love that for you.
Don't you watch CSI?
Don't you watch CSI?
Yeah. Yeah, we know it.
We know it.
The blood the police claimed they found was in Stephen's bathroom. It's hard to know for sure at this point if they actually have discovered this evidence, given how early it is in the investigation. But since police can lie during interrogations, this could be just another tactic to try and get
rubbing your
Stephen
back,
to
I don't think
confess
it's probably
something.
like molestation, but it is weird. I mean, I think
But
that
you do admit that there's a chance.
I don't know. Maybe this is that because we've all become like super autistic or something. But like, I think that physical contact is something that people have probably always felt uncomfortable with, but like we just like made it seem like it was like supposed to be normal. It's one of those things where it's like it's not me, but I hear other people feel like it's like comforting, and like you don't think where like I don't want to be touched. Like people rubbing my back is like weird. Like it was just random assholes. Like I don't want some random dude. Like if it's like your family, your friends, or whatever, like fine. Like but like I don't want some random person rubbing my back, dude. Yeah, it just feels weird. He reminds me of an alcoholic that was trying to talk me out of my last beer. Don't worry, fuckers, that's my beer. What?
That I possibly have evidence to
him
show
doing
that you do
Gotcha.
have something to do with that
Didn't
body.
mean to stop you,
Correct?
sorry.
I don't know.
You don't know?
While outright denials can be confronted, I don't know is a much harder statement to confront. There's very little room to redirect this answer into another line of inquiry, as the follow-up questions would all tend to be answerable with yes,
Yeah, I mean that is true.
no,
like me being a woman
or
is
I
a little
don't
bit different.
know.
But I mean like it's not really though, because you're saying it also makes you uncomfortable, so
Done anything? I'd say nope.
yeah, and I don't think it should be equally socially acceptable. I don't like being touched by women doing that either. Like, I mean, I think that we need to change the culture, personally. Like, I asked people for, like, consent, like, not, like, making them sign a contract or something, but, like, when I was comforting one of my friends when, like, she broke up with, like, her, like, they were going through a breakup or whatever, like, I wasn't, like, just gonna, like, rub her back, but then I kind of, like, I was gonna, like, I put my hand on her hand and I was like, do you mind if I hug you? And she's like, started crying into my arms, so I let her, like, and I initiate the idea of like having physical contact, but she obviously was like down for it. But like I mean like I'm not necessarily thinking that everyone should think this way, or and if you don't, like you're bad or some shit. But like I kind of feel like that should be more of like what it should be normalized of being like understanding, especially like in the medical profession, like what you're saying, I think is like a little bit too like maternal, but I don't know, maybe it helps. I've never really been like terminal, or the nurses like deal with a bunch of shit, where it probably does help, but I'm getting sidetracked. Oh my god, stay focused. ADHD brain, stay focused. We need to finish this video.
But you say you don't know. Why is that? Why do you say you don't know? Is there a chance that maybe something's there?
No.
Why did you say you don't know?
Because I don't know.
Because you're worried about something? Maybe something happened?
This guy is such
maybe
like a
something
Florida
got
man.
mixed up with something and you're worried about that?
What are you even saying to me? I'm more confused now.
Then why do you say I don't know?
Because I don't know.
He's getting blown out right now in this interrogation.
How would you not know?
Stephen may be enjoying the fact that he's getting a rise out of the
I don't think he's enjoying anything. I think he's just shut down emotionally.
detectives. It may make
Or
him
he's
feel
on
superior
something.
to see how frustrated they're getting while he's able to remain completely deadpan.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it.
There's no way. There's no way this is like an act. This has to be like a... Yeah, they said they showed the qualification. I guess it's like 4 like qualified professionals, or I guess 3 and then 1 ex-qualified professional. But there's no way. That's why they said may. But like, there's no way this guy is like actually having some sort of like crazy thing happen here. I think he's just like or let me rephrase. He is having like a weird thing happen. But I don't think that he's intentionally doing it. I think he's either like zoinked out on like my guess would be Xanax, or or he's just like completely shut down emotionally. But I don't think that this is an act that you could keep up like for funsies.
I wanted to be here
if
with
he's
you
enjoying this,
to go through that process
exactly.
because I know you're not a monster, man. I know you're not a bad guy. You're just a hard-working student trying to pass a bar exam, ain't you?
Show me that scratch again that you showed me earlier. That was it a. What did you say happened there?
I think I scratched myself in my sleep.
Yeah, lawyer. Oh. Yeah, I guess you would think that he would be like lawyer. He literally was going to like law school. Like, I guess that's maybe the only reason they're thinking that he might be doing it for like the memes. I guess. I mean, I don't know, but like, he clearly like he's in law. He should know. He wanted to be like he worked for like the fucking county or whatever. Yeah, I guess mental breakdown.
It's interesting that this question about the scratches on his torso is the one that sparks the most detailed response from him. Perhaps he's trying to deflect the officer's attention from the suspicious marks, because the scratches look like the kind left by fingernails. Though the detective says that Stephen showed him the scratches earlier, Stephen would later claim that he didn't consent to showing the officer anything, and that he'd lifted his shirt without permission.
You know what's crazy? I was talking to people that he works with and everything. They talk about how he's...
Dude, okay, I don't know how, but I get fucking bruises like crazy. I think I did this to myself, but I don't know if you noticed. I have this crazy bruise on my arm. This. It looks like a finger bruise. I probably did it to myself because I tend to do that when I get like mad, depending on the situation. I'll like do like this. And that's kind of what that looks like, right? You can see right here. This. Like, it looks like a finger, doesn't it? And that makes sense, because I do that. But it's just like, I didn't do anything severe. I just bruised like crazy, dude.
He always expresses himself.
But he don't know.
He's very talkative. Stephen, they say you're so talkative, buddy. That you're always so friendly. You stop in and say hello. And you talk. Why is it that you're acting so short with us tonight? If you have all this character and personality about you, why is it that everything that we get from you is yes, no, or I don't know?
I don't know.
If what the detectives are saying about him normally being friendly is true, then Stephen has been very careful not to give away anything verbal or nonverbal throughout this entire process.
I did get slapped.
This must be using a lot
I got slapped with a tree so fucking hard, like right here. Like, I've never been slapped by, like, a person, like, outside of, like, in bed and obviously consenting to it. I've never got, like, actually assaulted, but, like, I feel like, ever in my life. But that fucking tree got me real good. We were moving the branches because a lot of them fell. We were moving them, and my roommate dropped one side quicker than, because I was carrying the other side of it, and it just, like, kind of flipped over a little bit and just slapped the shit out of me. And it just feels so fucking weird, because it feels like I'm, like, hiding, like, considering I bruise so easily, I'm surprised. I was really scared it was going to be, like, a big mark. I'm like, oh my god, it's going to look like Razor, like, beat me or some shit.
Energy and effort on his part. The police may believe Stephen is guilty, but with little evidence at this point and no indication that he's going to crack anytime soon, the detective shows his true frustration.
God.
Why are you lying, Stephen?
I'm not lying.
Yes, you are lying. How long do you continue to do it? She's got a mother and a father and a family out there.
What?
That is
She's a person?
Over everything. Where's that little girl, Stephen?
I don't know.
Stephen, you know. Where?
I don't know.
Where?
Stephen. You gonna look at this right here, this little girl right here?
This guy's having too much fun.
And you're gonna say you don't know? I know you know.
I don't know.
Yes, you know. What are you gonna say tomorrow when I say we got your hair with the body? What are you gonna say to me then? Because you know.
It says the actual case photo of discovered torso near the apartment. It's just a picture of a trash bag, so.
Like I go like that? Look at my hair.
Now,
that's how easy it falls out. Look at all that on your head. You don't think none fell out? It did.
I mean, okay. I don't really feel like that looks like hair, but sure.
It did, Steven.
It's evading him.
We just wanted to give you an opportunity to tell it. So you didn't look like a monster at the end. Because you know what? I don't believe that you're a monster, Steven. I believe that you're a good guy. You've been picked on. Girls didn't show you the respect that you deserved. You did something stupid. And I believe you feel bad about it. And that's why you're all
I believe you feel bad about it. That's why I'm yelling at you to admit it.
freaked out right now. But I'm giving you the opportunity to get right.
To get right.
I'm giving you an opportunity to show everybody you're not a monster, that you feel bad about what happened. Your hair's there, man. Your hair is there. We got your
That's what's fucked about the United States. You could, like, as a interrogator, you can just fucking, like, lie. But I guess, like, it gets kind of... If we're talking about, buffs and, nerfs and stuff like that, like, you can kind of, like, you can get around this by just, like, asking for a lawyer. Because that's, like, the buff to, like, the person being interrogated. You have that option. So the fact that these people have that, like, buff to be able to just lie, it could be completely circumvented by just, like, being like, yo, lawyer, bye.
hair with the body. How's that, Steven?
Dude, my hair is everywhere.
Yes, you do know.
There's so much dog hair on this.
Yes, you do know, Steven.
When the detective claims that Steven is a good guy who didn't get the respect he deserved from girls, this is part of the theme development phase of the Reed technique. The detective is trying to shift the blame away from Steven onto an external reason. Girls rejected him,
yeah, they can
so
just
that
look
it's
at
easier
talking
for
to you.
him to confess. Why? The question on everyone's mind. But the true horror of Lauren's fate wouldn't be revealed for months. Despite the
Months?
detective's exhaustive efforts, non-stop questions, and over 12
What? They found it like the day... They found her torso a day after. What do you mean months?
hours of interrogation,
Literally in the interview, they're like, we found a body.
Steven didn't confess. Not then, at least.
Oh, did they mean like the case wasn't solved for months?
You did, buddy. You heard her, Steven.
No, I didn't.
This guy is like taking L's left and right on this one.
Yeah, you did. Why won't you tell me, Steven?
I didn't do it.
Take
Guy
this
thinks
from me.
he's in
You
a
don't deserve
movie.
to look at it.
You don't deserve to look at it. Oh my god, come on.
Just stay right here, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate all your cooperation tonight, okay?
Okay.
Come in through another door.
Steven's lease on his apartment was up in 2 weeks. He was just about to take the bar, become a lawyer, leave Macon, and return home. But instead, he's arrested that night and taken to jail. Undoubtedly, his unsettling behavior during questioning helped to solidify the suspicion against him. But soon Steven would offer an explanation. In fact, just like he explained away his choice to hang around the apartments while they were searched, he would soon offer up a series of claims. None of his allegations have ever been independently verified, nor were they caught on camera, so we can't comment on the validity of his accusations. In a written statement after his arrest, Steven claimed that after the reporter told him about the discovery of Lauren's torso, he was on the verge of hyperventilating and lost consciousness. Steven said that he was diagnosed by an emergency
sense.
medical technician as having suffered a seizure.
It was probably somehow fentanyl.
Instead of being taken to the hospital, Steven explains he was removed from the
took too long to make
EMT's
that
care
joke.
by the police and brought to the station for his second interview instead. There, Steven claimed that he told the police he needed medical aid, but instead, when he tried to stand, was pushed back down by an
Okay,
officer.
I'm reading this. Okay. McDonald's, that I need to go to the hospital. INV McDonald's responded. INV, I don't know what that means. Investigator by placing a hand on my chest, shoving me back down, and pinning me to the seat. I was disoriented, had severe head pain, had lost sensation in my extremities, could barely breathe, and was suffering from impaired vision. I told the others these problems, pleading for help. Patterson ordered McDonald to lift my shirt, which he did without my consent. At this At this point, Sandra Matson said, we'll have the EMTs look at you if you'll let us search your apartment. I could not leave and was being deprived of medical care and believed my life was in jeopardy for some type of medical emergency. By that offer, police gained entry to my home. Oh, so he's trying to get rid of the idea of, he's trying to, okay, this is lawyer brain right here, where he's trying to say that he was pressured because he thought he was going to die and he wouldn't get medical assistance unless he let them into their home, and this is to get rid of all of the evidence. This is like a legal tactic. Like, I mean, this is not a good one, and it obviously didn't work. But the idea, that's on my list to do the Chris Watts one. I've seen it, but I want to go over it on stream. That'll be, you know, I'm gonna do a True Crime Tuesdays. This is a True Crime Tuesday. So it's on the list for maybe next week. We'll adapt it to what's going on. I really wanted to watch this one because it came out today. But yeah, like the Chris Watts one's fucking nuts, dude. Okay, well what he's trying to do here is he's trying to get like all of the evidence thrown out that was like obtained from his home, as in like they were trying to do what do you mean? Oh my god. I swear to God, some people I talk to on Discord are just like, never mind. I asked them a very simple question, and it's just like, well, how do I do it? It's like, wait, what? But to be fair, I'm like that too, so. Anyways, I never received medical care. I fell into impaired state in which I was barely conscious, and I'm not in control over my words or actions. Okay, yeah, this is a cope post. We call this a cope post. After a short time of interrogation and detention inside my apartment, I was ordered out of my home and put back in the MCC. I was not asked, nor was I given any option to refuse. Okay. Oh my god. Oh no, I think I have hiccups. Relax. Okay. I was kept under continuous armed guard and was interrogated extensively. Late that night, Patterson removed me from the MCC, and just transported me to the detective bureau. I was not asked, was not given an option to refuse, and was not mentally aware enough to have. Yeah, this is a cope post. We'll say that's the technical term, obviously. Aware enough to have refused had the option existed. Upon arrival at the bureau, okay, that's in the way. I can't get rid of that. It's part of the video. Blah blah blah. Around 2 hours, roughly 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. of the next day, I was subjected to intense interrogation and insults by Patterson.
Pinning him to the seat. He said that he was disoriented with severe head pain, had lost sensation in his extremities, could barely breathe, and was suffering from impaired vision.
Well, not in this. This is like the initial day that they searched his property, I think.
Went on to say that he was deprived of medical care and believed his life was in jeopardy from a medical emergency. This, Stephen explains, is why he was in an impaired state during the interrogation, and therefore was barely conscious and not in control of his words or actions.
Wait, of this interrogation? Okay, never mind.
If this is true, it would put anything he said into question.
Right.
Of course, Stephen would have had a lot of time between the interview and his later arrest to come up with
to be honest, his like behavior with like just the yes, the no, I don't think so. Like I think that was like way better than the first interview he had, where he was being very forthcoming with it.
Thought out lie to explain his odd behavior. Still, it's important to note that Stephen's symptoms also sound like a panic attack. It would make sense that he was triggered by the discovery of his friend and neighbor's body, sending him into a panic attack regardless of his guilt or innocence. However, a killer who never expected the body to be found would have reason to be panicked when it—
Literally, if the dumpster was right here, like, why would you really be that surprised? Like, you kind of you did it to yourself on that one.
It was discovered, along with potential evidence. With this accusation in mind, it's impossible to know if his catatonic-like state was the result of a real medical emergency, or if it was an attempt to manipulate the...
It had to be some sort of anxiety disorder or something like that. I don't believe that he intentionally was able to do that.
interrogation,
like,
so he didn't have to give any answers beyond yes, no, and I don't know. As a law student studying criminal law, Stephen would know just what kind of information the officers would be trying to pry out of him, and exactly how to avoid giving...
No! You can't use this defense. If you're gonna say as a fucking law student, this idiot should have known to just get a lawyer and then this stops. So you cannot say this. This doesn't make any sense. You can't say as a law student and then like the first thing isn't lawyer, you know?
Anything away. Within this statement...
Like if he was going to represent people, I'm sure he was completely aware of the idea that he would want them to call him first.
Even shows just how deeply he understands the law, writing that when police and prosecutors can only obtain evidence and convictions by violating people's
right and testifying falsely, and okay, now he's having like his fucking like lib moment right now. By the refusal to exclude evidence when the testimony of police. Okay, I don't know what this is, why this is written. I don't even know what in context this is. I assume this is a statement, so he's just kind of like riffing.
Rights and testifying falsely, and when courts ratify such misconduct by the refusal to exclude evidence when the testimony of police, true or false, unmistakably shows that a fundamental right has been violated, the entire system of criminal justice becomes a sham. Finally, he ended the statement with, "My words may go unheeded, but the truth in them will remain, even if no one listens. Who will guard the guards themselves?" However, contradicting Stephen's allegations of being mistreated, an officer wrote in their own statement that though pale and zombie-like, he was offered food and water or anything else he needed, but he said no and mostly just stared into space.
Guilty.
In this case, it appears to be his word against the officers. Soon after Stephen's arrest, troubling evidence was uncovered that solidified the police's suspicion. An ex-roommate of Stephen's during his undergrad came forward and told police that when he knew him, Stephen would often ask people how they would commit the perfect murder, starting all the way back in 2007. He would then share his own ideas on how to commit the perfect murder, including wearing shoes that were too small, cutting his hair, and using things such as chloroform to subdue a victim, specifically a female victim, and use chemicals to get rid of the smell of the body. He would then drag the body to a bathroom, since tile and linoleum was easy to clean, and cut up the body in the bathtub. Finally, he would place the body parts in black plastic bags, hide them among his laundry, and sneak them out of the apartment or house so he could distribute them over a large area. Remember these specific details and the fact that Stephen was discussing this 4 years before Lauren was killed, because all of this becomes sickeningly relevant later. Understandably, the roommate was a bit disturbed and would joke that he needed to lock his doors at night, to which Stephen replied that it wouldn't matter since he would pick the lock, rush in, and chloroform him. People who knew him reported that he had a history of breaking and entering, including stealing small items from other people's rooms and apartments. If you recall, Lauren believed that someone had been in her apartment but didn't have any proof. She was likely right, but didn't know that it had probably been Stephen. Another person who knew Stephen during his undergrad told the police about his plan to commit the perfect murder. He said that when he discussed it, he spoke with intense passion and added that Stephen would always say there were 2 ways to become famous: be a movie star or a murderer. Could this be the reason Stephen couldn't help himself and spoke to the reporter knowing that he was the one who committed the crime? Had he been seeking fame, or at least his 15 minutes? The fact that Stephen titled his plan The Perfect Murder is another indication of his grandiosity, along with his talk of fame, as it seems he had the desire to be known by others. People who are narcissistic and grandiose often have a very fragile sense of self and low self-esteem at their core. They compensate for this by adopting a totally opposite manner of interacting in their environment: grandiosity and narcissism. It's possible that Stephen always felt ignored or invisible to others. We know he was isolative and he admitted to not having intimate relationships. It's possible that Stephen craved attention, and this, in combination with some likely built-up anger and frustration, led him to develop a desire for notoriety. In other words, he likely knew that being a movie star was not in the cards for him. We can tell.
Wait, did they say that he wanted to be a movie star? Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a stretch there.
By his poor performance in the interrogation room, and when speaking.
Poor performance? Like, he literally, like, fucking intimidated this guy with, like, his, like, shutting down. Oh, interesting.
To the news reporter. So Stephen may have decided that being a murderer was the option that could give him the attention.
Okay, only two. Wait, he said that? Wait, really? I'm gonna go back.
Along with his talk.
I wasn't paying for that long, was I? What the fuck?
The roommate was a bit disturbed and would joke that he needed to lock, including wearing shoes that were too small.
Am I too far? The truth will remain. No one listens.
Contradicting Stephen's allegations of being mistreated, an officer wrote in their own statement that though pale and zombie-like, he was offered food and water or anything else he needed. But he said no and mostly just stared into space.
Wait, we already saw. Okay, whatever. I don't remember. Fuck. He would. Oh, Stephen asked somebody how he would commit the perfect murder. I assume it's this part?
At the perfect murder, starting all the way back in 2007. He would then share his own ideas on how to commit the perfect murder.
I mean, he did a pretty fucking bad job. I don't know why he, like. Take a fat all on that one, idiot.
Including wearing shoes that were too small, cutting his hair, and using things such as chloroform.
Your hair's there, Steven! Your hair is there!
To subdue a victim, specifically a female victim, and use chemicals to get rid of the smell of the body. He would then
That's not. What? I feel like I could do a better job than this.
Drag the body to a bathroom, since tile and linoleum was easy to clean, and cut up the body in the bathtub. Finally, he would place the body parts in black plastic bags, hide them among his laundry, and...
Okay, I'm not saying this in any sort of professional way, but it is pretty... I mean, you can't get away with murder now anyways, because there's too many cameras all over the place. But if you were to, I think the best way to do it is probably, like, a body of water. Specifically one that is attached to an ocean. Like a bay of some sort. I'm not saying to do it, obviously, and I'm not encouraging that. Don't murder people, because you're gonna get caught. Honestly, you're not smart enough to not get caught. I'm not smart enough to not get caught. Just don't do it.
And sneak them out of the apartment or house so he could distribute them over a large area.
It ain't worth it.
Remember these specific details and the fact that Stephen was discussing this 4 years before Lauren was killed. What? Because all of this becomes sickeningly relevant later. Understandably, the roommate was a bit disturbed and would joke that he needed to lock his doors at night, to which Stephen replied that it wouldn't matter since he would pick the lock, rush in, and chloroform him. People who knew him reported
what is he think he's fucking like, who's the sniper lady from Overwatch? She's the Mama Farah? Ana? Like, does this guy think he's like Ana, where you're just gonna fucking get like your little like gun and just like chloroform them like immediately, dude? Like, that's not how it works. Like, this is like the other brothers. Oh, I need to add that to the list. Oh, okay. No, I should. No, let's finish this. Okay, ADHD. Stop.
He had a history of breaking and entering, including stealing small items from other people's rooms. And
there was 2 kids who killed like their entire family, and they thought kind of like if you like stabbed somebody, they like immediately died because they were like video game kids.
Apartments. If you recall, Lauren believed that someone had been in her apartment but didn't have any proof.
Wait, actual
she was likely right.
Okay, it says actual footage and then Lauren's apartment. Is this like the police force, or is this... Because I thought that he was taking footage of her
didn't know
apartment.
that it had probably been Stephen. Another person who knew Stephen during his undergrad told the police about his plan to commit the perfect murder. He said that when he discussed it, he spoke with intense passion and added that Stephen...
Wait. Hold on. Always thought that Stephen was just full of shit and always spoke of his perfect murder with the intense passion and a lot of thought, but, thought put that out? a lot of thought out. A lot. Okay, whatever. But on the day he okay.
He said that when he discussed it, he spoke with intense passion
cut off
and
the
added
rest
that
of it.
Stephen would always say there were 2 ways to become famous: be a movie star or a murderer.
Yeah, that's the problem. People don't realize you have to, make somebody die. Oh, this is what you're talking about.
Could this be the reason Stephen couldn't help himself and spoke to the reporter,
Yeah, the only way to be. This guy doesn't understand what live streaming is, bro.
knowing that he was the one who committed the crime?
Bro, this guy could have been like getting canceled for inappropriate behavior as a live streamer. He would have just needed to hold on a few more years of not murdering.
Had he been seeking fame, or at least
And I stand by that with my Atrioc thing. I think that keep eyes on that guy.
his 15 minutes? The fact that Stephen titled his plan The Perfect Murder is another indication of his grandiosity, along with his talk of fame.
Wait, they said he did it 4 years ago. Come on, guy, come on.
As it seems he had the desire to be known by others. People who are narcissistic and grandiose often have a very fragile sense of self and low self-esteem at their core. They compensate for this by adopting a totally opposite manner of interacting in their environment: grandiosity and narcissism. It's possible that Stephen always felt ignored or invisible to others. We know he was isolative and he admitted to not having intimate relationships. It's possible that Stephen craved attention.
This is a weird take, but I kind of love, his hair. The volume, I mean.
And this, in combination with some likely built-up anger and frustration, led him to develop a desire for notoriety. In other words, he likely knew that being a movie star was not in the cards for him. We can tell by his poor performance in the interrogation room and when speaking.
Yeah, I mean, I do think he does have narcissistic traits because, the fact that he was willing to be on, that interview. But I think the grandiosity thing is a bit of a stretch.
To the news reporter. So Stephen may have decided that being a murderer was the option that could give him the attention he craved.
But I guess maybe the idea of him wanting to be on camera was more of a thinking that he could. Well, I guess then I get a little unsure of Yeah, I mean I do agree. I think it was him trying to divert attention 100%. But I think that the fact that he thought he would do it, I mean, he's not really diverting attention. He's not saying that they should leading to somebody else, making being oh she had a boyfriend that was kind of sussy, he's not really doing anything with it to actually do it. I mean, whether or not he thinks he is immaterial, I understand, but I just saying what the fuck? Okay, that's not really what I was asking for, but that's fine. It's not even who was asking to talk. Okay, I'll figure that out after stream.
So long. Steve.
Fuck, what was he saying about attention by being helpful? Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
And even expanded on these thoughts, stating to this person that all serial killers had full control over the situation and every person's life they touched. He believed that Stephen wanted total power over someone else.
He says we killed that bitch. You're so mean for no reason. I know that what you're saying, but it just sounded so aggressive the way I read it. I shouldn't laugh at that. That's mean.
That it was this want which fueled most of his actions. Often individuals with narcissistic traits.
To be fair, he was very calm, and I would say in terms of a performance, if I would have just see the interview, it was pretty convincing, I guess.
A need to have control.
What's up? You drinking soda at 2 a.m.? What's wrong with you?
For others, they feel this is a defense against receiving a narcissistic injury or a wound to their ego if they're able to keep others under control. Since it appears Stephen didn't have romantic partners, this need may have been fulfilled with his sneaking around and observing Lauren or others without their knowing. Having full control is a common motivating factor among people with antisocial personality disorder. They derive pleasure from being in full control of people and situations because
This is an asshole that's on Reddit being like, why are these bitches always so fucking mean? Why don't they date a nice guy like me while he's fucking literally killing people?
it feeds into their grandiose sense of self and narcissism. These people often fantasize about being great and powerful and will commit horrific actions to materialize this fantasy. Additionally, since people with antisocial personality are very spiteful and vindictive, they will seek revenge if they perceive that someone is wrong.
I'm still on stream, my dude. He's inside. He's not outside, if that's what you're concerned about.
Them. Maybe Stephen resented Lauren because she wasn't interested in him
Cheese
romantically.
from the fridge.
Regardless, it's clear that murder is something that he had given a lot
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this channel's not generally that bad about it, but this is pretty bad, I think.
of thought for a long time. Murder could have been an escalation of his breaking and entering behavior. Perhaps his desire to kill was
100%
even
it
part of
was.
the reason he enrolled in law school. He wanted to learn how he could get away with murder.
I mean, it was clearly just an obsession that, like, got, like, they're not gonna refer to the fact that he had, like, a bunch of cans, like he was, like,
Once
doomsday
again,
prepping.
Stephen's creepy posts online revealed just how much he'd been thinking about death.
Ooh, online.
Not only was he making comments on message boards just 3 days before Lauren's torso was discovered.
Okay, these people are like, if like something happened to me, I make jokes where like I burn like our cardboard. So I like in our group chat at our house, I'll say like, "Oh, do you want any evidence burned?" Like as a joke. Like this analysis is akin to saying that there's a possibility that she was implicated in the murder of herself or whatever. And that maybe it was a more in-depth thing than we even know about because she used to say that anyone else wants to burn the evidence. That's my impression of this guy's voice.
Right around the time she was killed. But in discussions about survivalist shows, he talked about cannibalism.
Cannibal Holocaust wasn't anything especially... Oh my god! Does this guy know what this is? Cannibal Holocaust is a movie... Oh my god. Okay, Cannibal Holocaust is a movie that is a fake documentary of, like, it's like a fake snuff film, kind of like going to a tribal village and like, it's like a found footage thing. You've heard of Cannibal Holocaust, right? It's like a found footage thing where it's like a really old movie. It's like from like the 80s, I think. He sounds like an outstanding gentleman, definitely. Yeah. Wasn't anything especially cringeworthy either. I mean, I feel like would say that. Like, this is not like a proof of his mental state.
One post.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, we gotta speed this shit up. You're right. We're putting on 1.5. We're going on 1.5. Oh, I was asked a similar question in college. So, okay, no, he's just doing normal posts.
He said, if we have to resort to cannibalism, we'll do it.
Wait, this is from 2013? This thing happened in 2011. What?
In as orderly a fashion as can be done in those circumstances. Another read, yeah, cannibalism isn't a first resort, it's the last. It is only undertaken when all other options have
It doesn't even have, I don't even think okay.
run out, and the only choices are starve or cannibalize. As for who, I would take the volunteer if there was one.
Did
If
Norman
not, I'd take a
kill
look
his
around,
mother,
pick
or
out the
was
people
it
who are least likely to
natural
survive much
causes?
longer,
Who is
and have them draw
Norman?
straws. Short straw dies. Everyone else lives. Supposedly, human flesh tastes most like ham. He expanded on these chilling thoughts.
Okay.
It's writing. It seems the last few posts seem to have forgotten that the scenario is eat human.
Oh, never mind. I don't understand the, oh, this is from 09 maybe? Oh, yeah, 09, 8, 27, that would make sense.
Or starve. You're bickering about the buildup of fat-soluble toxins and such, when you should only be asking yourself, would I eat another person in order to keep alive because no
Hey
other
guys,
source of
we've
food
all had
existed?
that thoughts.
If you're too worried about getting a disease, then don't eat and
Who
starve
doesn't
to
think
death.
about killing-
If you aren't
or
that
not
worried,
killing,
then
but
eat the dead
eating
body.
people?
His other comments about the survivalist show also include a post stating, despite how Discovery is portraying
I'm
it, I'd rather
joking.
have a global epidemic that wipes out most of humanity than
Alright,
some
I'm saying it right now. Awu, if you fucking use this shit, if something happens to me or anything, don't use this shit. I'm calling you out right now.
other disaster scenarios that exist.
At least be charitable about it.
As well as disaster scenarios where Stephen wrote, if you fall behind, you get left behind. In a chat room discussing horror movies, he wrote, grotesque didn't make me cringe. It was just, driving nails through a man's testicles, cutting off a woman's nipples with a pair of scissors, severing fingers and making a necklace out of them. None of that does anything for me. It was fairly good imagery, but it failed to resonate with me. Yes, I can watch a man disemboweling himself by crawling across a room.
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of a decent review.
His intestines are clamped to a hook and not feel even the slightest disgust.
It is a little bit like he's saying like more of his own preferences, but like in terms of his wording, it's got like.
I'm that desensitized to gore and torture.
Maybe he
it
likes
also appears that Stephen
movies.
often talked hypothetically about how he would try to get away with murder, not only to those who knew him, but online as well. In one post, he spoke about what he might do after committing the act. He claimed that he would sit on the ground and just rock back and forward on the ground, eyes wide and blank. He wrote, "I'd remain in this state for at least a day. No talking, no communication, blank, unfocused.
Okay, that's a little interesting.
Stares. I do not fall asleep either. Eventually, when some new stimulus is introduced,
I couldn't watch Don't Fuck with Cats. I can't handle the idea of like animal cruelty. It really is like really upsetting to me. But I know the general concept.
A family member I haven't seen, a picture of my brother or something like that. I shake my head from side to side, blink
Like, I
rapidly,
don't know what
and
it
look
is about
around in a
animal
panicked manner,
cruelty.
asking where I am, what's going on, if my family is okay, why I'm
really
there.
upsets me.
And when they ask, I'd say I had no memory of anything. They'll probably initiate charges, at which point the family will need to get a lawyer to argue that I had no knowledge of my actions and were not acting of my own volition when I acted.
Yeah, but I mean, like the concept, like I know what happened though, right? It was like cats like get thrown into a river and they like found where they were. I don't know. It's just upsetting, and I don't know. I'll give it another look if you think it's like actually like that interesting, or I'll give it another consideration. But like, just animal cruelty is really upsetting to me. It was way worse than that. Was it the thing where it was like the heels and they were stepping on like cat heads or something? See, again, like even like thinking about it, it's just kind of upsetting to me. Okay, I'll mentally prepare myself and I'll look into it. I'll try and consider watching it again, but I gotta get in like the right mood to do it because again, it is like really upsetting even thinking about it. But I will give it another chance to prep myself mentally to watch it because I do love like investigative things. Maybe I'll like make Razor like watch it with me so like I can like walk out of the room or something. I don't know. But I'll think about it.
And whenever I'm asked about what happened, I look down and put a sad look on your face.
Yeah, but the concept itself is still upsetting. Again, it's just something it's just really upsetting to me. So it's just like I gotta mentally prepare myself for it. But if you think it is really interesting, I will try to refocus it. Like if I can't handle it, I'm probably not gonna. I'm not gonna force myself to keep watching it, but I'll give it another chance.
Relating what I was told happened, as you have no memory of it. I might end up institutionalized for a while so they can try to figure out what caused the blackout. But if I stuck to the story, it's doubtful I'd end up in prison. He ends his post with, "Of course, this is all hypothetical."
Oh, of course.
Sounds
in a video game. He
unnervingly
didn't even say it in a
familiar,
video
doesn't
game.
it? With all of this in mind, it's apparent that he contemplated an insanity or lack of capacity defense at some point before Lauren's death. In law school, students learn about excuse and non-culpability defenses, and his thought pattern generally follows along the same lines as a Monotone defense. Under the Monotone rule is generally adopted in various forms by many states. To be found not guilty by reason of insanity, the defendant must be laboring under such a defective reason from disease of the mind as to not know the nature and quality of the act he was doing. Or if he did know it, that he did not know what he was doing was wrong.
Well, I guess I wouldn't know when it
Georgia has
happened.
slightly modified the rule with the addition of a possible verdict of guilty but mentally ill. Stephen may have attempted to establish this sort of defense when he claimed his odd interrogation behavior was possibly related to a seizure. He did his best to push this narrative passively with his
A
yes,
seizure,
no, I don't know
yeah.
answers.
I
and
murdered
strange behaviors in interrogation. Still, most attorneys
the
would
very famous seizure defense.
understand that this is not enough to meet the burden of proof for insanity or defect of reason. It appears that when Stephen realized neither of these arguments would work, he then used the statement to focus on trying to prove Fourth and Fifth Amendment violations.
Stephen, I came got you tonight because they'd asked you a few more questions.
The interrogators attempt to question Stephen, but he throws a wrench in their plans.
I have nothing to say without my attorney.
You don't want to hear what we
Oh,
have?
finally.
I'm not my attorney.
Unlike the last time he was in front of the officers, Stephen invokes his right to an attorney, begging the question, why didn't he do this before? It's impossible to know what he may have been thinking, but given his bold news appearance, maybe Stephen was so confident that he would never be caught, he truly believed he could beat the system. He may have actually requested a lawyer here because he was facing a bigger and much more real threat. In the first interviews, he likely felt relatively safe, and therefore more confident in his abilities to defend himself. However, now he has just been arrested, so the stakes are higher.
Does justice
News sources
happen
report that Stephen went to the police
in the
station
Don't
voluntarily,
Fuck With
but in a written
Cassidy?
statement, he claimed that he submitted to the demands
I
of the
guess
police when they
without
came to him
spoiling
staying at the
anything.
station and showing the officer the scratches on his body, claiming that, quote, in neither instance was my consent a voluntary act. It was a submission to police coercion.
Looks like you've been putting on a little weight in there, man.
He still
Dude,
sits
I'm
like.
just talking casual, not about anything right now. You feel free to talk. You want anything to drink or anything? No.
The guy
Even
gets
when the
fat,
officer
okay.
takes a more unique approach, talking about Stephen's beard that has been growing since he was arrested, he doesn't budge.
I wish I could let mine grow out, but they won't let me have one working here, man. Has it reached that point where it started itching yet? See, if you don't feel comfortable me talking, man, just let me know. I'm just trying to talk casually. I have nothing to say.
Eventually, the police gave up and returned Stephen to his cell.
They gave up.
At some point after his arrest, the police got a search warrant and took a sample of his hair, a buccal DNA swab, and fingernail scrapings from Stephen.
Okay.
This evidence would be used.
Fun fact, I didn't know. Okay, this is how it's called. Buckle. Some people call it like buccal or buccal or something like that. But that is the. When I think of buckle, I think of like a belt, right? But what that means is actually like it's a part of your. I mean, I think a lot of people know it's a cheek swab, but the reason why it's called that is because that's actually the part of your. The inner part of your cheek is called that. That's why it is named like buccal or buckle or whatever. It's because that's the name of the inner part of your cheek. Like it's just called like here or whatever. And I learned that recently, so I'm sharing it with you.
used to seal his fate, but it wasn't the only evidence found, as much more disturbing things were soon discovered. During a more intensive search of Stephen's apartment, 2 keys were uncovered. Comparing one to Lauren's apartment key, it was found to be an identical match, meaning that Stephen had a key to her place without her knowledge. The second key was determined to be a master key for the entire apartment complex, which the apartment manager later identified as the one she thought she had lost 3 years earlier.
I've done that. It's not like a thing that happens often, but I've definitely done that before. It's like the worst feeling.
Keys weren't the only damning evidence
like,
found in Stephen's apartment, and soon investigators understood why he'd been so hesitant to let them in. They found a flash drive that belonged to Lauren, filled with hundreds of her photos, along with evidence that Stephen had been looking at her Facebook and LinkedIn pages. Beyond that, authorities uncovered a pair of Lauren's underwear in Stephen's apartment. As disturbing as all of this was, it was the discovery of a deleted video that really sealed his fate.
Hold up. Okay, they don't. Thank God.
Stephen had a wooden pole with a camera duct taped to one end. He used this contraption to record Lauren within her apartment from her window. The deleted video appeared to have been recorded the night she was murdered. In August 2011, after a month in jail, Stephen McDaniel was charged with the murder of Lauren Giddings. This wasn't the only thing Stephen was charged with, however. During their search, police found even more disturbing evidence on a flash drive belonging to Stephen. Sickening and inappropriate images of children. As well, in online posts, Stephen commented encouraging messages under fictional writing featuring inappropriate and disturbing acts with children. He was then charged with several counts of exploitation of children. As the evidence against him grew to the point where his silence and denials were no longer cutting it, Stephen decided to take a plea deal in 2014. The plea, which would allow him to avoid the death penalty and drop the charges of child exploitation, required him to describe exactly what happened to Lauren on the night that she died. In a statement, he admitted that he had a master key to the apartment, but he didn't clarify when or how he stole it from the apartment manager. He used the key to get into Lauren's apartment around 4:30 a.m. on Sunday, June 26th. He was wearing...
Okay, so was she sleeping in her living room? Oh, maybe she was using her bedroom as a gym and then...
wearing gloves and a mask when he walked into her bedroom and stood over her as she slept. The floor creaked under him, and she woke up and saw him. He said that Lauren sat up and calmly told him to get the f*** out. Stephen leaped across the bed and grabbed her by the throat. She struggled to get away from him, even tumbling onto the ground together, but Stephen managed to keep his hands around her. Still, as she tried to get away, Lauren reached up and pulled off Stephen's mask. As he strangled her, she managed to say,
I feel like with these people, I just fake die, like play dead. Because I feel like they don't know how long it takes to kill you. I don't know, like, it's the only tactic I could think of.
Stephen, please stop. But he continued to hold on to her for several minutes, maybe as long as 15 minutes, until Lauren finally stopped moving. He then dragged her body into the bathtub and left.
They took the death penalty off the table just to know what happened. I think that is actually more important for the families. I understand what you're saying, D-Slam, with that. But I mean, this is coming from somebody who does not believe in the death penalty. But I do think that the idea of knowing what actually happened, as much as like maybe it doesn't really, like, because you know the murder is probably going to embellish it to an extent. But I think for the families, the family involved, I think it. I mean, for both families. Oh shit! The camera did die. Well, fuck. I guess I'll say my final thoughts. I don't really want to finish the entirety of the video without Cam. Why did it die, Razor? No, it literally died. It was doing the thing where... Oh my gosh, okay. 5 minutes left. Ah, fine.
Back to his own apartment. As though he hadn't just committed an unthinkably horrific act, Stephen spent the next day in his apartment on the computer before going back to Lauren's with a hacksaw.
We're not turning the
around
camera.
midnight.
I guess we have a different
He began
camera.
to dismember her, wrapping the body parts in black trash bags before discarding them in the Mercer Law School dumpsters while it was still dark. Besides her torso, the rest of Lauren's remains have never been
We
recovered.
have our backup camera.
It's possible that when Lauren awoke and spotted Stephen in her room, he impulsively decided in that moment to kill her. That could explain why he then left and didn't come back until later to dismember the body, as he wasn't prepared to do so right after he killed her. Lauren waking and catching him may have unhinged this sense of control. As well, this sense of control may have already been unhinged by the fact that she was planning to move away so soon, which would bring an end to the relationship he may have felt they had.
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
It doesn't seem like a coincidence that Lauren was killed just days before she was due to move. Along with this, there was one other thing that may have influenced the timing of the attack on Lauren. She had just sent her dog to live with her parents after graduation so that she could focus on studying for the bar. Stephen may not have wanted to break into her apartment if her dog was there, as barking would be a dead giveaway. He may have felt more comfortable after the dog was gone. To complete his efforts to hide the evidence, Stephen cut up the mask, gloves, and shirt he was wearing and flushed them down the toilet in his apartment. Many of these details are hauntingly familiar, except for the chloroform. It appears that Stephen executed his plan to carry out the perfect murder. Well, not so perfect actually, in the end. The cover of the hacksaw he used was found in his apartment, and the hacksaw itself was reportedly found in the maintenance room of the apartment building. Ironically, the officers were able to enter the maintenance room using the master key they found in Stephen's apartment. The hacksaw still had both dried blood and tissue on it. It eventually matched Lauren's DNA. Stephen also made sure to note in his statement that he never assaulted Lauren, and that he still managed to attend his bar prep classes on the Tuesday and Wednesday after killing her. However, fellow law student David Whitmire contradicts this. There was a scheduled study group at the law college on Monday, June 27th, the day after Lauren was murdered, and Stephen missed it.
Was he even at class last week?
That's a good point. I tried to tell somebody and they would listen to me, but he missed Monday.
Okay, and you know that for a fact because you were there.
Oh, absolutely. I know
So he wasn't there Monday.
No, and he showed back up Tuesday, and so we walked in, and I asked him, I said, well, you know, where have you been? And because he doesn't miss. And so and he said, well, he didn't feel good. He'd been sick. And I said, well, what were your symptoms? And he said, well, I didn't feel good. I had a scratchy throat. I said, do you have a fever? And I thought this was odd, but it's just Stephen. He said, I don't have a thermometer. And I thought, there's not a 25-year-old single male in the United States that owns a thermometer.
Yeah.
What may be the most baffling of all was that Stephen struggled to clarify why he murdered Lauren at all, and yet still displayed chilling self-awareness. He wrote, "It's difficult for me to explain why I killed Lauren. The difficulty in explaining it lies in my own inability to understand it myself. I know that it was very wrong. I'm not delusional or without morals or decency. Yet I acknowledge that something in my makeup, my psychology, my neuropathy, my own particular pathology perhaps, must explain it. But it's beyond my reach. Lauren was my friend." In his statement about his psychology, neuropathy, and pathology, Stephen basically admits that he meets the exact definition of an individual who poses a hazard to society. Both investigators and Lauren's family have shared their doubts about Stephen's statement, saying that he had a lot of time to prepare the letter, and there were many things omitted that he might never share. Lauren's sister Caitlin has stated that she doesn't believe anything he has said.
Yeah, I don't believe
Stephen
anything
McDaniel was
said.
sentenced to life in prison. During a retrial in 2018, he represented himself and again made the claim that he had not consented to the search and that he was coerced by the police before, during, and after his interrogation. The appeal was denied, but the story doesn't end here. As recently as May 2022, Stephen filed a habeas corpus petition, alleging that his imprisonment is unlawful because he had ineffective counsel when he first pled guilty. There is yet to be a result released in this filing.
Respect.
Whoa, 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 whoa! We're just gonna roll straight into the autoplay there? Jesus Christ, I feel like I can't even function with what, or, that was so quick. Jesus. Alright, we finished Magnum Logan, finally, a reason to leave. Alright guys, thank you everyone so much for being here. We're gonna continue probably doing True Crime Tuesdays. I'm not sure it's gonna be every week, but we'll see. Again, thank you everyone for being here. We're gonna go ahead and head you over to Dunkel here, just because he's I wonder if he's conveniently always streaming right after me. But we're gonna go ahead and do that. Thank you guys everyone for being here again. Oh my god, how many times am I gonna say it? I'm just very appreciative. But I have a whole list of things we're gonna do tomorrow. I'm trying to convince Razor to do a workout Wednesday. I don't think it's gonna happen, so we're probably just gonna do the normal thing. But regardless of what we do tomorrow, it'll be between 7 and 8 p.m. Central Time, and we'll definitely catch you guys here tomorrow. We're on 11 days straight, so we're gonna go on 12 again. Oh my god, not Dunkel. Nope, you're gonna have to deal with Dunkel. We're doing a Dunkel raid, alright? Get in there. But yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. And I got in contact with some debate people, so hopefully that is in the works too. So, yeah. Thank you guys so much. Get in there, be as annoying as possible, whatever. But we are going to send you over to Dunkel. All right. Have a good night, guys.